Good morning. It's 6 o'clock on Monday, the 25th of December. Merry, merry, merry Christmas to you all, and welcome to GB News Christmas Breakfast with me, Patrick Christys, and Emily Carver.
Yes, merry, merry Christmas to you all. Now, today is set to be the warmest Christmas day in more than a century, as the Met Office says temperatures should reach 14 or even 15 degrees.
Well, that means you'll be lucky if it's a white Christmas, because it's been ruled out for most of the country, but don't let that stop you having fun today. Send us all of your Christmas pictures wherever you are. We want to see you opening presents with your family. Those nativity pictures from years gone by, GB Views at gbnews.com.
Yes, we've also been tracking Santa's flight around the world as he delivers gifts for Christmas. He's currently just over the United States in South Dakota.
Go on, Santa. There we are. And we are also recognising what could be a tough day for many people struggling across the UK. You've had to rely on food banks as well to get by.
Yes, and the King and Queen are set to celebrate Christmas, of course, with other members of the royal family at Sandringham House. King Charles's Christmas message will be broadcast at 3 p.m, and we'll be bringing that to you live on GB News.
We will indeed. Well, Aidan McGee is here with your sport. Merry Christmas, Aidan.
Merry Christmas to you both. Merry Christmas to all our viewers and listeners. And there was a present last night for Manchester United fans, or was it? James Radcliffe of Ineos fame completing his 25% takeover of the club. That was announced last night. We'll be analysing that later on this hour and later on throughout the day. Meanwhile, for Chelsea, there was misery at Molineux as they went down to Wolves.
Oh.
And Greg Dewhurst has your Christmas weather.
Good morning and Merry Christmas. Will it be a white Christmas or a wet Christmas? Find out in the forecast coming up soon.
Yes, well, this morning we want to know what you're up to, OK? So, have the kids got you up? Merry Christmas, everybody. I hope Santa has already been for you. So we want to see pictures of you all opening your presents, all right? And, as well, some nativity pictures. The more embarrassing, the better. All
yes,
right.
We've got some of our own to show you later on in the show. You won't want to miss it, particularly Patrick.
Yes, well, there we go. GBViews at gbnews.com if you want to embarrass yourself and others. There we go.
Yes, of course. GBViews at GB News. Get them in.
Well, now, Christmas is a time for family, for friends, and apparently as well for speeches.
Yes, of course. While we await the King's speech, which we'll be bringing to you by 3 o'clock on GB News, we'll revisit some of the Christmas messages sent by our political leaders over the Christmas period.
Well, first up is the Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, who's offered a promise of a brighter future in his Christmas message, while thanking frontline and key workers for their service over the Christmas period.
Happy Christmas, everyone. It's that magical time of the year again when so many of us are looking forward to all the joy and togetherness of tomorrow. But just before then, I want to take a moment to thank all those who will be sacrificing their Christmases this year in the service of others. The people working in our NHS, in our police forces, and in our amazing armed forces. To remember those facing a difficult time here and in many places around the world. And to reflect on the Christian values at the heart of this celebration of Christ's birth. Because Christmas is a time of peace, joy, compassion, a time of hope and a promise of a better world. And today, as we look ahead, let's keep that promise of a brighter future burning into the new year. Wherever you are, and whatever you are doing for the festivities, I wish you all a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Well, a Merry Christmas to Rishi Sunak
Merry
and his family. Yes, this dropped a little bit later yesterday, didn't it, than the other leaders?
It did.
It came sort of at about 9 o'clock, was it?
About then, 9:30 actually.
Oh,
Maybe he
9:30.
was a bit late out of bed, bless him. But, you know, saying that it's obviously a Christmas and a Christian ceremony, which I think is quite a nice touch, and thanking frontline key workers and our armed forces as well. If you are in the armed forces, if you are a key worker and you're busy hard at it today, thank you very, very much. Make sure you get your pictures coming in as well. It's nice to keep updated with what you're up to. But he wasn't the only political leader, was he, who was giving us a message yesterday?
No, he wasn't at all. It was Sir Keir Starmer who also released his 2023 Christmas message, highlighting the optimism Christmas provides through families rekindling, sharing in joy. Let's take a listen.
As communities across Britain gather together for a period of faith and festivities, I want to wish you all a very Merry Christmas. Throughout the Christmas period, we see the bonds of kinship rekindled as families and friends share in the joy, the hope, and the optimism that Christmas provides. For Christians the world over, this is a time to rejoice in the birth of Jesus Christ, God's Son. The birth of Jesus Christ brings light into our world and reminds us that in times of darkness and despair, hope, love, and peace are always worth advocating for. Charity, humility, and selflessness take centre stage in the Christmas story, and this season serves as a reminder that these qualities should be a guiding light for all of us. During the holidays, many of you will be serving your community and our country, and I want to thank our ever-dedicated NHS staff working around the clock to keep us healthy. Royal Mail workers for ensuring gifts, cards and special messages are received on time. Military personnel for their steadfast commitment to our national security, which often means being away from loved ones. Retail and hospitality workers for keeping us all well stocked with Christmas treats. And the generosity of churches and charities providing a safe haven and support for those less fortunate and for those for whom Christmas is a difficult time. On behalf of the Labour Party, I send my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to all of you for what you do. Happy Christmas from my family to yours.
Yes, well, a slightly better produced Christmas video there, I think, from Keir Starmer, but a very similar message.
Yes, you had Keir Starmer on his Estonia trip. Yes, in his military gear. Lots of thanks to NHS workers.
It's a silent night in the background.
Royal Mail posties.
Yes, he was ticking quite a few boxes of political bingo there, wasn't he? But there was yet another Christmas video for us, wasn't there? Christmas messages coming in from a variety of different political leaders, including Liberal Democrat leader Sir Ed Davey.
Merry Christmas from everyone at the Liberal Democrats. It is such a joyous time of the year. I've enjoyed watching the Christmas spirit spread across the country. Watching Christmas trees pop up all around, the lights making the darker evenings sparkle. It's a time when we can come together with friends and family to sing, to eat, give and receive presents. And thank God for the grace and blessings we have to celebrate in our life. Christmas time gives us a chance to reflect on the past year whilst looking forward to a new one. As I look to the future, I pray that we welcome a year of kindness and peace. Although Christmas is a joyous time for so many, it may also bring added pressures for some. So I want to send my love and prayers to those caring for loved ones over Christmas. You are unsung heroes of our health system, and Christmas is a time when your acts of kindness and care are felt even more. We hold in our hearts those less fortunate than ourselves, and to those who this year are without loved ones over Christmas. Whether through loss or the conflicts in Ukraine and the Middle East, if you are missing family and friends at your Christmas table, you're in my thoughts. So from my family to yours, I wish you a very Merry Christmas, filled with peace, love and joy.
You know what? I really like that one from Sir Ed Davey, speaking about carers, because there are hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of people looking after relatives and friends, and they don't always get recognised. So I think that was actually very sweet. But we like a bit of competition on Christmas Day, so let us know which one did it for you.
Yeah, let us know which one did it for you, exactly. So, well, we have also, and this is very important now, we've been tracking Santa's flight around the world as he delivers gifts for Christmas, and I believe he's currently over the United States. He's made it to Oklahoma. He was in South Dakota earlier. Now he's in Oklahoma. I really hope that Santa managed to make it round to your house this year. If you are watching or listening on your radio or getting us on YouTube, etc., make sure that you get in touch with all your Christmas family pickies for us. gbviews@gbnews.com. We're obviously here.
The little children of the city of Oklahoma receiving their gifts now, isn't it? It's heartwarming.
It is heartwarming. We can track Santa, so make sure that you do get in touch with all your pictures, because we're going to go to them throughout the course of the show. We are a family here at GB News, so we want to be as much as a part of it as possible.
Yes, now, what would a British Christmas be without the royals making their annual appearance at Sandringham? Or, of course, the King's Speech, which comes later.
So, throughout the morning, we're going to be talking about what exactly the royals are up to today, how Charles is breaking tradition with his Christmas message by introducing a sustainable living tree in the background, unlike the one we've got here.
Oh, with sustainable baubles.
Sustainable baubles.
Crucially, which is very important indeed. Now, the royal family may well have already exchanged gifts. Apparently, for them, protocol is to exchange gifts on Christmas Eve. Christmas Day stockings.
Right.
But the formal exchange of gifts happens the night before, I think.
I think that's quite continental, isn't it?
Yeah, it is quite continental.
Yeah, it's not uncommon around the continent to have your big celebration on Christmas Eve, of course. So, yes, the royal family doing that. But we will be going live to Sandringham a little bit later on in the show. Hopefully we can catch the royals going into the church service and we can have a little bit of a chat about that. We're going to be joined by Michael Cole as well, the royal correspondent, who's going to be letting us all know what the royals will be doing now and all of that stuff. But we have also been plugging away for some nativity pictures. Now, very shortly, you're going to be getting the opportunity to see me as a very young child making a fool of myself during a nativity performance. But before that...
If you think he's got chubby cheeks now, just wait till you see Patrick as a little one.
Yes, indeed. But most of us probably have seen a nativity over Christmas at some point in our lives. But a few of them would feature a real baby and animals.
Yes, few of them. In a barn in the Guildford countryside each year, thousands of people flock to watch the Christmas story. Lisa Hartle went along to take a look for us.
The Son of God has come to save his people.
What began as a family celebration of Christmas 30 years ago has grown into one of the biggest nativity plays in Europe. In a barn, with animals and even a real baby, the story of the birth of Jesus is performed in front of thousands of people every year. Charlotte de Clay is the producer of the show after her dad started the tradition 3 decades ago.
I suppose this is trying to make Christmas, the first Christmas, as real as possible. And it's not about spending money, it's about a journey that Mary and Joseph as a young couple had to take, and we follow them on their journey. And it was sort of a political thing. You know, the Romans were telling everybody to go and be counted, and, you know, we're still counting people coming over the channel today. So it's the same thing. We're just 2,000 years on.
They have a baby for every performance, and Charlotte recruits them from unlikely places.
I meet people in the supermarket and I see they've got a baby and I say, would you like to be in a nativity play? But to have a real baby really makes a difference. Even if he cries all the way or she cries all the way through, it doesn't really matter. You know, babies do.
Oh, Joseph! The baby's coming!
Each performance begins outside as Mary, Joseph and the donkey walk the road to Bethlehem before entering the stable to see baby Jesus. 60 people make up the cast and crew, all volunteers, with many returning year after year to take part. Carrie-Anne Bexley plays Mary this year.
I don't know, just everything with the show, audience love. I think it's not what other shows are like because you get the whole outside parts. They didn't expect to have the animals, they didn't expect to have a real baby, and then to come into a real life barn to watch the nativity scene, it's different. There's no other play like it, I don't think.
With a West End producer directing the show, the quality is high.
His Excellency King Herod!
This is real life. This isn't just words from 2,000 years ago written on a boring page. It's real people and real things happening in their lives. And that's what people take away with them. The reality of it, the immediacy of it, and the freshness too. It's completely fresh. It's happening now. It's happening in front of me.
That is the star that will show us the way!
They're a wonderful group of people in the thing. It's like a real church. People come from every denomination. There are Baptists, there are Roman Catholics, there are Church of England, there are non-believers here. But when they come together to tell the gospel story, it's a wonderful feeling of comradeship. In theatre you get that anyway, don't you? the lovey-dovey thing, but here it's a lovey-dovey with the love of God involved in it. It's super special. It really is quite an experience to be involved. I recommend it for you.
After 3 decades of bringing one of the most told stories to life, the family behind the Wintershall Nativity hope they can do so for many Christmases to come. Lisa Hartle, GB News, Guildford.
Wow.
Thank you, Lisa. What a fantastic spectacle that was. Shall we have a look at some other stories coming into the newsroom today?
OK, so it is Christmas Day. Yes, happy Christmas, everybody. People across the world are coming together to celebrate Christmas, gifting presents, cooking Christmas dinners, or, well, on a beach in Australia there, I think. Goodness me.
All right, for some. Well, families in the UK have been left furious too as they blast supermarkets for their rancid turkeys after finding them slimy, rotten or inedible.
Well, you wouldn't want that, would you? Shoppers who ordered their turkeys weeks ago have been left heartbroken to find that they are disgusting within days of bringing it home.
Sorry, I shouldn't
no.
laugh. I shouldn't laugh. That is pretty rubbish. If you've ordered a turkey weeks in advance and then it turns up and it's rancid.
Yeah, you don't want that. Christmas is ruined. Just get a takeaway. Instead, get a takeaway, the traditional Christmas Indian takeaway. Anyway, meanwhile, the Archbishop of Canterbury will be highlighting the suffering of children caught up in the Israel-Hamas war in his Christmas Day sermon as political leaders continue to call for a sustainable ceasefire.
Yes, and Britain has been tipped for the hottest Christmas in more than a century.
The Met Office is saying the UK will be damp and windy. However, the temperature could reach a high of 14 degrees Celsius. Nothing like what we just saw from Bondi Beach there, though, unfortunately.
I heard even 15 degrees.
Well, you've all been getting in touch already. Early risers, thank you very, very much. gbviews@gbnews.com. Now, remember, we want to get some pictures of you opening presents with your family or whatever you're up to. But shall we go to John? John says, hope my wife likes the new belt and bag I got her for Christmas. Keeps that old vacuum cleaner going for another year. There we go.
Look at my face, John.
Yeah, you know, I know. There we are. OK, so Libby says, Merry Christmas to you all at GB News. It's fab to spend the morning with Emily and Patrick. Well, it's fab to spend the morning with you as well, Libby, so thank you very, very much.
Yes, David's already also written in Brixham. He says, I don't know which is more amazing, Emily's smile or Patrick's jumper.
Oh, yes. Well, this is...
the jumper, of course.
I think I shouldn't have gone for horizontal lines, though.
I think you look a bit...
Well, you know, everyone packs their pounds on a little bit over Christmas. I don't think I've done myself any favours here.
Patrick, you're looking good. Isn't he looking good? Let us know if you think Patrick's looking good. gbviews@gbnews.com. But David goes on to say, it's just me and the cats today, so it will be peaceful, no family chaos for me. Merry Christmas to you both. Merry Christmas to you too, David.
Now, I'm hearing, I think, that we might have a couple of pictures, have we?
Oh, really?
To bring some people.
Oh, that's me. And that's you.
OK, all right. So these are pictures of Emily and I when we were younger. That's me meeting Santa Claus in Lapland. So Father Christmas. Emily, I think, is that you in there somewhere? Oh, gosh. Oh, they've done a montage.
This is all you. This is all you.
That's me at my childhood home there, enjoying Christmas and performing. So the reason why we are showing that, and much more as well, is because we really, really want to see your old-school nativity pictures. So dust them off, get them out the attic, send them in, gbviews@gbnews.com.
Also, nativities are quite creative these days. There's all sorts of characters. Lobsters.
Well, there's quite a problematic picture of me dressed as a Red Indian from a school nativity, which...
cancelled.
Which
Finally
these days,
cancelled.
I mean, I will inevitably be cancelled for something I've done in the past. Whether or not that's it, I'm not sure. But it could be. It could be. But we do want to hear from you.
I almost hope it's that.
Yeah.
Better than something worse, I guess. Shall we get your weather update with Greg Dewhurst?
Let's do it.
Let's go for it.
Hello there, I'm Greg Dewhurst and welcome to your latest GB News weather forecast. Well, it's mild, wet and breezy across much of the UK this Christmas Day, and there is the risk of some snow across the Scottish mountains too. Some early brightness for eastern parts of England, north east Scotland, but generally a lot of cloud as we move through the day. Outbreaks of rain across England and Wales, which will turn increasingly heavy in the west. And then as this rain bumps into the higher ground of Scotland, We could see 5 to 10 centimetres of snow above 300 metres, so officially making it a white Christmas, but for many of us it will be mild, breezy and grey. Some glimmers of sunshine for Northern Ireland, temperatures still above average for the time of year. This rain across England and Wales slowly pushes its way southeastwards through the evening, clearing during the early hours, and also rain and snow across Scotland moves out into the North Sea, which means as we move into the early hours of Boxing Day, many places becoming dry, lengthy clear spells and temperatures lower than they have been of late, getting close to freezing in the countryside, a touch of frost and ice across northern Scotland. So it means a sunnier start for many, a drier start for Boxing Day, plenty of blue skies. The risk of a few showers largely around the coast and also quite frequent across northern Scotland, but staying dry for the vast majority. But later on in the day, cloud and rain moves in across the far southwest. Temperatures lower than they have been, a little nearer to average.
Well, it is Christmas, so how would you like to win £10,000 in cash? Brand new tech, shopping vouchers. You could be the winner of our very first Great British giveaway. Here's all the details of how you could make those prizes yours.
Make sure you don't miss your chance to win 3 brilliant prizes in our Great British giveaway. Prizes which can make your new year start with a bang. There's a totally tax-free £10,000 cash to be won. Cash to spend however you like. What would you do with it? We'll also send you on a New Year shopping spree with £500 of vouchers to spend in the store of your choice. And if all of that wasn't enough, you'll also get a brand new iPhone 15 Pro Max. For another chance to win the iPhone, the vouchers and £10,000 cash, text GBWIN to 84902. Text costs £2 plus 1 standard network rate message, or post your name and number to GB01 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on Friday the 5th of January. Full terms and privacy notice at gbnews.com/win. Good luck.
Good luck, everybody. Yes, why not enter? It's a lucky day after all. OK, we've still got loads to come. We're going to be having a little look at what the royals are doing. Later on, we'll go live to Sandringham, see if we can catch a glimpse of our royal family. And we'll have a couple of games later on. In fact, this hour, actually. We're going to start the games early doors, aren't we, here? And, of course, all of your latest sports stories with Aidan McGee. That's next.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox,
That's right, we want to hear from you,
GB News.
Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Tired of the usual focus-tested, pre-prepared Westminster runaround? Well, so am I.
So you want higher taxes?
Is your department to blame for this? Are you rethinking this policy? Every Sunday at 9:30, I'll be sitting down with those in power to get the truth about the issues affecting you.
Let's be honest, we've known about the cost pressures of this project for years, not months.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show with personality. On GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Well, a very happy Christmas if you're just joining us. Now it's time to go through all the latest sporting news. The broadcaster, Aidan McGee, is here with us today.
And a very, very Merry Christmas to you both.
Merry Christmas
Very
to
Merry
you.
Christmas, Aidan. It's a present to have you here in the studio.
Oh,
with us.
thanks very much indeed. I love it. You know that.
Yeah, I like the jumper as well. What is it?
It's Queen's Park Rangers, so it's a team I've supported for nearly 40 years. We're in action at Millwall tomorrow. I'll be going there, and I'll be getting hammered, and so will my team.
Yeah.
No, I've got a corporate arrangement, so Millwall's, you know, probably not everyone's ideal Boxing Day, I wouldn't have thought, but it's fairly local to me, and keeping up playing there, so it's a family tradition for us.
Well, I think, as a Manchester United fan, I might have had an early Christmas present. Or
Think so?
Bang on Christmas present. Well, go on, explain.
Well, look, I mean, listen, we've known about this for a while. The Ineos British billionaire, Sir Jim Ratcliffe. It's quite rare that we see a British takeover of football clubs these days, especially ones as big as Manchester United. It's not a full takeover. He's buying 25% of the club. It was announced last night, or confirmed last night. It still needs to be ratified by the Premier League and confirmed. Everything that will happen within 6 weeks, we think. But he's taking control of football operations. Now, let me look at some of the numbers. I mean, it's worth his stake of 25%, which will give him some voting rights as well, and 2 seats on the board, will be worth £1.03 billion. For context, this is how big Manchester United is, right? In 2005, the Glazers bought the club for £798 million. They bought the whole thing for less than what Ratcliffe is paying for 25% of the club. I think it's quite expedient for the Glazers. I think the Super League announcement told us something last week, because various people have said to me on this desk, do the Glazers really want to sell this club? It's taken them 13 months to get that portion of the club out of the door. Well, I think they were waiting on the reason they want to be in the club, you know, for 75% of it is because the Super League could easily happen and they're going to be quids in.
Yeah.
The thing about Old Trafford as well, you know how apparently it's falling apart. I mean, I go there quite regularly. I'm not a United fan, but I do go there on business. And the stadium is a little bit in disrepair, supposedly. I've not really seen much evidence of that. One thing that Ratcliffe has pledged is £236 million for an immediate investment to the improvement of the stadium. But the Glazers were waiting on the Super League to happen because there is a central fund that is available, so grants effectively, to a multi-billion-pound organisation, to United, for infrastructure projects like doing up the stadium. So that's why they were delaying. There's a huge in-tray, Patrick. You know the problems that have gone on the pitch in the last 10 years, really. There's loads of players to come in and out. But, yeah, he's a lifelong fan, Sir James Ratcliffe. He has experience in football before with Nice in France. There was experience in cycling as well. He took over the Team Sky contract back in, I think it was about 2016. But he tried to buy Chelsea last year as well. We shouldn't forget that.
Talking of Chelsea, Wolves beat them.
They did, indeed. I mean, listen, Chelsea is a project, apparently. Chelsea aren't used to projects in the last 20 years. If there's a problem, there's a quick fix, get some money spent. Now, they've been spending loads of money, but they don't seem to be making much progress on the pitch. Wolves, by beating them yesterday, went level on points with Chelsea yesterday. They're level on points with Bournemouth, 10th in the table. Now, as projects go, it's not going very well. There were the first mumblings last night on radio and on other media of people, supporters wanting Pochettino out. They get a bit fed up with this project. Any project that sees you lag behind your rivals. I mean, they're making Man United look successful right now. It's an awful job. They lost 2-1 to Wolves. They were very, very clever yesterday. They didn't have much of the ball, but they looked... Chelsea are too predictable. Gary O'Neill, their manager, who's a very, very bright guy, ex-QPR player, and he looked around the formation, he looked about what they were going to do, and he foresaw everything, and it was a brilliant result for them, Patrick.
Lovely, OK.
And what's coming up tomorrow?
Tomorrow, not a full programme, but we've got 5 games on my list here. Now, what happens around... I mean, we saw it was controversial yesterday that Chelsea had to go to Wolves on Christmas Eve, especially as it was, you know, with the travel chaos as well, as we expected, but the fixtures are tried. There's an effort to make to keep the fixtures as local as possible, but it doesn't really work like that, Emily. And the Premier League know that no matter where any club goes, they're going to fill out their allocation for away fans, such as the popularity of football in this day and age. Nottingham Forest face a 12:30 jaunt to Newcastle. I mean, Newcastle's a good night out on the weekend. Not sure there's much going on Boxing Day evening.
No, indeed. Now, look, Aidan, we've been keeping track of Santa for a little while, right? And he's now, I believe, over Mexico, I think.
I've been to Mexico.
Have you? Good, OK, lovely. So that's where Santa is right now. And again, I just want to say to everybody, I hope Santa was very generous for you this year. Make sure you're sending your pictures of the present openings this morning, gbviews@gbnews.com. But Aidan, right here in the studio, Emily and I thought we'd get you a little something.
Oh, goodness me,
we wrapped it up so
you're
nicely.
joking, aren't you? It all got my name on it.
We wrote your name on it and we wrapped it in newspaper.
I wrote a song about Mexico once. Oh. But it was more of a rap.
Well, maybe we can get that later.
Oh, goodness me.
What have you got?
Oh, fantastic. Thanks so much.
Hold them up, show the world.
Oh, goodness me. There's a pair of slippers. And I think, you haven't made these yourself, Patrick, have
No,
you?
absolutely
Good,
not.
so let's show the other side of them. Wow, are they size 10.5?
They are, mate.
They're stretchy, though, aren't they?
They're stretchy.
They are wonderful.
And they've got
I'm going to wear them tonight.
Grip on the bottom.
Patrick, admit it. You crocheted them with your own hands.
I did.
That's one of my most treasured possessions. Thank you very much. I'm going to wear them tonight for Aidan McGee's Christmas.
Well, yes, indeed. And Aidan McGee's Christmas is quite an internationally renowned event.
Yes.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't say that. I mean, it's well known in Bromley, I would say.
Well, but it's big in Bromley.
Although Bromley's the biggest London borough, so kind of international.
Absolutely. Now, you're going to be sampling a little bit later on in this show your Christmas menu with us, aren't you?
Yeah, not the entire menu, but I brought in some soup for you. We've got bomb disposal experts on standby for the taste explosion that we're going to experience on this table. And I'll tell you what, I slaved over it last night. I've got the videos to prove that I made everything from scratch, all the ingredients from a very, very top supermarket, which shall remain nameless. But I'll tell you what, you lot are going to love it.
Lovely
Crucially,
stuff.
you've got all the ingredients you needed.
Everything.
Excellent.
Everything I got. And I'll tell you what, listen, I'll let you go on a voyage of discovery in terms of taste. And just you tell me and the viewers what you think of it.
Oh, we will. Don't worry about that.
I am looking forward to that. I'm getting a bit hungry, actually.
Well,
just call me Superman.
Oh, great. You can expect more of this later on in the show. It's just gone 6:31. This is Christmas Breakfast on GB News with me, Patrick, and Emily. Reminder now of your top stories.
Yes, families in the UK have been left furious as they blast supermarkets for their rancid turkeys after finding them slimy, rotten and inedible.
Oh no, shoppers who ordered their turkeys weeks ago have been left heartbroken to find that they are in a disgusting way, just inedible. So these are all pictures from people online of those horrible turkeys. I mean, good grief, that would ruin the day. That would ruin the day.
You think it would ruin the day?
Well, that would. Look at that.
Make do and mend. Make do and mend. Now Britain has been tipped for the hottest Christmas in more than a century.
The Met Office is saying the UK will be damp and windy. However,
it's always damp and windy.
The UK will be how it is most years at this time of year, but the temperature could reach a high of 14 degrees. All right, OK, so it will be hotter than normal, yes.
Yes, and Prince Louis has once again delighted royal watchers at the Princess of Wales's Christmas Eve carol concert. Fans spotted the young prince's face light up after spotting famous actor Jim Broadbent at the carol concert, which aired last night.
Yeah, Prince Louis, a fan of Mr. Broadbent there, apparently.
Who knew?
Definitely not the song, but I love Louis. I absolutely love him. I think when he went completely feral at the Jubilee, that just cracked me right up. But now, with today being one of the happiest days of the year, we'll see you in a sec. Yes, well, thank you very much, everybody who's been sending in your wonderful emails so far. We're going to go to them shortly. Some great pictures in the inbox.
Absolutely.
We want to see your Christmas celebrations, OK? But it's important to remember that today is a very, very happy day, the happiest day of the year for many. But it's all too easy to forget that for some, Christmas can bring financial and emotional stress.
Yes, so this morning we will be thinking of the charities and appeals that make Christmas that bit more magical for families who may otherwise go without. Sophie Reaper has this report for us.
Christmas, a time for giving. But what if the most wonderful time of the year is simply out of your budget? In Warrington, the Christmas appeal is here to help, ensuring that today everyone is part of the festivities.
To think of a child without presents at Christmas, makes me sad. Anybody I talk to as well. We all need to share Christmas, so if there's anything that we can do as a community to come together and do that for each other, then that's what we're here for.
Recent figures show that over 4 million children in the UK are living below the poverty line. And if families are struggling to choose between heating and eating, Christmas presents may well be a foregone conclusion.
What I'd like to do is kind of walk a mile in their shoes. Imagine waking up Christmas morning, you've got friends, and they're all getting presents and you're the one that hasn't, so the magic should be shared, it should be experienced by everyone.
But of course, Christmas isn't just about the presents. Up and down the country, many people may have been unable to afford a traditional Christmas dinner this year. That's where the food bank element of the appeal comes in.
This time of year is difficult for everybody,
and obviously our guests tend to have even less disposable income. We will be buying gifts for our loved ones, we will be buying a Christmas dinner, we will be buying the chocolates and the crisps and the things that we tend to take for granted, but those things are a lot more difficult to come by for a lot of our guests.
At this food bank, they're typically seeing around 30 to 40 families every single day. But at this time of year, the number of people through the door has skyrocketed, with 1 in 5 having never used a food bank before.
So many people are feeling isolated, they're feeling scared, they're feeling alone, and I think just the fact that we can provide that Christmas dinner, for a lot of people, it's literally just somewhere to come. It's a warm space. They can sit. We can talk to them, and we can also help signpost them to other services, so that maybe the new year is looking a little brighter and a little bit more optimistic for them.
Thanks to the work of groups like the Warrington Christmas Appeal, this December 25th, even those who are struggling will have woken up to find they've been visited by Santa Claus. Sophie Reaper, GB News.
Yes, absolutely. Well, look, if you are struggling a bit out there at the moment, then just keep things GB News and we'll do our best to cheer you up. And one of the ways that we can cheer you up is by showing you some embarrassing pictures of Emily and I when we were little. OK, so that's Emily.
Aw, little shepherd.
That's me in an igloo. There we are, yes. And when I was younger, I went to Lapland to see Father Christmas. And
how many layers are you wearing there?
A lot of layers. There's a lot of layers. It was absolutely freezing, and that's me prancing around in a funny Christmas hat. So the reason why we're doing all of this is
in your big baggy shorts.
My massive. It looks like I was ahead of my time, and I was wearing a skirt.
It does actually.
But,
yeah.
No, it was still the 90s. So. That wasn't happening. Now, loads of you have been getting in touch. Of course, Paul's been in touch. Now, Paul is in Bethlehem, OK? Yeah. He says, watching you from Bethlehem. He lives 5 minutes away from where Jesus was born. Can you say Happy Christmas to family and friends in Carlisle? Absolutely. Happy Christmas to family and friends in Carlisle. He says he has a problem this year because there's no sprouts. He can't find them anywhere, but he has got a picture of himself near a nativity church, which we will be bringing to your screens very, very shortly.
We've got so many lovely emails coming in saying, well, wishing us a Merry Christmas, which is rather nice. Also thanking us for coming in on Christmas Day. Well, we absolutely love to be here.
Yeah, definitely. It's actually the first Christmas we've had together.
Yeah, it's true, actually. It's true.
It's quite nice.
Although you'll be heading up north after this.
I will be driving back home for Christmas. Yes, I will be going back up to Cheshire near Manchester. So look, keep your emails coming in. gbviews@gbnews.com. We want to see you and your family celebrating Christmas morning. We want to see the old nativity scenes. It would be great to share Christmas Day with you.
Also, cooking scenes. I love to see cooking scenes. How's the state of your kitchen?
Can I just say, by the way, if we'd have had the family round and a rancid turkey had turned up, some of these shoppers, they've ordered the turkeys from places
weeks in advance,
and they've turned up and they're green. I think the volume in the kitchen would have gone. The language would have hit the roof.
You're right. I mean, it's stressful as it is, especially if you're cooking for numerous guests.
Yeah.
So a rancid turkey might send you over the edge.
I think that'd tip it over there. You imagine a Christmas morning, the kids have got you up early, it's already chaos. You open the turkey and it's bright green, and that's when it just all goes, isn't it? But look, still to come...
The pigs in blankets, I'm sure, will be fine.
I bet be a lot of them if the turkey's off. Anyway, Andrew Eborn will be here with the latest edition of Fake or Fact. Now, we're getting the Christmas games in early doors, right? We want to play along with you. He's got some facts, some fake ones. That's next.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show.
Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else.
We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride.
Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse.
It's news, but it's this close to entertainment.
Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Wake up to the headlines with Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. We treat you to the day's biggest stories before anyone else, 7 days a week. You can catch up on everything you need to know before you've even had your kippers. Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So, send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
When the news happens, it happens here.
And really important breaking news.
Breaking news this morning.
On TV, radio and online, the news starts here on Britain's Newsroom.
All the biggest stories and the answers that you need from across the UK and beyond.
Join Britain's Newsroom from 9:30 on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Now then, Lee Anderson here. Join me on GB News on my show, The Real World, every Friday at 7 p.m.
I'm not eating bloody cat. Are you
Delicious.
mental?
Open your mouth. OK, here comes a train.
Reminds me of the scene in Singing in the Rain.
Adam, is that a good one?
Whoa! Join me at 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
A very happy Christmas to you from GB News. Now, it is time for a very, very special Christmas edition of Andrew Eborn's Fake or Fact. Merry Christmas, Andrew.
Oh, Merry Christmas. And can I say what a joy it is? I think this is our third Christmas together, because we always cover this sort of bit story, and it's rather like a Mr. and Mrs. now, isn't it?
See you more than some of my
Come
family.
on.
Yes,
I love it. So
indeed.
next year, you're all ready, you're limbering up. It'll be your first Christmas as a married couple next year?
Hopefully.
Well, that is true.
Hopefully. Oh, is that right? Is this breaking news? It's got to be good.
Hopefully.
Yeah, if you don't get sick of me.
I think it's more likely to be the other way around.
Oh, is that right? So what we've been doing is a regular series, Andrew Eborn's Fake or Fact, where we look at news stories because we're drowning in a sea of information, most of which is false. And I thought we'd do a rather special one for Christmas. And we'll start this off. I mean, your favourite Christmas songs. This is scoring. There's prizes at the end as well. What are your favourite Christmas songs?
Oh, I like...
Driving home for Christmas.
Oh, who's it by?
I don't know.
Is it Chris Rea?
It is Chris Rea.
Is that 1-0?
Absolutely, very good. Well, I'll give you a point for that. But actually, Emily sang so well. There we go.
Okay.
Favourite ones?
One of my favourite songs. Apart from the Pogues, I must say I like the old classic Jingle Bells.
Oh, Jingle Bells,
Yes.
a classic thing. Pogues is really, just before we leave the Pogues, I mean, Kirsty MacColl and Shane, a brilliant, brilliant song. That, for me, I thought it was going to be Christmas #1, didn't you?
Well, exactly, especially given the fact that he's recently had his funeral, etc.
Yeah.
And the big celebration of life that took place there.
Absolutely. But you said Jingle Bells as well.
Yep.
Well, I can tell you that you are absolutely wrong. So I'm going to give a point to him, and I'll tell you why you're wrong. It's not a Christmas song.
What?
Jingle Bells is not a Christmas song. Do you know who wrote it?
Santa.
Santa wrote it. In his spare time, there he was. Santa, when he's born in Patari, he was born in what we call modern Turkey, as Santa. It was really interesting. No, it's actually, it's a wonderful bit. I've got a picture of him here. This is the glorious chap who wrote it, and his name is James Lord Pierpoint. Can we put him up? First slide, please. This is what he looks like. And he wrote it. There he is. Doesn't he look glorious? What a glorious beard. What do you think?
They don't make him like that anymore.
They don't. Well, lovely lady. What happened? 18...
Andrew,
I'm here all week. 1850 he wrote it, and there's a bit of a dispute as to whereabout he did it. Apparently, and they've got a little plaque of this, there's a little called the Simpson Tavern in Medford in Massachusetts, and they put up this plaque. Should we have a picture of the plaque? Can we have a picture of the plaque? This is what they did. But there's a dispute as to whether or not it was actually there. So there we go. Jingle Bells composed here is what it says in 1850 in this pub. It's basically what it was. And there's a little bit of a dispute because basically it's 19 High Street in Medford Square, and actually is what's now the Disrick Eye Care. The parking is available. You can go and visit this plaque. And what happened is basically he didn't do it for Christmas, but he did it for Thanksgiving. And if you actually listen to the lyrics, there is no reference at all to Christmas. There's no reference at all to December. And it's all to do with Thanksgiving. And his father was a pastor, and it was so popular that he sang it almost as beautifully as Heavenly would sing it. And that's what he did. So it is currently 2-0 till... well, I'll give you 1 point. 2-1 to Emily. Keep going.
Right.
Fantastic.
All right, good.
Second fact or fig. OK, so Jingle Bells, we said. Is Jingle Bells the first ever song to be played in space?
In space? Oh, gosh.
First ever song to be played in
why
space.
Why would it be the first ever song played in space?
That's a good question.
Why would it be Jingle Bells? I mean, it's topical, I suppose, so maybe it is. Go on, are you going to go yes or no, Emily?
I'm going to go no.
You're going to go no?
False.
I'll make it interesting, I'll go true.
You're going to go true. OK, well, I can tell you that Patrick is absolutely right. It was the very first song.
Oh, you tricked me.
And I'll tell you what it was. December the 16th, 1965. There were two astronauts, a guy called Tom Stafford and Wally Shearer, and they were basically up there, and we have a recording. Every expense is very good. Can we play the recording, please? I'm working them hard in the gallery, aren't we?
Yes, you are.
Listen to this.
Roger, Houston and Gemini 7, this is Gemini 6. We have an object, looks like a satellite, going from north to south, probably in a polar orbit. He's in a very low trajectory, traveling from north to south, and has a very high fineness ratio. Looks like it might even be a bonus thing. Very low, looks like maybe going to the internet soon. Stand by one. Looks like he's trying to signal something.
Isn't that good? So what they say, so that, oh, look at you singing along.
I can't help
so
it.
1965 that was, and okay, it was a bit garbled, it was a bit tricky getting the reception down there, like mobile phones, isn't it? There he was on his Nokia, the early version. We have an object, it looks like a satellite going from north to south, probably a polar orbit, very low, looks like he might be going to re-enter soon. So they were saying they were spotting Santa Claus, which is amazing. And then these two astronauts, one of them had taken up his harmonica, which they strapped to the side of their thing with dental floss so it could stay in and wouldn't float around.
Yeah.
One person had their harmonica, the other person had their bells, and they rang it. And you can go and see those harmonica and the bells at the National Air and Space Museum. That's where they are. I think we've got pictures of those as well. So there we are. That's your harmonica. That was the original harmonica, which was used for playing Jingle Bells. And this is what the actual bells look like. There you go.
Oh, very simple.
Well, yeah, that's all, you were expecting something a bit more dramatic, weren't you?
Yeah, it's a rather small harmonica.
Well, yeah, thank you. It's the weather. I would work on that basis, but it's dangerous up there.
I mean, I am just amazed that they even managed to send anything to space back in the day.
It was incredible.
When you think about the fact that we've just had to cancel HS2.
Yes.
You know, and they end up, you know, what year was that?
1965. So December 1965. And the great thing is there were two of them. There were two different bits of pieces. And they basically went side by side for about 5 hours. And that's what they sort of turned around and did, which was glorious. So that was a little prank that they played. Well, I thought it was rather fun, wasn't it?
It is, yes.
Yeah, absolutely it was.
Do we have time for one more?
Do we have time for
in
one
this
more?
section? OK.
We do.
OK, Rudolph. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. The last one, OK. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. He was originally going to be called Reginald. Is that true?
I mean, the thing is, when you look at the other names of the reindeer, right, Reginald wouldn't be that
Weird.
out of place.
No, it wouldn't be that
Reginald the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Right, I'm going to
sing it. Come on, let's hear you.
Reginald the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Woo.
OK, I'm going to say true. Why not?
Emily?
False.
Well, I can tell you that, Emily, you are absolutely wrong. Because it was true. So what it was, Robert L. May was the illustrator. He was in Illinois in 1939, and basically it was done from Montgomery Ward, a department store. And every year they used to give out these colouring books, and they say, well, hang about, we're losing shed loads of money. We should come up, being copywriters, we're going to come up with our own design. So they invented Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. And originally there were complaints that he shouldn't have a red nose because they were worried that people might think he's alcoholic. Too much of the eggnog for Rudolph.
There you go.
But they looked at that sort of stuff, and he was inspired, actually. We've got a few pictures of Rudolph, I think, as you pull them up as well, so you can see some of the early ones of him. So this is on that sort of basis. But he was inspired. There we are. That's the very first book which he wrote there, and Robert L. May in 1939. There's Robert. Isn't that lovely? There you go. And this is what we always remember at this time of year as well. And he was inspired by Ferdinand the Bull from 1936. Do you remember Ferdinand the Bull? There we go.
Well, OK.
He was by Munro Leaf and drawings by Robert Lawson. And actually, that was the first book which was allowed in Russia.
Oh, yeah.
So they sort of turned around and gave special permission. It was the first non-communist book you could have, because Ferdinand read Rag to a Bull. You have Red Flag to a Bull, I guess. But it worked on that sort of basis. But in Nazi Germany, they burnt the books, which was awful, not good. But that's what happened.
Andrew, can't I just say thank you? You really have elevated things here already. And we'll be hearing from you again.
We'll be coming back, but I can tell you it's neck and neck at the moment. So the scores will tell you in a little bit.
And neck. Who will win, Patrick or me?
Well, you know, I might let you win. It is Christmas. It is Christmas. Now, Andrew was, of course, making reference to Rudolph there.
He was.
We can actually see live now how Rudolph is getting on, can't we? Because we're tracking Santa, his flight around the world. Where is he?
He's currently in the city of Wyoming in the United States. So the little children of Wyoming will be absolutely delighted when they wake up because their presents are safely arriving now. So there you go. We'll keep an eye on that.
Absolutely. I do hope that Santa was very generous for you this year. Make sure you get all your Prezi pics in, gbviews@gbnews.com. We want to involve you as much as possible. But now, today's the day. It's the biggest feast of the year. It's set to be cooked in households across the country, but new research suggests that our Christmas dinner traditions are starting to change, with everything from mac and cheese to chips.
Chips?
Chips.
Chips.
Not
That's
sure
a disgrace.
about. Not sure about that. Well, they've all got a place on some people's plates this year.
Yes, our West Midlands reporter, Jack Carson, has been finding out more.
It's the ultimate roast dinner, and on Christmas Day the pressure is on to cook a feast fit for a king. But from traditions to modern twists, a recent Instant Print survey found the look of our Christmas dinner and how we're spending our money on Christmas food is changing. Food price inflation was down to 9.2% in November. That's the lowest since May last year. And the survey found with increased costs, a quarter of us will be making the most of loyalty schemes and shopping somewhere cheaper than normal. However, when it comes to the food we're eating, 81% of Brits will be having gravy and 78% adding stuffing. Carrots top the list as the most sought-after vegetable. For marketing manager Craig Wassell, the research also threw up a few surprises.
1 in 10 Brits actually are having chips this Christmas on their Christmas dinner, and I personally find that alarming. I'm sure that many of us would. Cranberry sauce is like a staple Christmas, on every Christmas dinner. It's one of the things that I look most forward to. But in the research, what we'd seen is that actually cranberry sauce, wasn't what the rest of the UK was having. So ketchup, mayonnaise, garlic mayonnaise, and even mustard on a Christmas dinner, which, I think should be a crime, to be honest.
Around 2/3 of us are sticking with the more traditional turkey, but a quarter having either lamb or pork.
Roast potatoes are the firm favourite on people's Christmas dinner plates this year, with 86% of us set to enjoy them. But what else here at Birmingham's Christmas market are people going to be having?
I stick with the traditional Christmas, turkey, all the trimmings, pigs in blankets, roast potatoes, all the vegetables, nice bottle of wine, bottle of fizz, a few drinks, Christmas pudding, everything.
What do you go for then meat-wise? Do you go turkey or...?
Turkey, beef, sometimes lamb, but mainly turkey and beef.
Always turkey, and pigs in blankets, and roast potatoes, no sprouts, can't stand them.
Beef, turkey, I've got some duck. The vegetables, well, luckily at the moment, some of the shops, the low-brand shops, they're selling their vegetables off at a reasonable, cheap price.
With higher prices this year, a big proportion of us will be shopping around for our food. But when it comes to what's being served up for a Christmas lunch, tradition still leads the way. Jack Carson, GB News, Birmingham.
There you go, anything goes.
Anything goes,
all
literally.
All sorts of Christmas din-dins. Now, we have been asking for pictures of all sorts of things from you. Your pets, opening presents, trees, your family, nativity scenes. Thank you very much for sending them over. So, what have we got?
Here's what we've got in our Christmas bag, OK? So, Merry Christmas, Patrick and Emily. This is from Carolyn, spending Christmas Day with our son, Johnny, and his lovely dog, Luna.
Oh, that must be Luna.
That is Luna. Well, I hope so.
Rick's written in. He says, this is my daughter's puppy, Mango, in Plymouth. I know a dog called Mango. It's a nice name, isn't it?
It is, it is. Mandy says, Santa's been to my house.
Oh, wow.
Happy 63rd birthday to me too. Oh, OK, all right, Mandy, happy 63rd birthday to you. We've been getting some ones in as well. These are coming in thick and fast. This is my favourite bit of the show,
yeah,
right?
It's best bit.
Been coming in thick and fast, and there's one we're going to play in the next hour. It's somebody's first Christmas out there, and we're going to be showing you a lovely
Christmas
picture.
baby.
A little Christmas baby, yes,
Well,
indeed.
Ben in Surrey, he's also written in. He says, I'm going for a run before everybody wakes up. I hope you like our tree. Putting us to shame. I didn't manage a run this morning before we got here. No run this morning. Perhaps tomorrow, Boxing Day.
Absolutely. Well, Ben, thank you very, very much for sending all of that in. And thank you, everybody, really. It's so lovely. What we're desperate to see is some of your nativity pictures. We want to see pictures of... Because I think everyone will be waking up now.
Any little babies enjoying their first Christmas? That would be rather nice.
That would be sweet. We've had a few of those in the inbox. We'll get them for you in the next hour as well, because we want to be as much a part of your Christmas as you are of ours. So gbviews@gbnews.com. Thank you, everybody who's been getting in touch. We wish you a very, very Merry Christmas. We've got a heck of a lot coming your way in the next hour as well.
What have we got?
Well, we're going to be talking about the Royals. What are they doing for Christmas?
Absolutely.
We're going to be having a little look at what's going on at Sandringham. We've got...
I want to see the three little ones.
Yes.
Charlotte, George, Louis.
Well, we might get a sneak peek of them because we've got a camera outside the church that they all go to. So hopefully we will be bringing you a sneak peek of that.
I just love how they look after each other. Reminds me of me and my siblings.
Oh, well, there you go. We're going to be showing you some of the best Christmas films to indulge in. So if you're at a loose end after you've stuffed yourself full of turkey or whatever, if you're on a nut roast these days with the rise of veganism.
Well, we're also going to be talking to a nutritionist about, you know, how to make things a little bit healthier if you're so inclined. Perhaps the chap who went for a jog.
Indeed.
We'll be interested in that one.
And we'll be making Christmas cocktails. What's not to love? But we're going to get your weather update now with Greg Dewhurst.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello there, I'm Greg Dewhurst and welcome to your latest GB News weather forecast. Well, it's mild, wet and breezy across much of the UK this Christmas Day, and there is the risk of some snow across the Scottish mountains too. Some early brightness for eastern parts of England, north-east Scotland, but generally a lot of cloud as we move through the day. Outbreaks of rain across England and Wales, which will turn increasingly heavy in the west. And then as this rain bumps into the higher ground of Scotland, we could see 5 to 10 centimetres of snow above 300 metres, so officially making it a white Christmas, but for many of us it will be mild, breezy and grey. Some glimmers of sunshine for Northern Ireland, temperatures still above average for the time of year. This rain across England and Wales slowly pushes its way southeastwards through the evening, clearing during the early hours, and also rain and snow across Scotland moves out into the North Sea, which means as we move into the early hours of Boxing Day, many places becoming dry, lengthy clear spells and temperatures lower than they have been of late, getting close to freezing in the countryside, a touch of frost and ice across northern Scotland. So it means a sunnier start for many, a drier start for Boxing Day, plenty of blue skies. The risk of a few showers largely around the coast and also quite frequent across northern Scotland, but staying dry for the vast majority. But later on in the day, cloud and rain moves in across the far southwest. Temperatures lower than they have been, a little nearer to average.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News,
Britain's news channel. Have a great Saturday night with me, Leo Carson, this Saturday Night Showdown. It's a crazy world out there, so come and make fun of it with me, my panel of comedians, and a couple of people who actually know what they're talking about. This Saturday Night Showdown is your front row ticket to the clown show, every Saturday, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News, unlike other broadcasters, isn't obsessed with the London-Westminster bubble. We think there's a nation beyond the M25, and that's why we talk about the issues that matter across the land. Join me on State of the Nation, 8 to 9 o'clock, Monday to Thursday, on GB News. Daisy's listening, and you should too.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan, Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks, the admission's free.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Wake up to the headlines with Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. We treat you to the day's biggest stories before anyone else, 7 days a week. You can catch up on everything you need to know before you've even had your kippers. Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good morning. It's 7 o'clock on Monday, the 25th of December. So, Merry Christmas to you all and welcome to GB News Christmas Breakfast with me, Patrick Christys and Emily Carver.
Yes, a very happy Christmas to you. Now, today is set to be the warmest Christmas day in more than a century. The Met Office says temperatures should reach 14 or even 15 degrees. Get out the sunscreen.
Well, that means that if you've got a white Christmas, then you're incredibly lucky, but it's been ruled out for most of the country. But don't let that stop you from having fun. Send us in your wonderful Christmas family pictures, and a shout-out as well to Julia, who sent us in some wonderful mince pies. So there you go.
Yes, thank you very much indeed, Julia. Now, we've also been tracking Santa's flight around the world. He's delivering gifts, of course, for Christmas. He's currently just over Minneapolis in the United States. There you go.
Well done, Santa. Cracking on nicely. We're also recognising, though, what could be a tough day for many struggling families across the UK. So we want to give a shout-out to you. People maybe you've had to rely on food banks to get by. So happy Christmas to all of you.
And those of you on your own, we're here for you to make the day that bit more cheerful. And the King and Queen are set to celebrate Christmas with, of course, other members of the royal family at Sandringham House. King Charles's Christmas message will also be broadcast at 3 o'clock. We'll be bringing that to you on GB News.
Well, Aidan McGee is in the studio as well, the nicest smelling man in television with your sport. What's on?
Oh, thanks very much indeed, you two. Now, Merry Christmas, one and all. There was an early Christmas present as well for Manchester United, or is it? We'll be analysing that later on and throughout the morning. But Sir Jim Ratcliffe completed his 25% takeover of United last night. Meanwhile, for Chelsea, there was misery at Molineux. More later.
And we've also got the weather with Greg Dewhurst.
Good morning and Merry Christmas. Will it be a white Christmas or a wet Christmas? Find out in the forecast coming up soon.
Well, this morning we want to know what are you up to. All right, I've really been...
We're very nosy. We're curious, let's say. Yeah. We want to know what you're doing. Are you cooking? Have you got guests over? Have you got lots of animals? Are you on your own with the telly on? What are you doing? Let us know.
We've had loads of lovely pictures coming in. We're going to get to those shortly. gbviews@gbnews.com. And yes, I would like to just say thank you again to Julia Mayrick, who sent in some lovely mince pies for us.
I already ate mine in the break.
I'm going to eat mine now. That's lovely, that.
Absolutely delicious.
I was hoping that sting would be a bit longer, so I'll have a chance to do the whole mince pie in a one.
They're brilliant, aren't they? Homemade mince pies. I've never actually tried myself to make homemade mince pies. Have you, Patrick?
No,
it
would be an absolute disaster, wouldn't it? We all know how I would be in the kitchen. There'd be flour everywhere, there'd be pastry everywhere, and I'd end up ordering it in.
Yeah, let me tell you a little something about Patrick, because I know him quite well by now. He likes to cook. He likes to spend some time in the kitchen. And
experiment.
He starts to make a very nice dish, and then something about you just get a bit excitable and start flinging in things that don't really belong in the dish. So it can get a bit cluttered.
Yeah. I mean, it's a good job. It's a good job I'm not making a Christmas dinner, especially considering that apparently this year loads of people's Christmas dinners have been ruined because rancid turkeys have been turning up. We're going to talk about this a little bit later on because supposedly people ordered their turkeys weeks ago in advance and they turn up and they're bright green. But it'd be very hard to tell whether or not I'd ordered a rancid turkey or whether or not I'd just ruined it.
Now, I've seen people complaining about this on social media, tagging the supermarket in question. But the supermarket's not going to be able to do anything now, is it?
No, and they don't care, do they? Let's be honest.
I'm sure they do care. No one wants bad press.
Wow. It
I don't
happens
think
every
they
year.
care. Faceless corporation.
Faceless corporations. There we go. Well, look, anyway, we do obviously going to go to...
We hope your turkey is not rancid.
Oh, yes, indeed. Well, we're going to go to a lot of your Christmas pickies, so make sure you get them coming in. gbviews@gbnews.com. But Christmas is a time to share with loved ones, embrace the warmth of what the festive season is all about, all by taking part in years of tradition that we've built up over time.
Yes, 'tis the season for mince pies and bright lights. But where did Christmas markets first begin, and why do we watch pantomimes every year around the festive period?
Well, we are joined now by historian and licensed lay minister for the Church of England. It's Martin Whittock. Hey, morning. Merry Christmas,
Cheers.
Martin.
Cheers.
Merry Christmas. How are you?
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. I'm very well, thank you, on this bright and early Christmas morning. It isn't very bright here at the moment, but I'm sure it'll be lovely as the day goes on.
Yes, sorry for getting you up quite so early. At least it's after 7. At least it's after 7. So there you go. Now, where should we start? Should we start with Christmas markets? Why do we have them? When did they begin? Are they an English thing? Where do they come from?
Well, basically, Christmas is an amalgamation of quite a lot of traditions over the years, as you know. Obviously, it's deeply rooted in the Christian faith, the belief in, as Christians will be declaring today and celebrating today, that God's own son came into the world at Bethlehem. But that's 2,000 years of history and tradition. And a lot of the things that we currently have today came into their particular form in the half of the 19th century. In the 19th century, Christmas Day was having a little bit of a problem. There'd been a Factory Act in 1833 that said that workers could only have one day off at Christmas, which was Christmas Day, and that really did for the 12 days of Christmas. Because, of course, in the medieval period, everything started on Christmas Day and then ran for 12 days afterwards, the famous 12 days of Christmas that people are aware of, and culminated on the 6th of January, Epiphany, when people celebrated the coming of the wise men. But that was a real problem. And then the Factory Act put a stop to that. And people began to think that maybe Christmas didn't have a future in the 1830s and 1840s. But in the 1840s, there was a big pushback. And the pushback started in many ways because Queen Victoria's husband, Albert, brought to the royal family a number of German traditions that we now take very much for granted. So, for example, the first Christmas tree appears in 1841. The first Christmas cards, that's an invention in this country, appear in 1843. And there are a number of pushbacks. For example, we find that in 1843, Charles Dickens publishes A Christmas Carol, which is a defense of Christmas. Let's not let Christmas decline. And so in the second half of the 19th century, we start to see a number of traditions emerge and come together in this country. So, for example, Father Christmas, who we'd known in this country for a long time, who wears a cloak and is green in the 17th century, he appears from about the 1850s onwards, and he's an import from New York, where Dutch settlers have taken the belief in St. Nicholas, Santa Claus, to New York, and he comes back in that form here. A lot of people say he's red and white because of Coca-Cola.
Oh dear, Martin's line's a bit squiffy there.
Well, we'll leave Martin there, unfortunately, but that is Martin Whittock there, who is a licensed minister for the Church of England. I know that there's a lot of imports now from all around the world in terms of the Christmas traditions. I mean, it's become incredibly commercialised, hasn't it, Christmas? Of course it has. You know, it's all about presents for a lot of people, but it's important not to forget church services, etc. Talking of church services, one of the most famous ones that we will see ever is what our royal family do in terms of Sandringham. We're also going to be bringing you the King's Speech as well.
Yes, what traditions are they breaking? When can we expect them to arrive for the Christmas Day service? We'll find out. We've got one man who can tell us everything we need to know. It is the royal biographer extraordinaire, commentator, Michael Cole. Thank you very much for joining us from your home in Suffolk this morning. Good morning to you and a very happy Christmas, Michael.
Good morning, Emily. Good morning, Patrick. Merry Christmas to you. Like good children everywhere, I'm very pleased to be up early in the morning on Christmas Day to see you.
And dressed really so smartly, I must say, Michael, you're looking great.
I think he sleeps in a suit.
Well, you know, this is the only way I can be polite and give a compliment to all your viewers by being dressed beautifully. I don't have wonderful sweaters like that. So this is the best I can do. Below the desk, you'll find some blue jeans and trainers, but up here,
Oh no, you've revealed your secret. You've revealed your secret. Well, at least you're wearing trousers.
Yeah, unlike
Some
me.
people do it in their underpants.
We couldn't name names. Now, look, let's get back on track here, Michael.
Sorry.
OK, what are the royal family going to be doing today?
Well, the royal clans have gathered at Sandringham. They're all there. Last night, there was a black tie dinner. And referring back to your previous guest, the German tradition is to exchange gifts at that night on Christmas Eve, Weihnachten. And that is what they did last night. The jokier gifts, the funnier gifts, the ruder gifts, the better. And obviously there was a lovely evening there. And it's a very tight fit at Sandringham House this year because in earlier years, after Christmas Day, when she was still Duchess of Cornwall, Queen Camilla used to go off to her house in Wiltshire and with her family, but all her family are there this year, her grandchildren and her children and so on. So it's going to be quite a different sort of Christmas. As you say, the royal family will be going, and there they are from an earlier year, to St Mary Magdalene Church, which is within the grounds of Sandringham House. I used to cover that in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s. And in those days, there used to be perhaps a couple of dozen royal supporters there. But now it's a major event. People drive from all over the country just to see them go to church. I think that was partly the Diana effect in the 1980s. People started to go there. And then, of course, there'll be a wonderful Christmas dinner. They'll be probably, in fact, almost certainly be having a Norfolk turkey. Down here in Suffolk, I shall be having a Suffolk turkey from Yew Tree Farm, by the way. I just thought I'd give them a shout out. And my darling daughter, our darling daughter and her children come with Teddy, the Tibetan Terrier. They'll be here for lunch and they're staying a few days. How long will they going to stay? Well, we don't know. That is not to be determined quite yet. Anyway, it's like everybody else, we're enjoying this. It's a family time. It's a time for families to get together. Unfortunately, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex obviously didn't get that memo about families coming together. And I'm quite sure there will be a little sadness, particularly by the King, that he won't be seeing his grandchildren.
That is a real shame, Michael. It is a real shame that they can't be together.
Totally. And I think, Christmas is a time for getting together. I don't know whether there's going to be any phone calls or any attempts at being in touch. I somehow doubt it. They've made their life there. It is a great shame. I'm sure that will hurt the King deeply. Obviously, he loves his younger son very much and would want nothing more than reconciliation, because we all want that at this time of the year.
Yeah, well, I just want to let our viewers and listeners know that we've got a camera outside Sandringham that we're going to be going to later on, so we'll hopefully catch the royals as they're on their way into church. The other thing that we're going to be doing here at GB News at 3 p.m. is the King's speech, the second one ever. I believe he's making history this year because he's doing it in front of a living tree, and he's got sustainable baubles, Michael, which is an important thing.
Mind-blowing.
Yeah. This was recorded earlier this month at Buckingham Palace. But as you say, a Christmas tree in a pot, which will then be planted somewhere else, and sustainable baubles, including dried oranges. There we are. We see with Victoria Memorial behind him. And in his speech, of course, it wouldn't be Charles if there wasn't a lot of mentions of the environment, global warming, and other themes which are very close to his heart, and of which, of course, he has been a well-respected pioneer around the world. And I'm quite sure in his speech he'll reflect upon the climate conference in Dubai, at which he made a very good speech and very well received. That was, of course, written by himself, as indeed will be his address this afternoon, his Christmas speech. I'm sure they'll also, I would suspect that he would reflect upon two very successful state visits to Germany and then to France, and some deft footwork, some deft diplomacy during the visit to Kenya.
Michael, is he very religious, do you know? Does he have faith like his mother? Is he? Yeah, how religious is he as a man?
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. He believes deeply. He has faith, as indeed, as you say, his mother did. No, he of course is head of the Church of England, so it's rather convenient that he believes in God.
Oh yes.
But he does, and that's why he was very insistent that the whole religious, spiritual side of the coronation was to be completed in full, as indeed it was. And you know what the difference is, Emily, this year? There we see it. The king is so happy these days. I mean, I'm 5 years older than he is. He was 75, so you can do the maths. I'm 80. I've watched him throughout his life.
Are you really, Michael?
Sorry, hang on a minute,
Hang
Michael.
on a minute.
Hang on,
You're 80.
No, I don't buy that for a second. What moisturiser are you using?
Well, I promise you, Patrick, it's true. And I remember vividly my mother, I was 5 years old, saying, Princess Elizabeth's had a baby boy. And of course, we didn't even know what his name was. So I've observed him and written about him for more than 60 years. And he was always a little bit querulous. He was a little bit difficult. He was a little bit doubtful. And he was sometimes frustrated. And really, he felt that the world didn't understand him. And he got frustrated about this. But since he's grown into the role, been taken over the role, it's been the making of him. But it's amazing. That's what 18 years of happy married life can do to you. Patrick, I know this is very much on your mind. And he's a completely changed person. He's smiling all the time. He's laughing all the time. We will see this in this documentary on Boxing Day of the rehearsals at the Palace. I mean, it was the Palace of Varieties when things were going wrong. And he's always had a great sense of humour, but he was always trapped in the Goons era when smart people like me had moved on to Monty Python. And the only person who could really make him laugh was the Queen Mother. Well, of course, she has not been with us since the beginning of the century. But Camilla does make him laugh. And he's very happy. He's the merry monarch, you know. He really is. And he's enjoying his role.
Lovely. Well, Michael, can I just say thank you very much. You have brightened our Christmas morning. You've brightened the nation's Christmas morning. You've done tremendous service to the people of Britain, as you always do. I hope that you have a wonderful Christmas day. Raise a glass for us, won't you? And thank you for everything you've done for us as a channel throughout the year as well, Michael. It's always a delight chatting to you. So thank you very, very much. Michael Cole there. Brilliant.
And please do reveal your skincare routine.
And please do tell us what moisturiser you use, because if he's 80, then good grief. But there we go. Look, just quickly.
Yes.
Peter's been on. He's shown a lovely picture. We're going to get your pictures on shortly. gbviews@gbnews.com. He's buttering his parsnips already.
Who is he now?
Peter is buttering some parsnips.
Excellent.
Maureen's on. Happy Christmas, Patrick and Emily, and all the team here at GB News. Thank you very much. Great breakfast show. Love to you and the family, Maureen. So keep them coming in. What?
Russell and the missus are already on their first cheeky glass of wine.
Russell,
it's 7 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Got to wait at least till 8.
Or if you go to an airport, Russell, you're allowed to drink whenever you want. OK, so you know what? There are no rules at an airport.
Make your way to Heathrow.
Make your way to Heathrow or wherever you are. Anyway, look, we've been tracking Santa's flights around the world as he delivers gifts for Christmas. Where is he now? Where is he? Cranbrook in British Columbia.
Wow, look at him go.
Well done, Santa. So I do hope that everybody out there managed to get a little visit from Santa, and I can tell that you did, because so many of you are getting in touch with very happy-looking children opening their Christmas presents.
Oh, yeah, 2 very, very large stockings here that I'm looking at from Susan. He's definitely been Santa's been.
Santa's been. We're going to show your pictures later, so get yourself on the telly, gbviews@gbnews.com, and we can wish you a happy Christmas in person. But now it's time to have a little look at some of the other stories coming into the newsroom.
Yes, the Archbishop of Canterbury will use his Christmas Day sermon to highlight the suffering of children caught up in the Israel-Hamas war. Referring to the birthplace of Jesus Christ, Welby will say the skies of Bethlehem are full of fear rather than angels and glory.
Soon to be knighted, Welby, to much controversy, but there we go. Families in the UK have been left furious as they blast supermarkets for their rancid turkeys after finding them slimy, rotten and inedible. That's the Christmas nightmare, that one in particular. Grief, the smell of the kitchen, although it won't smell any worse than ours. We've got some like
stinky cheese.
Horrendous cheese in the fridge at the moment. Anyway, shoppers who ordered their turkeys weeks ago have been left heartbroken to find that they are disgusting. Well, look, good luck. I hope you managed to sort it out. Get yourself a Chinese or something.
Get yourself a Chinese. There you go. Patrick's advice. And Prince Louis has once again delighted royal watchers at the Princess of Wales's Christmas Eve carol concert. Fans spotted the young prince's face light up after spotting famous actor Jim Broadbent at the carol concert, which aired last night. You're showing your ignorance, Patrick.
Who is Jim Broadbent? Just me now? Anyway, fine, carry on. Just like to wish you an apology there to Jim Broadbent. I've Googled you and you are indeed a very famous actor.
Yes.
Let's get the weather update now with Greg Dewhurst.
Hello there, I'm Greg Dewhurst and welcome to your latest GB News weather forecast. Well, it's mild, wet and breezy across much of the UK this Christmas Day, and there is the risk of some snow across the Scottish mountains too. Some early brightness for eastern parts of England, north-east Scotland, but generally a lot of cloud as we move through the day. Outbreaks of rain across England and Wales, which will turn increasingly heavy in the west. And then as this rain bumps into the higher ground of Scotland, we could see 5 to 10 centimetres of snow above 300 metres, so officially making it a white Christmas, but for many of us it will be mild, breezy and grey. Some glimmers of sunshine for Northern Ireland, temperatures still above average for the time of year. This rain across England and Wales slowly pushes its way southeastwards through the evening, clearing during the early hours, and also rain and snow across Scotland moves out into the North Sea, which means as we move into the early hours of Boxing Day, many places becoming dry, lengthy clear spells and temperatures lower than they have been of late, getting close to freezing in the countryside, a touch of frost and ice across northern Scotland. So it means a sunnier start for many, a drier start for Boxing Day, plenty of blue skies. The risk of a few showers largely around the coast and also quite frequent across northern Scotland, but staying dry for the vast majority. But later on in the day, cloud and rain moves in across the far southwest. Temperatures lower than they have been, a little nearer to average.
Well, there you go. That's your Christmas weather forecast. But how would you like to win £10,000 in cash, brand new tech, and shopping vouchers? Well, you could be the winner of our very first Great British Giveaway. I can never say that. It's difficult, isn't it?
No, we can't enter it either, unfortunately, which is a bit annoying.
No.
That's just
We're
for
not
you,
allowed.
wonderful people. We're not allowed. Can you imagine the carnage if a GB News presenter won the Great British Giveaway? I mean, grief, it writes itself.
It
in the
wouldn't be
Guardian,
right. It wouldn't be right.
No, anyway, right, here's how you can win the prizes.
There's still time to become the winner of our Great British Giveaway and take home nearly £12,000 of top prizes. There's cash to be won, £10,000 in tax-free cash that you could use to make 2024 the best year yet. There's also a shopping spree on us with £500 in vouchers to spend at the store of your choice. What's on your shopping list? If it's a new phone, we've got that covered too with our brand new iPhone 15 Pro Max. For another chance to win the iPhone, the vouchers and £10,000 cash, text GBWIN to 84902. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message, or post your name and number to GB01, PO Box 8690, Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on Friday the 5th of January. Full terms and privacy notice at gbnews.com/win. Good luck.
Well, good luck, everybody who enters that. I would like to say a very happy Christmas to Karen, who says that she's home alone this Christmas because her daughter's gone to Thailand, but I have some lovely pets keeping me company. She's working today too, helping people with mental health difficulties as usual. Karen, a very, very happy Christmas to you, and thank you for everything that you do.
Yes, and Barry's got a busy house. Sounds like a bit of a zoo, actually. He says, in my house this Christmas, we have 2 adults, 7 children, 23 tarantulas. You wouldn't like that, would you?
See you in a bit. See you in a bit, Barry. Not for me, mate. No.
6 fish, 2 mice, you like mice, 3 scorpions, a hamster and a kakariki.
Where do you live, Barry? Is it the zoo? Is it the zoo?
And let us know, do you buy gifts for your little creatures?
What do you... I suppose, what do you get? A tarantula? But anyway, there we go. So shortly, very shortly, we're going to be showing you some of your wonderful Christmas pictures. So thank you for everyone who's sending them in, kids opening their presents. I mean, the inbox today is an absolute delight, and we love to hear from you. So gbviews@gbnews.com.
Yes. But are you also struggling to find something to binge-watch over the festive period, apart from, of course, GB News Christmas Breakfast? We'll have some suggestions for you shortly. The top films for Christmas. That's next.
Join us every night on GB News at 11 p.m. for Headliners, which is 3 top comedians going through the next day's news stories, which is exactly what you need, because when the establishment has gone crazy, you need some craziness to make sense of it.
Headliners. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper. We've got it covered for you. Every night at 11 p.m. and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there.
So join us 11 p.m. every night on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So, send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan. Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks. The admission's free.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show. Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else. We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride. Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse. It's news, but it's this close to entertainment. Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News is Britain's news channel, and now you can support it. All you have to do is scan that QR code that's up on your screen right now, or you can go to gbnews.com/support and become a GB News member. You'll have fantastic benefits. We're also going to organise special events where you as GB News members can meet the presenters, the on-screen faces. Scan the QR code or go to gbnews.com/support. Thank you so much.
Merry Christmas, Merry
Christmas.
Christmas. Yes, now we've been asking for all of your pictures from all sorts of things, and you have been delivering. So I wanted to give a quick nod to those. It's gbviews@gbnews.com. That's the email inbox. How are you celebrating Christmas? We want to see you with your families. Martin in North Lincolnshire says it's a special Christmas. Oh, it's a special Christmas this year as we wait for our first grandchild, Milo, to come for his first Christmas dinner later with his mum, Laura. So Milo is... Oh, and Dad Dan. Sorry, I didn't want to miss that off. 7 months old and a handful. So 7 months old and already a TV superstar.
What do you think that you make for a little baby? Maybe sort of puree up the The turkey and sprouts?
Yeah, I don't know, really. I mean, I've got very little experience with children, but I would have thought we could probably mash up a roast potato, turn it into something like called, I don't know, mashed potato. But Anna says, go on.
Anna says, this is my gorgeous grandson, Santiago Gomez Woodthorpe Brown. Wow, 4 weeks old. Only 4 weeks old. Resplendent in his little tiny Christmas outfit. What a cutie. You can see the hand there for size.
What
are you laughing about?
Santiago Gomez Woodthorpe Brown is a phenomenal name.
It's a lovely mixture, isn't it?
Absolutely wonderful name. There we go. So look, keep those pictures coming in. We're going to go throughout the course of the show, gbviews@gbnews.com. But we're going to be talking about Christmas films now.
Yes, we are.
It's always a difficult decision to know what to watch on the telly, isn't it? But one tradition that most people relish at Christmas is sitting down with their loved ones to an absolute classic, don't they?
Yes, we all know the plot, the actors, and yet the likes of Love Actually and Home Alone never get old, do they? Well, Love Actually divides people. Some people love it, some people don't like it. I like Sleepless in Seattle.
A Wonderful Life for me. A Wonderful Life every single time. Although I did ask someone on Twitter what their favourite Christmas film was, and he said Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and I just want to know whether or not you're OK, Clive.
Yeah, I don't think he's OK, Clive.
All right.
Reach
But
out.
one man who knows all about the ins and the outs of Christmas movies is film producer Gurmit Samra. Good morning, happy Christmas. Thank you very, very much for joining us. How are you?
Good morning, guys. Merry Christmas to you. Very well, thank you.
So, what have you got for us then in terms of Christmas film classics? Some recommendations for people? What do you think most people will be watching?
My goes to have to be Home Alone, Die Hard, The Grinch, Love Actually, and The Holiday.
Oh, OK.
The Holiday is apparently what Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister, watches with his little girls and his wife. That's his favourite.
Bless him. Absolutely
Yeah.
bless him.
He loves that one.
Is Die Hard a Christmas film? Is it?
Yeah, it is. It's that time of year where he goes to surprise his wife at a Christmas party. But I think everyone kind of sidesteps Christmas Day and starts rooting for that guy. But no, it's a great film. Definitely one I recommend for Christmas. One I always go to for Christmas.
OK, and Home Alone, I must admit, I missed the boat a bit on Home Alone.
You've not seen it?
I don't think so, but you know what? It's just as well, because I think we might have a little clip of Home Alone that we can play to remind people. Any second now, we will be showing... There we go.
When the McAllister family left on their Christmas vacation,
Did we miss the flight? No, you just made it.
they forgot one small thing.
Zooming into the sky.
How many times did they leave the kid home alone as well as the thing?
Well, I think there are 4.
And affording everything as well, all the flights, all of this stuff. Anyway, so is that one of your top films then?
It is. It's a great film, Home Alone. You know what's going to happen at every turn, but it's a go-to. Definitely in our household for Christmas.
It definitely brings the, children at Christmas. It's very special, isn't it? Well, the glee in their eyes. Yeah. But, Gurmit, have you watched some of the questionable new movies out on the likes of Netflix? I mean, there are some truly cheesy American Christmas movies that, you get 10 minutes in and you think, I'm not sure about this. Maybe I'll turn it off.
I'm a big fan of the classics, especially British films. The Snowman's one that I'm really fond of, but Love Actually is one that I really enjoy. But I think every Christmas everyone knows what they're going to watch, and there's something special about watching it on TV as well when it comes on. But with the click of your fingers, I think we can go back to those classics anytime we want. And it's a shame that we get disappointed.
Here it is, a little bit of Love Actually for you. This is an iconic film, isn't
yes,
it?
Love
is. Actually. And
Hugh Grant, of course.
In a role where...
Hugh Grant is the Oompa Loompa in Willy Wonka, which has come out this year, isn't he? Hugh Grant is the Oompa Loompa, and it's absolutely hysterical.
Really?
All the adults in the cinema were just... Pardon?
A lot of people are enjoying that Willy Wonka, so yeah.
Have you seen it yet?
Not yet. I've been busy working, but
fair enough.
There's good things about that. I mean, that's good things.
What are you busy working on at the moment then?
There's a handful of things we're developing for both TV and film. So we released my debut feature, Get Gone, on 2021, But there's a handful of things that we're working on for 2024.
Well, good luck with everything ahead. Thank you very, very much for coming on and brightening our Christmas morning with some cracking film suggestions there, just to remind people.
Pleasure.
You take care, mate. All the best.
Thank you for having me.
Gurmit Samra.
Merry Christmas, guys.
Merry
Christmas. Merry Christmas to you.
So you mean to tell me that there is a film in which Hugh Grant doesn't play Hugh Grant?
Oh my God, it's absolutely hilarious.
Seriously?
No, he brings his personality.
Because he's been doing that for decades.
He brings his personality, but it was quite funny. I'm not sure the children in the room quite understood why so many adults were laughing so much at seeing Hugh Grant play a little orange creature.
It would be better than him literally just playing the same character in every film that he's ever played.
You know what? I wanted to take you to that film, but I went with my sister instead. We had a great time.
Probably because I get a bit angry about Hugh Grant. But anyway, it is time to go through all of the latest sporting news with broadcaster Aidan McGee here with us in the studio. Aidan, what's cooking?
What's cooking? Are you talking about my menu or are we talking about in sport?
Well, hang on, can I ask you firstly
Go
what
on.
your favourite Christmas movie is?
OK, well, two of them had an honourable mention in the last few minutes. I quite like The Holiday because I don't want to take the fun out of Christmas at all, but I'm interested in property and I always wondered what that property looked like. It's down sort of based in Godalming, Woking, Surrey, that kind of area. Funnily enough, it came up on the market a couple of years ago, and it wasn't as much as I expected it would be, given that it's a famous film. It wasn't very much because it's not very big.
Yeah.
It's not very big, and some of it was adapted for the film, so some of it you saw in the film doesn't actually exist in real life. So it was available at a kind of bargain basement price. I didn't put a bid in, of course, but I did look at it anyway.
Romantic.
So pounds and pence, and of course Love Actually. Although Hugh Grant, he did blank me on the red carpet in Berlin in 2020.
I think he blanks everyone.
He was polite, but he blanked me nonetheless. He's a Fulham fan. I support QPR, so it was never going to work. I've seen him on his bike though around Tregertha Road, I think it is, where he lives. Sorry if I've blown his cover.
All right, I mean, we don't know where Hugh Grant lives, of course, so there we go.
He's not here to defend himself.
No. What's going on? Allegedly, did we say that? Anyway, so what's going on in the world of sport, eh?
In the world of sport, well, look, overnight, massive news because Manchester United had a takeover, not quite ratified. That's not going to happen for a few weeks yet when the Premier League get their mitts through all the paperwork. But Sir Jim Ratcliffe, a Manchester United fan who incidentally tried to buy Chelsea this time last year, has agreed to buy a 25% stake in your club, the biggest club in the world, Manchester United, for about just a slither over £1 billion. Now, so for context, it cost the Glazers in 2005 £780 million, and it was already a very profitable club. In fact, more profitable back then than it is now. And they bought the whole thing for 790 or 790 million pounds in 2005. Yeah. That's how much, but over £1 billion is what it will set you back to buy just 25% of the club. So it's going to be ratified in January, but it's been in the offering for a long time. They obviously didn't want a full sale. I think there are issues going on behind it. I think the Glazers, I mean, I've been asked many times on this desk, are they really interested in selling? I think they want to hang on to when the Super League's created.
What's the fans' reaction?
Fans' reaction has been very lukewarm. Many of them wanted a full sale. They thought the only way they're going to move on from the Glazers in their entirety is by selling the whole thing to the Qatari bid. There was a very, very good bid made by Sheikh Jassim. I think it was £6 billion plus another £1 billion for the upgrade of the stadium and the training ground, and another £1 billion for player purchases. So that would have been the one that the supporters wanted. MUST, they released a statement last night. They said they had mixed feelings about the takeover, but all will play out. We never know.
Aidan, now, this is what we want to know about.
Yeah, not really the sport, mate. As good as you are.
In the break, we were just handed a sheet of paper with what appears to be a Michelin star meal laid out for us. A family festive evening with Mr. Aidan McGee.
That's me.
What's this?
Yeah, well, look, Patrick and I sat on this table last year, and it's fair to say that my Christmas menu, I hosted Christmas for the first time in the evening, so I go to my brother's and his family for the afternoon. In the evening, from about 7 o'clock, not before, the family come round, and I serve a kind of a tasting menu, if you like. My famous tomato and orange soup is on the menu. It was a huge success last year, and the family said to me, "Oh, Aidan, are you going to do it again? Come on, Uncle Aidan, don't let us down." I said, "Look, I've got a busy week. I've got a busy few days of Christmas, but you know what? I'm going to be there for you. I'm going to put my apron on, put my hat on. You'll see that next hour." And look, there's some fantastic options on the menu this year. This is the first time that the family will hear the actual options. They're glued to it. It's a grand reveal as far as they're concerned.
It's not traditional.
It's not traditional because we're going to have that in the daytime. I think there's a chance to introduce a little bit of international cuisine in the evening. I'm an international kind of guy, you know, but I do have rules. I mean, you can see the rules at the bottom of there, Patrick.
There are rules. Shall I read the rules out? So Aidan McGee is doing a Christmas menu for his family members, and at the bottom of it, he's included some rules. These are: the host kindly requests no glasses or containers be positioned on the rail of the pool table.
You've got to have rules, Patrick. You don't want people running amok.
But you can put them anywhere else.
Anywhere else, that's fine, yeah. Within view of the pool table is fine, not on the rail. It cost me a few quid.
Are asked to vacate the premises by 21:30.
Strictly professional. I'm in here for 5 a.m. tomorrow. I've got to be up at 3 a.m. It takes half an hour to do my hair.
But last year they didn't abide by that rule.
No, they didn't. They were still there when I left. I mean, it was a complete liberty, if I'm honest with you. But I'll be imposing that. I'm going to be a stickler for those rules today. And also,
only 2.5 hours that they're going to be there, though. You're going to have to race through those.
Yeah, I know, and they're going to be they're going to have the run of the place as well. So I'm not happy about that. But listen, if they respect me, they will respect the rules. And I also ask them to respect my neighbours by keeping the noise to a minimum.
Oh, mate, what are you actually serving these poor Christmas guests?
Korean-style chicken lollipops with a caramel glaze and crispy onions. Pork belly squares with a sticky barbecue glaze. We've already mentioned my soup. There's tempura prawns, handmade with a traditional tempura butter, accompanied by ponzu dip.
Wow.
Miso-style chicken skewers with satay-style marinade and a satay-style sauce. Finally, all courses served with champagne. Other beverages are available on demand, subject to availability. And I can tell you now, there's plenty of availability in Aidan McGee Christmas.
Well, good stuff. So a little bit...
I'm jealous.
Well, a little bit later
I might try to come next year.
Well,
yeah, it's invitation only.
Well, we get a little bit of a sneak preview here because Aidan has been making some soup, some of his apparently world-famous spiced tomato and orange soup. So he's going to be bringing that in for us later. And Emily and I are going to be making cocktails as well. We've got some cocktail recipes. So if you stay glued to your screens here on GB News, you can wow your relatives. It'll be stuff that you've already got in. Right, probably. So you can make it for them today. And they can go, oh, where did you get that from? And you can just say, you made it up all on your own, but we'll know. We will know. We gave that to you. Aidan, thank you very, very much.
Good to see you in a little while.
Still to come, we have got Benjamin Butterworth and Connor Tomlinson, who'll be here with stories that you cannot miss this Christmas morning. There might be a little bit of fisticuffs.
Yeah, they don't really get on that well. So it wouldn't be Christmas without a massive, catastrophic row, would it? So it's all of your newspaper stuff next.
Wake up to the headlines with Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. We treat you to the day's biggest stories before anyone else, 7 days a week. You can catch up on everything you need to know before you've even had your kippers. Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my 2 comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show.
Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else.
We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride.
Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse.
It's news, but it's this close to entertainment.
Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Now then, Lee Anderson here. Join me on GB News on my show, The Real World, every Friday at 7 p.m.
I'm not eating bloody cat. Are you
Delicious.
mental?
Open your mouth. OK, here comes a train.
Reminds me of the scene in Singing in the Rain.
Adam, is that a good one?
Whoa! Join me at 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
What you get for breakfast is something that, if we do our jobs right, you will wake up to news that you didn't know the night before.
It's a conversation. It's not just me and Eamon.
We want to get to know you, and we want you to get to know us.
From 6, it's Breakfast with Eamon and Isabel.
Monday to Thursdays on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Have a great Saturday night with me, Leo Curse, on the Saturday Night Showdown. It's a crazy world out there, so come and make fun of it with me, my panel of comedians, and a couple of people who actually know what they're talking about. This Saturday Night Showdown is your front row ticket to the clown show every Saturday, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News,
Britain's news channel.
GB News, unlike other broadcasters, isn't obsessed with the London-Westminster bubble. We think there's a nation beyond the M25, and that's why we talk about the issues that matter across the land. Join me on State of the Nation, 8 to 9 o'clock, Monday to Thursday, on GB News. Daisy's listening, and you should too.
Every Sunday from 11, join Michael Portillo.
There'll be topical discussion, looking at the week before and the week to come. So kick back and relax at 11 a.m. on Sundays on GB News with me, Michael Portillo. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
When the news happens, it happens here.
And really important breaking news.
Breaking news this morning.
On TV, radio and online, the news starts here on Britain's Newsroom.
All the biggest stories and the answers that you need from across the UK and beyond.
Join Britain's Newsroom from 9:30 on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Yes, well, if you're just joining us, a very happy Christmas to you and your family. Now, you've been sending in lots and lots of your festive scenes, festive pictures, lots of lovely emails we've received. And we'll be going to some of those pictures of your pets, of nativity, of your children, grandchildren, your Christmas setup, essentially, in just a
moment. It's just what I'm saying. It's a lot of people's first Christmas.
It is, actually.
That's what I was
We've had
about
lots
to
of
say.
babies.
Yes, indeed. So get those coming at GBViews at
So
GBnews.com.
cute. Little 7-month-old.
Yes. Anyway, look, joining us to go through some of the news headlines, actual news taking place today, is Benjamin Butterworth and political commentator Connor Tomlinson. Merry Christmas, chaps,
Merry
first
Christmas.
and foremost.
Merry Christmas.
Well done,
Feliz
Mum and Dad, for
Navidad.
separating the kids before we decide to fight, of course.
Yes, well, this could get a bit frosty, although it'd be the only thing that's a bit frosty because it's hot outside and it's hot in here. But
14 degrees.
We're gonna whiz through some of the big stories, aren't we? So, Benjamin, shall we start with you? You've gone for something in the Daily Mail, is that right?
So it's this Nicholas Witchell, who has been the BBC's royal correspondent for the last 25 years and is now moving on. You can only imagine that he was holding on to that job desperately until the Queen's sad death arrived, because you wouldn't want to resign until that happened. But he has moved on, and he's given an interview discussing what it was like, and he's talked a lot about Harry and Meghan, and he criticises both sides of that story. He says that he would have thought Meghan is intelligent enough to understand that the royal family were trying desperately, but there was an inescapable culture clash, he says. He says that he doesn't think it was about racism. He thinks it's about the fact that she was from California and they had such different cultures that they weren't able to make it work. But he also says that he thinks it was desperately sad for the late Queen, who so wanted it to work, but that Prince Charles, now King Charles, now this is a man that Nicholas Witchell and the now King are said to not get on terribly well, and he says that he really should have put more effort in because he thinks Prince Harry could have been saved from the corner that he's now in.
And why do you think Nicholas Witchell is saying all this?
Well, he's left the job. He's left the BBC after 2.5 decades. And, you know, nobody has had a ringside seat to just about the most dramatic years, the most tumultuous years the royal family have had besides the 90s, than Nicholas Witchell. So he has this exceptional insight. And, of course, at the BBC, he had to keep his opinions about this to himself for so long.
Oh, gosh, yes. I mean, they
Itching to tell people the real deal.
BBC
Truth.
famously keeping their opinions to themselves. Connor, just quickly, your view on that. Do you buy that from Witchell?
I hate to be a Scrooge, but besides the pomp and ceremony of the last few years, the Jubilee and the Queen's funeral and the coronation as a celebration of Britishness, I'm kind of exhausted with the royal racism row stuff. Yeah. I really would have hoped that if Harry and Meghan truly wanted their privacy, they wouldn't keep parading themselves out in front of Netflix on an Oprah. Just leave them to it and stop disparaging the dignity of the institution.
Yeah. Well, sorry, Connor, but apparently there are big things to come in 2024 for Harry and Meghan, or just Meghan, maybe.
She's turning down offers left, right and centre. Left, right and centre. Connor, I'll stick with you. We've got a viral story here now. Oh, yeah. It just says here, headline, Christmas turkey carnage.
Yeah, well, all of these photos you've been showing, you would have thought they were images from Halloween, not Christmas morning. You'd have been pretty disappointed if you had had the foresight and the pre-planning to book your turkey well in advance at a reputable retailer rather than dashing out on Christmas Eve, and you get something that looks like the egg from Alien. I mean, genuinely, it's about a facehugger's about to crawl out the back of it. Though I will take issue, Patrick, if you do say order a takeaway on Christmas Day, all of the stories I've been hearing coming out of the cycling delivery drivers, I might not want to order from from those guys in case they're all on the take. Instead, I don't know, enjoy your sprouts instead, unless Prince Charles has been playing King Charles and putting on his tree.
Never knowingly
That's the worst one. That's the worst one for me. That's on your screens right now. If we've got radio listeners, I'm not sure I'm allowed to describe how that turkey looks, to be
It looks
honest
like it's
with you.
fallen over in a gutter after a night out.
There you go. Well done, Connor.
I think I'd be swapping from the TV to the radio after seeing that. It looks revolting.
Benjamin, there's also been quite a lot of stories of people who've ordered in advance from a supermarket, and you know how sometimes you get products swapped?
Yes.
So someone ordered a joint of ham, like a proper joint of ham, and they got wafer-thin slices that you put in a sandwich. It's not really what you want, is it?
Brilliant. Do you know, I would never risk it by ordering online for Christmas, because you can't mess that up. But do you know what? I went shopping on Saturday morning and it was so much more empty than I expected. So that suggests an awful lot more people are doing this online rather than in person. But, you know, there are other things you can have. In Japan, it is traditional to have a KFC on Christmas Day rather than to cook. At many Jewish families, it's a tradition to have a Chinese. So Patrick, on Christmas Eve, because they're the only restaurants that tend to be open. So, you know, that might be one for you. Patrick, you said you wanted a Chinese
I'll have
earlier.
a Chinese any place, any time, mate. Any place, any time.
Breakfast, lunch or dinner.
Now, Benjamin, I'll stick with you on this. So this is Ukraine celebrating a first Christmas on the 25th of December. Just talk us through this.
So Ukraine's Orthodox Church had been celebrating Christmas as the Russians do, because the Russians do, on the 7th of January for about the last 100 years. But as part of their removing the consequences of the Soviet Empire, of Russian influence, they have decided this year that since September, they move to the same calendar that we in Britain use, rather than the Russian one, the Julian calendar. And so this is their first Christmas Day. Not ever, because I think before recent Russian influence, they used to celebrate it on Christmas Day before 100 years ago, but they have reverted to ours. So
that is a significant change.
It is, and it must be very strange because, you know, the cultural traditions of Christmas are so strong.
Yeah.
It must be very odd for a lot of Ukrainians. But it also shows, obviously, the strength of feeling that they do not want any reference to Russian traditions in their life.
No, indeed. Connor, have you got strong views on that, or do you want to skip a story ahead?
Oh, no, I was going to say, I wonder if this is part of the courting of Western politicians after the Americans have voted not to give aid, after Rishi Sunak has yet to announce this aid package. A bunch of former defence secretaries came out yesterday and said we should give $2.3 billion. Grant Shapps wants 3% of GDP to go on military spending. So, because we haven't given them the money yet, I wonder if they're trying to say, hey, look, we're still westernised. Do you think? Don't forget about us, guys.
And that new Mariah Carey song, All I Want for Christmas is $7 billion in military aid.
Is some fighter
that was
jet.
a subtle hint, that was.
That's their Eurovision entry this year, isn't it?
You do make me laugh.
We're off to a flyer, chaps. Thank you very, very much. Just stay with us for now, because we're going to go and have a look at some of the wonderful pictures that our GB News viewers and listeners have been sending. So where are we going? We're going to Dean in Orpington. He says, this is my son, Jamie, attacking his pile of presents this Christmas.
It's definitely still dark.
It's definitely still dark. Well, happy Christmas, Jamie, and it's great to see that Santa has been. He says that he's a huge fan of Patrick and Emily. Bold to ask, but can my son and I come to your wedding? Oh, my gosh. Well, it's Christmas.
Well, if we make an exception for you, you know.
We did say no kids, but I think, you know, Jamie could be like a page boy or something.
Yeah, he could, yeah. If he brings us lots of presents.
Yeah, if you promise not to eat much, because the bill's racking up at the moment. But anyway, there we go. Dawn says, yes, you can. Why not? Hey, there we are. Oh, here we go.
Dawn says, could you wish my lovely dad, Noel, a happy 87th birthday today? Yes, of course, we can.
Happy birthday.
87 years old on Christmas Day. Thank you and Merry Christmas, she says.
Oh, it's a perfect name as well. Noel, yeah. OK, I'm sure that's not lost on him. Martin, Marie...
This might be why he was called that.
Oh, obviously, yeah. Sorry, Noel. Not much help us today. Martin and Marie, Archie and family say, here is a picture of our Christmas tree and jukebox.
Oh, I love that.
That's gorgeous.
That is a very classy-looking room, isn't it?
It is.
You've got the chandelier, the beautiful Christmas tree, the jukebox. I wonder what's on there. Maybe All I Want for Christmas?
Yeah, indeed. Have you got a favourite Christmas song, Connor?
Oh, probably Driving Home for Christmas.
Driving Home for Christmas.
That's one of my favourites.
Benjamin?
Do you know, this year it's been Rocking Around the Tree by Brenda Lee, because it finally got to #1 after 60 years. She was 13 when she recorded it, and it wasn't in the charts anywhere until the mid-90s. And I just love that this old lady has finally got the recognition that she deserves.
I thought you'd be more of a Santa baby.
Well, what you and Patrick listen to is up to you.
That got weird quick. Let's go to somebody else's house now. And we have 3 Christmas celebrations to fit in, all the family. Who is this? Who is this?
Yes,
Let's
this
go.
was last weekend and the first of 3.
It's Ruth.
Ruth. Sorry, Ruth. That is Ruth and her family. It looks like fun.
Well
Looks
done.
like fun.
One more quick one. Pauline says, a bit of a throwback for you. This is me on the left.
Wow.
1953, when she was 5. God.
Well, I didn't think she was on the right.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, gosh. And you would know a thing or two about being on the right, Connor, to be fair. There we go. Look, we've got loads more to come now. What we
You
got?
like saying that to other people, don't you?
Yeah. What we got coming up now, Emily? Go on.
Yes, what will the royal family be doing over the Christmas holiday? We will be finding out more what's going on in Sandringham after your weather update with Greg Dewhurst.
Yeah.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello there, I'm Greg Dewhurst and welcome to your latest GB News weather forecast. Well, it's mild, wet and breezy across much of the UK this Christmas Day, and there is the risk of some snow across the Scottish mountains too. Some early brightness for eastern parts of England, North East Scotland, but generally a lot of cloud as we move through the day. Outbreaks of rain across England and Wales, which will turn increasingly heavy in the west. And then as this rain bumps into the higher ground of Scotland, we could see 5 to 10 centimetres of snow above 300 metres, so officially making it a white Christmas, but for many of us it will be mild, breezy and grey. Some glimmers of sunshine for Northern Ireland, temperatures still above average for the time of year. This rain across England and Wales slowly pushes its way southeastwards through the evening, clearing during the early hours, and also rain and snow across Scotland moves out into the North Sea, which means as we move into the early hours of Boxing Day, many places becoming dry, lengthy clear spells and temperatures lower than they have been of late, getting close to freezing in the countryside, a touch of frost and ice across northern Scotland. So it means a sunnier start for many, a drier start for Boxing Day, plenty of blue skies. The risk of a few showers largely around the coast and also quite frequent across northern Scotland, but staying dry for the vast majority. But later on in the day, cloud and rain moves in across the far southwest. Temperatures lower than they have been, a little nearer to average.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan, Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks, the admission's free.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show.
Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else.
We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride.
Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse.
It's news, but it's this close to entertainment.
Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join us every night on GB News at 11 p.m. for Headliners, which is 3 top comedians going through the next day's news stories, which is exactly what you need, because when the establishment has gone crazy, you need some craziness to make sense of it.
Headliners. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper. We've got it covered for you. Every night at 11 p.m. and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there.
So join us 11 p.m. every night on GB News,
the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So, send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Tired of the usual focus-tested, pre-prepared Westminster runaround? Well, so am I.
So you want higher taxes?
Is your department to blame for this? Are you rethinking this policy? Every Sunday at 9:30, I'll be sitting down with those in power to get the truth about the issues affecting you.
Let's be honest, we've known about the cost pressures of this project for years, not months.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show with personality. On GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Good morning. It's 8 o'clock on Monday, the 25th of December, which means Merry Christmas to you and welcome to GB News Christmas Breakfast with me, Patrick Christys, and Emily Carver.
Yes, Merry Christmas to you and your family. Now, today is set to be the warmest Christmas day in more than a century. The Met Office says temperatures should reach 14 or even 15 degrees.
So, no chance of a white Christmas for any people, but don't let that stop you. Having a good time, of course. Send us all of your Christmas pictures. We've got loads of them. We're going shortly. We want to see
So many.
You with your families, you tucking into whatever you're tucking into. Lovely stuff so far. gbviews@gbnews.com.
Yes, and of course, we've also been tracking Santa's flight around the world as he delivers gifts for Christmas. He's currently, I'm just hearing, he's just over San Francisco, California, the United States. There you go.
Santa in San Fran, you love it. He's making good progress. I hope he came round to your house earlier on. We are also recognising, though, what could be a very tough day for many people, either with loneliness or struggling to do with the cost of living crisis, people relying on food banks. We want you to know that we're here for you. Just keep your telly on and we will be here with you all day on GB News.
We will indeed. And the King and Queen are set to celebrate Christmas with other members of the royal family at Sandringham House. King Charles's Christmas message will also be broadcasted at 3 o'clock. And of course, we'll be bringing that to you on GB News.
We will. Shortly, actually, we're going to be talking to the royal butler.
Oh,
so
yes,
we'll give
we
you
are.
an insight, an intimate insight into what the royal family will be getting up to today. And
What do they eat?
What do they eat?
drink?
What do they drink?
When do they exchange gifts?
Lots, I
Do they
imagine.
have stockings?
Do they have stockings? What's their favourite Christmas song? All of that kind of stuff. So we've got all that coming your way and much, much more very shortly. But shall we just check in with your weather quickly? I think we probably should. With Greg Dewhurst.
Good morning and Merry Christmas. Will it be a white Christmas or a wet Christmas? Find out in the forecast coming up soon.
Well, there we go. Now, this morning, we want to know what you are up to today. Are you working? Are you with your family? We're getting some lovely family shots in, and also a lot of people's first Christmases out there. gbviews@gbnews.com. We are going to be showing you some lovely Christmas pictures very, very shortly. Thank you very much, everybody who's been getting in touch. It is an absolute pleasure and a delight to be sharing Christmas morning with you. Donald says Christmas is usually absolutely manic in our house, but with all our children grown up with their own families, it's been very quiet this morning. It will get busier later, as we are fortunate enough to have all our families close to us. Donald, it makes the world of difference, doesn't it? People going back and forth all the time, so it's nice if you can have them together.
I wonder if my family are still asleep or if they're up, raring to go. It used to be, you know, when you're a child, of course, you wake up at about 5 a.m. or even earlier and try to get your presents at that time, but it gets later and later. A Christmas lion.
I've been enjoying some of the pictures that we've had of youngsters opening up their Christmas presents, so I'm hoping we might be able to show a couple of those shortly. I'm just going to shout out one more one here. So Michael and Lisa in Lancashire say, Thank you for getting up early for your viewers. I hope you both get to celebrate later. Well, as parents of a teenage boy, we are waiting for him to wake
See, there
up.
you go.
There we go. Typical teenager, they say. Well, I hope he's up and about now because he sent that email a little while ago. But yes, I'll be driving back to Cheshire near Manchester later on after this show, and you'll be tottering off to North London, won't you? So we'll be going our separate ways.
Be tottering off.
Tottering off. There we go. So, look, now, when you think of Christmas, you might think of all the family gatherings and the King's speech at 3 p.m, or Kate and William as they make a grand entrance at the Sandringham service.
So what would Christmas be without the royal family, without the pomp and pageantry they bring? One man that can tell us all about the royals at Christmas and what they get up to is former royal butler Grant Harold. Grant, thank you very much indeed. I'm hoping you can give us an insight into all the little secrets behind the scene. What will be on the menu today? I want to know about the food. Oh, and Merry Christmas.
First and foremost.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Good morning, Merry Christmas to both of you. And I'm loving the jumper, Patrick.
Thank you, mate. Go on. So what do we know? What do we know that the royal family will be doing today? How will it all be shaping up?
Do you know what's nice about with the royal family? The traditions today are very much the same as it was done in the time of the late Queen. So you'll find that the day more or less follows the same routine, because the thing about the royal family, they like to stick to traditions. And what I mean by that is the royal family traditionally will be having breakfast shortly. We will then see them heading off to St Mary's Church. But I understand crowds have been growing since 4 a.m. When I say crowds, it's actually people, it's families and estate workers from the Sandringham estate that all gather well wishes to be able to wish them a Merry Christmas and say hello to them. And then after the service, they'll head back to Sandringham where they will have a traditional turkey lunch. And then just to give you a bit of an insight, after that, they then have an afternoon tea, which might surprise some people. And then they'll have the dinner in the evening, which is more of a buffet where they have a whole load of pork, salmon, turkey, beef, a whole load of things all put out, which also means that some of the staff can get the evening off, which is quite a nice thing to do. So that's a kind of outline generally of what will be happening today.
So like most of us, like most families, it is a lot about the food.
It is about the food, and I didn't mention presents purposely. Now, I should mention, of course, Santa will be delivering the presents hopefully this morning that will arrive for the royal children, but the adults actually do something slightly different, which is a tradition that goes back to the time of Queen Victoria, a German tradition where they exchanged their gifts yesterday. So on Christmas Eve, when the royals all arrived for their afternoon tea, around about 4 o'clock, just after the tea or during the tea is when they start exchanging gifts. And the gifts might surprise you because it's not quite what a lot of people will be thinking.
Oh, go on. What kind of gifts are we talking about? You can't leave us hanging like that, Grant.
It's very much kind of humorous, fun, dare I even say, jokey kind of gifts. And one of the best examples, I think the late Diana, Princess of Wales, famously gave, I think it was some earrings or something to, I think it was possibly Princess Margaret. And in return, she was given a tea towel and was probably a bit kind of shocked and quickly discovered that this is what the royals do. Because when you're the royal family, what do you give the royal family? I mean, it's almost impossible to give things. It's always kind of fun, kind of humorous things that they give each other. It doesn't mean to say they don't give serious gifts to each other in private, but as far as this gathering goes, it's normally kind of fun, jokey gifts that they're given.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just trying to picture the turkey dinner followed by afternoon tea, followed by a buffet. I mean, that is quite literally a day of kings, actually, isn't it? The king will be giving his speech. Now, the King's speech is pre-recorded, isn't it? So he'll have had a bit of time to have got that one in the bank. And I think he's going to focus a bit on the environment, isn't he, and sustainability. Is that right?
I think that's what they're saying. And as you know, Patrick, obviously give you a few insights before. We don't actually know until the actual speech obviously gets broadcast this afternoon. But of course, this is something that he's always been passionate about. And I think we've discussed this before, that as king, he's got to step back a little bit from some of these things that he's always been passionate about. But at the same time, he's not going to walk away from them. So this is an opportunity for him to kind of raise this, if you like. And the other significant thing that I thought is quite poignant is this photograph you can see just now is actually just inside from where the balcony is that we see them make the famous public appearances. And of course, on Coronation Day, that's where they stood. And I've actually been in that room myself, and it's quite a kind of humble room, if I can say that, considering some of the rooms in Buckingham Palace. But I thought it's quite significant he's picked this room, because when they do the Christmas message, like the late Queen, they always pick the locations, and there's a reason for that, normally behind the reasons as to why they pick the different rooms or locations we see them that they use.
OK. Now, could you give us a bit of an insight into like what kind of time the royals wake up on Christmas morning, and what it's like, and do they have their Christmas breakfast in bed, or
No.
I don't, go on.
No, do you know the thing about the royal family, without
Absolutely not.
Without making Carson turn in his grave, the royal family are very much like the rest of us. I mean, the day kind of follows the same as the rest of us do, and the family do like to gather for breakfast in the dining room. Like most of us do. Okay, maybe not quite the dining room, but we all kind of get up, don't we, and have a breakfast together. And I can assure you, Patrick, they will not be in onesies.
They will not be in onesies. Do they dress up all the time, like at home?
The nice thing about the royal family is they always, not so much probably the younger royals. The younger royals, as we see, dressed down a little bit, but the older royals, they're always kind of slightly kind of dressed up, because some people say to me, with a lot of what I do, I always kind of like to have my shirt, my tie and my jacket on. Yeah. And they ask where I get it from, and quite simply, it's when you work for the family, you kind of follow their lead. You always kind of want to be like them. You try to, so you're kind of not letting the side in, if you like. So,
think about it.
They always kind of dress forward.
Sorry, Grant. Think about it. If the royal family don't dress up for Christmas Day, then what hope is there of keeping standards up in the rest of the country?
Decline.
I mean,
exactly.
Yeah, you don't want decline.
Exactly. But I think, I mean, Emily, you'd fit in beautifully. I'm amazed actually you haven't been invited to Sandringham, but you never know, maybe next year. And Patrick, yeah, I think the jumper would definitely raise a few eyebrows, but I'm sure you'd still get in.
Well, it's funny you should say that, Grant, because I will actually be changing into something smarter at the end of this hour. So there we go. I think, this is a wake-up thing. This is, wake up, get your presents open. A bit later in the hour, we'll be going a bit more formal, Grant.
Oh, yeah, he will.
Just one last
like
question.
A true royal.
One last question to you, Grant. What are you doing today, apart from talking to us?
I've actually come back to my homeland. I'm actually in Scotland for a few days. So I've come up here to escape from everything and having a very quiet Christmas, which is exactly how I like it.
Well, God bless you, Grant. Thank you very much.
You see the fire in the background there. Lovely.
It's a little bit cold up here.
Yes, I can imagine it's a lot colder. But thank you very much for your time, and a very happy Christmas. Grant Harold, their former royal butler. He knows what it's like.
What a nice man he is. No,
I think you wanted to hear that the royal family, were in their onesies, having breakfast in bed. No, it's all quite formal.
Yeah, getting on it early doors there, straight away.
Maybe that's true, I don't know.
King rocks out of bed, straight away getting stuck into the G&Ts, I don't know. But, yes, we're checking back in with Santa, are we? Why not, eh? All right, we've been tracking Santa's flight around the world. He was over San Francisco last time we saw, now he's in Washington. He's flying through America.
He's making good progress,
well, quite literally flying through America, I suppose. Yes.
Quite literally.
Yes.
Delivering presents to all the good boys and girls in the United States. So there you go, that's what he's doing. Now, both the Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, and the Leader of the Opposition, Sir Keir Starmer, as well as the Liberal Democrat leader, Sir Ed Davey, have released their Christmas messages.
Yeah, the messages are not completely about Christmas and clearly have some political undertones. So we've compiled...
It's a mashup.
It's a mashup, right? It's a remix here. Basically, what it means is that we've saved ourselves a few minutes of political leaders talking by chopping up all the best bits into one go. Here we go.
Christmas is a time of peace, joy, compassion, a time of hope and a promise of a better world. And today, as we look ahead, let's keep that promise of a brighter future burning into the new year. Wherever you are, and whatever you are doing for the festivities, I wish you all a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
As communities across Britain gather together for a period of faith and festivities, I want to wish you all a very Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas from everyone at the Liberal Democrats. It is such a joyous time of the year. I've enjoyed watching the Christmas spirit spread across the country. Watching Christmas trees pop up all around, the lights making the darker evenings sparkle. It's a time when we can come together with friends and family to sing, to eat, give and receive presents. And thank God for the grace and blessings we have to celebrate in our life.
Well, there's our political leader Christmas message remix for you. And a man who knows a thing or two about political Christmas message writing is former political advisor Matthew Larser. Matthew, have you written one of these? Surely
yeah,
not.
I have. You know, they're
you?
a team effort. I mean, you know, they go through about 30 different drafts. So sort of, it's a bit like Christmas TV specials. Not ours, because we're here live, but, you know, those comedy specials that are recorded in August with fake snow. It's not quite as bad as that, but they're certainly drawn up by committee because, first of all, every political leader has somebody who does faith for them. So they have somebody who liaises with all the different faith communities, making sure that every faith community gets a message, that no festival is missed. And obviously, Christmas is the big one.
It's a biggie. It's a biggie. And they were, I think at least two of them were mentioning overtly that it is a Christian celebration, which is nice.
Yeah, no, and that's very interesting. I mean, so I worked for Ed Miliband when he was leader of the Labour Party, and obviously Ed is a secular Jew, so faith is not a big part of his life, so we decided to keep ours pretty general and, focused on the wider spirit of Christmas. Keir himself, for example, in the Labour one, isn't particularly religious either, but he did make a very big point of talking about the religious message of Christmas, and also it looks to me like it was filmed in a church.
Yeah, well, yes, indeed. What did you make of Rishi Sunak's one? Because, I mean, it was quite basic. It was nice, but it was quite basic.
Yeah, I mean, he has got the country to run, to be fair to him.
Yes.
By the time you've... you know what TV shoots are like. By the time you've got to the church, they fiddle with the lighting, etc. He may feel he had the country to run. But it was the standard video message that you get from Number 10, whereas Keir's, there was a lot of production effort into that. We saw, they'd obviously been filming shots throughout December, handing the mince pies around with the senior citizens, etc. But, of course, what you've got to remember, Patrick, is it's not over yet because you also have to issue the New Year's message. And how you balance between the two is quite important. And I think what you might see with Keir is that he specifically wanted to make his Christmas message more about the themes that come out of the religious story of Christmas. And the New Year's one will be, I think, more overtly political.
Yes, because I guess it's a tricky balance, isn't it? Because Sir Keir Starmer probably wants to stick the boot in a little bit, but then doesn't look very good, does it?
No,
make things
absolutely.
overtly political. It's interesting, not too much of the religious element. Is that because maybe he doesn't want to appear disingenuous, or is it more that, just wants to be vague?
Well, I think what you have to do is it's difficult in British politics because, say, unlike in America, where being religious is basically an essential element of being in politics. It'd be very hard if you didn't have faith to be in American politics. I mean, Joe Biden is a very serious Catholic, for example. Whereas in Britain, because we don't like, as Alistair Campbell famously said, we don't do God. So you have to get a religious element in. You have to nod to the Christmas story without in any way coming across as sanctimonious. So it's getting that balance right. That's the issue, and what they would have been going through in all those drafts throughout December.
Absolutely. Well, it's going to be a big year of politics ahead, isn't it? And Matthew, can you just stay with us for a moment, because we're going to whiz it along for a sec now. And it's Christmas Day, in case you haven't noticed. And many of you will be spending the day or even the week with your family.
Yes, but inevitably there could be a few disagreements or even full-blown arguments over all sorts of things.
So, if that unfortunately happens, what can we do to make it go away as soon as possible? We nearly had an issue this morning when the alarm went off at 3 o'clock. Joining us now is social behaviour and etiquette expert Liz Brewer. Can I just say, looking spectacular.
You are. Excellent
wow.
stuff. More sequins, the better.
Christmas Day rows, always a bit of an issue, especially after a few sherries. So go on, talk us through the etiquette.
Well, I do know that the royal family now ban Monopoly.
Really?
Oh, yes. You're not allowed to play Monopoly. And that is, and I know in our house, too, we've now stopped playing Monopoly because it always ends in tears. So you have to diffuse it and you have to try and avoid it. But when you do get families together, there's always going to be a bit of friction here and there. So you just hope that by the time, they're digging into the turkey or whatever, that they've calmed down and everything's fine. I, in fact, crept out this morning. I've got to get back to do stockings. It's usually at 8, but this time I'm doing it at 9. They don't even know I've gone.
What? Sorry, hang on a minute.
You snuck out?
I snuck out in the rain, yes.
So your family normally get their stockings at 8. It's now 17 minutes past 8. They're going to be waking up.
No, they're not, because my sister and brother-in-law have flown in from British Columbia. They did that day before yesterday. they're jet lagged. Last night we did inappropriate carols with some neighbours outside, and they were inappropriate and they were hysterical. We'd had a really good dinner and quite a bit of sort of mulled wine, etc.
This is great.
So in actual fact, what with the inappropriate carols, and I tried to sort of sneak off, I thought I must get some sleep. Needless to say, these plans always go by the board.
Scuppered slightly.
So, yeah, I'm not exactly dressed as I was last night. I made a bit of an effort this morning.
Oh, you look fantastic. But what do you do? What if there's someone who's just, you know, doesn't want to be there? They're a bit grumpy, maybe a bit of a Kevin the Teenager, or someone older who just doesn't particularly like Christmas and they just want to spoil it for everyone else. What do you do?
Well, then you have to,
kick them out?
No, you don't kick them out. It's family. Christmas time, like New Year, you make resolutions. You're hoping everybody comes together. You try and forget what's happened in the past. And if they are feeling a bit miserable, I did notice last night somebody was kept disappearing. But I think that was because he was on to his girlfriend or something. but usually, if somebody is in that mood, let them have their space.
Right.
They'll get over it, and give them a good jug of hot grog or something.
So don't pester them too much.
No,
Just leave them to it.
You've got to let it. Families are families, and there's always going to be ups and downs.
Yes.
And you just hope that the spirit of Christmas is going to even it all out. Everybody's going to be in a
Can I ask, Matthew, are you a... Because I agree with you completely there about the after-dinner games. Nightmare, shocker, I hate them all. I really
Charades?
Charades, I'll go for a bit of charades. So I don't want to be too much of a
My brother did a good quiz the other day, and that was fun.
He did, yes, well done, Alex. But in general, are you a games master, are you?
I like a board game, but I think on Christmas Day they can dominate because they take so long, don't they? I mean, Monopoly can go on for hours and hours and hours.
Yes, but you've got a lot of hours to fill up.
Well, that's
you
true.
get up early because if you've got kids,
Yes.
you're up at 6. So you've got to get... You would never believe it, but also one of the traditions in our family, and we all get together, and there's a lot of us, wherever we are in the world, they go swimming. Here, we will be at the Serpentine before we're allowed to open the present. So it'll be, I don't know, 10 o'clock. My brother-in-law will jog there. My poor daughter feels she's got to take part. My niece will begrudgingly go in. The Serpentine, can you imagine? It's so filthy.
Oh, you see, yeah.
And they're the professional swimmers who go in, and then there's us. And we've got our Christmas hats. I mean, it's a bizarre group.
Into your bikini, into your swimming cosy?
No, they're in
Trunks
their
on?
Yeah, they are. They absolutely
I
are.
wonder if you can buy a Christmas swimming costume. Presumably in Australia you can.
Oh, you can, yeah.
Yes, I've done all that.
We did. We did Christmas around the world earlier on, and there are some. Well, there's not. You can buy an Australian-style swimming costume, but there's not a lot of material in it.
No. Bunch of smugglers for us gents, as they call them.
Oh goodness.
Exactly.
There famously was a Prime Minister in Australia who used to like to show off in his trunks.
Well, and when we come back, Matthew will be joining us wearing Australian-style budgie smugglers.
I'm an Aussie citizen.
Oh, yeah, good. Which half, then? Which half? Anyway, all right, it's all getting a bit out-of-hand now, isn't it? But I'm having a fantastic Christmas, and I hope you are too.
I am.
It's lovely to be a part of it. Thank you, Matthew. Thank you very much, Les.
Thank you.
Where have you got to go back to now?
To Chelsea.
Lovely.
St Leonard's Terrace, yes, and then it'll all start. I'm going to have to put on my Father Christmas
Well,
outfit.
thank you so much for coming in so early to
Not
see
at
us
all.
on Christmas
Not
morning.
at all.
We'll be
Real pleasure.
We'll be seeing a lot more of both of you as well. There's a heck of a lot still to come. Make sure you keep getting your pictures in, all right? gbviews@gbnews.com. Kids' first Christmases, families opening presents. I imagine those you'll be waking up now. What's on the menu? We're going to go to those pictures in probably about 5-10 minutes' time. So get them in, get yourself on the telly. It'd be lovely to share Christmas together.
Yes, it would be. Should we get your weather?
Let's get the weather.
Hello there, I'm Greg Dewhurst and welcome to your latest GB News weather forecast. Well, it's mild, wet and breezy across much of the UK this Christmas Day, and there is the risk of some snow across the Scottish mountains too. Some early brightness for eastern parts of England, north east Scotland, but generally a lot of cloud as we move through the day. Outbreaks of rain across England and Wales, which will turn increasingly heavy in the west. And then as this rain bumps into the higher ground of Scotland, We could see 5 to 10 centimetres of snow above 300 metres, so officially making it a white Christmas, but for many of us it will be mild, breezy and grey. Some glimmers of sunshine for Northern Ireland, temperatures still above average for the time of year. This rain across England and Wales slowly pushes its way southeastwards through the evening, clearing during the early hours, and also rain and snow across Scotland moves out into the North Sea, which means as we move into the early hours of Boxing Day, many places becoming dry, lengthy clear spells and temperatures lower than they have been of late, getting close to freezing in the countryside, a touch of frost and ice across northern Scotland. So it means a sunnier start for many, a drier start for Boxing Day, plenty of blue skies. The risk of a few showers largely around the coast and also quite frequent across northern Scotland, but staying dry for the vast majority. But later on in the day, cloud and rain moves in across the far southwest. Temperatures lower than they have been, a little nearer to average.
Hello, thank you for being a big part of GB News.
We'd like to wish you and your loved ones a Christmas season full of comfort and joy,
as well as a peaceful and prosperous new year.
From our family
to yours.
We are proud to be your channel.
Merry Christmas.
Happy Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Happy Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Here on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Merry Christmas.
GB News is Britain's news channel, and now you can support it. All you have to do is scan that QR code that's up on your screen right now, or you can go to gbnews.com/support and become a GB News member. You'll have fantastic benefits. We're also going to organise special events where you as GB News members can meet the presenters, the on-screen faces. Scan the QR code or go to gbnews.com/support. Thank you so much.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show.
Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else.
We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride.
Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse.
It's news, but it's this close to entertainment.
Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Now then, Lee Anderson here. Join me on GB News on my show, The Real World, every Friday at 7 p.m.
I'm not eating bloody cat. Are you
Delicious.
mental?
Open your mouth. OK. Here comes a train. Reminds me of the scene in Singing in the Rain.
Adam, is that a good one?
Whoa!
Join me at 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my two comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
What you get for breakfast is something that, if we do our jobs right, you will wake up to news that you didn't know the night before.
It's a conversation. It's not just me and Eamon.
We want to get to know you, and we want you to get to know us.
From 6, it's Breakfast with Eamon and Isabel.
Monday to Thursdays on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Wake up to the headlines with Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. We treat you to the day's biggest stories before anyone else, 7 days a week. You can catch up on everything you need to know before you've even had your kippers. Headliners every morning at 5 a.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Every Sunday from 11, join Michael Portillo.
There will be topical discussion, looking at the week before and the week to come. So kick back and relax at 11 a.m. on Sundays on GB News with me, Michael Portillo. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Have a great Saturday night with me, Leo Curse, on the Saturday Night Showdown. It's a crazy world out there, so come and make fun of it with me, my panel of comedians, and a couple of people who actually know what they're talking about. The Saturday Night Showdown is your front row ticket to the clown show every Saturday, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Merry Christmas.
Just finishing off that delicious mince pie.
OK, there we go. Merry Christmas, everybody. We're certainly enjoying ourselves here, but we've been asking for pictures from you so we can share Christmas Day together. Mike's been on. Mike says, this is my grandchild Mabel's reaction to Christmas. This is lovely. I've done this for 3 years in a row now. Normally we're dominated by dogs and cats pictures, which of course we do love. But this year we've seen a massive upsurge in people sharing their first Christmases with loved ones, etc. And this is an absolute stellar edition. So welcome to the world, Mabel, and happy Christmas.
An absolute cutie. And Matt and Mary in Weymouth, they've written in, they say, this is our front room this morning. Excellent, we're on the telly. The Christmas tree, beautiful, lots of presents, untouched.
Untouched.
So
I wonder
far.
if they still are.
I wonder if they still are, because that was a little while ago, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. It was.
When we were talking about movies. Very nice. And Diane has also written in. She says, oh, these are my beautiful grandchildren, Ava and Oliver. Are those matching pyjamas? Very similar.
I'm not sure if they're matching, but I like the stockings there on the wall, just above the fireplace. Kind of a modern fireplace. Well done. Well done. So happy Christmas to everybody out there.
Also, may I just say, we've received an email from Sean, Emma and Alfie. And they say, we write in all the time and never get a mention, so here we go. You're getting a mention. They're driving from Devon to Hampshire to celebrate Christmas with their friends Badger and Jotty. They say, we watched you two on telly at 6 a.m. when we got up and now are listening in the car.
Happy Christmas. We've got Sean, Emma and Alfie to say happy Christmas to you there. So, yes, very, very Merry Christmas. Now, keep sending in your pictures. Keep sending it all in. We love to hear from you. gbviews@gbnews.com.
Now, Christmas generally comes much anticipated TV specials. EastEnders has been teasing today's episode since February.
Really? Gosh, how have I missed that? Anyway, what else is there on the TV menu today? One woman who knows the very best of the pick is showbiz reporter Stephanie Tetchy, who's back with us. Merry Christmas.
Good morning, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
You always look amazing.
Doesn't she? I do try. It's only one time a year I want to bring the sequins, everything out. By January, I'll be back to black.
Oh, bless you. No, looking fantastic. OK, what's on? Come on, then.
Well, you know, we are all thinking about what are the royals doing for Christmas, but this year was such a monumental year for King Charles because obviously it was his coronation. One documentary I'm excited about tomorrow on Boxing Day is King Charles III, The Coronation. So it's a behind-the-scenes documentary of all the run-up to the coronation, and we are going to see King Charles talking about it. Apparently, he jokes about having sausage fingers with Prince William on it. Obviously, Harry will not be making an appearance in it, but there is so much detail that has gone into this documentary. It's narrated by Helena Bonham Carter, so I think it will be quite a good watch tomorrow on BBC One at 6:50.
We've got a little bit of it here, I think. There we go. It's almost like we planned it.
We have been asked to modify 3 crowns.
It'd be great deal easier to wear like that.
And if you ever get lost, sir, you just look confident and bow.
You must have said this before. I knew that.
Yes.
Our amazing first-year boom winner. My late Lamar won this race. You would have been so thrilled.
Charles
That's a really intimate insight, actually.
I like that. We are very much beyond the crown. It's good to see the royals actually just being natural in their own habitat towards the coronation because it was such a big affair. It'll be interesting to see the insight of what happened behind the scenes.
100%.
Now, Stephanie, The Grinch.
Oh, my gosh. It's
highest grossing Christmas film of all time.
Of all time, $526 million worldwide. The animation is available to watch on Netflix. It's the, you know, there was the Jim Carrey version from 2000, but it's the animated one that always grips people, and that is available on Netflix to watch from now. And it's a good family film as well.
I really like The Grinch. You're not a fan, are you?
I don't know. Should we watch the trailer?
So this is the animation.
Sounds like you in the morning.
My grandma took me to see the original Grinch, so I have a soft spot for that film. I mean, I like the film anyway, but it's... yeah, it always brings back very, very happy memories of going to the cinema with my grandma.
I love The Grinch. I never get bored of it. And as you're saying, there's so many different versions of it. But this animated one, it just cuts across all ages and is definitely a good one to watch over Christmas.
What else have we got?
We've got Doctor Who now in Ncuti Gatwa. He's making his debut as the 15th Time Lord. So he's taking over from David Tennant. So he's filling big boots. But, you know, there's a lot of, you know, there's been a lot of conversation on how he's going to do. I think he's going to do amazing. He's the first black Doctor Who, so it's going to be interesting to see what spin he puts on it. It's going to be on BBC One today at 5:55. All the fives. But All the Roads is all about EastEnders now. They broke soap history when they done a flash forward. Usually it's about the flashbacks on soaps, but from February, they've been kind of hinting that a character is going to die in tonight's special. So it's going to be a whodunit, and there's 7 characters who might get the chop tonight. So one of them might be Phil Mitchell.
Hang on a minute.
Phil Mitchell.
Wait, hang on a minute.
Yeah.
So it's Christmas Day. It's a special. And there's 7 characters who might die.
Yes, it's
Happy
going
Christmas,
to be
everyone on
a
Albert
burner
Square.
on EastEnders. But it's going to be a whodunit, and it's definitely going to be a female, but the person who's going to go is going to be one man on the square tonight, and that's going to be on 9:45 on BBC One. I think we've got a trailer. No, Phil is such a legend. He cannot go anywhere.
No, we're going to play the trailer a little bit later on in the show, so we'll bring that up then. But Phil Mitchell's been in it as long as I've been alive.
I know. And that's what makes Christmas interesting when it comes to soaps, because they bring out their best storylines, but it's always time to say goodbye to someone. Like last year, we said goodbye to Danny Dyer on EastEnders, so it could be equally someone iconic.
As if by magic, it's a Christmas miracle. We've got the EastEnders trailer.
Amazing.
She's washing the floor. Why is she...
work,
Well noted, well noted.
Why is she doing that, eh? Could there be blood on the floor?
I think it's Sharon. I think Sharon's going to be a killer bride on the run.
The thing is, it's good because you can't defame a fictional character.
No, you can't. You can say whatever you want.
You can say whatever you like. Anyway, Stephanie, thank you.
Have a good Christmas, guys.
Thank you very much. Have a fabulous Christmas.
And you. Lovely. Now, how would you like to win £10,000 in cold, hard cash, brand new tech and shopping vouchers? Well, you could be the very first winner of our very first Great British giveaway. Here's all the details of how you can make those prizes yours.
Time is ticking on your chance to become the very first winner of the Great British Giveaway and grab cash, tech and a ton of treats. There's a stunning £10,000 in tax-free cash. What would you spend that on? We'll also give you a tech update with the very latest iPhone 15 Pro Max. And finally, we'll treat you to a shopping spree with £500 in vouchers to spend at the store of your choice. For another chance to win the iPhone, the vouchers and £10,000 cash, text GBWIN to 84902. Text costs £2 plus 1 standard network rate message. Or post your name and number to GB01, PO Box 8690, Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on Friday the 5th of January. Full terms and privacy notice at gbnews.com/win. Good luck.
Here we go. Chaos in the studio. Absolute chaos in the studio, and you're about to see why. We're joined by 2 mavericks of the game, Andrew Eborn and Aidan McGee as well, who is wearing his chef's hat.
And apron.
And apron. Sorry.
Get it right.
Now, how are we going to do this? So, shall we go... So, Andrew's been doing some games for us, haven't you? And then I think we'll do Aidan's festive menu after that. So do you
And we may even shuffle a little bit.
We may even take my broth away.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
There's a song here.
Keep your broth right where it is.
Is that right? Oh, come on, I knew there'd be a song.
Right, let's crack on. Are you going to do a...
I can do a fake or fact. I'll tell you what, we started off, we left it with Rudolph, didn't we? And we found out who's going to be Reginald. Claim from a number of places on social media, thank you, we're here all week, claim on social media that all reindeer depicted in Santa Claus's thing are female reindeer. Is that true or false?
OK, is it so true or false that all
Santa's reindeer are female? All Santa's reindeer are female?
No, they're not, are they?
False.
It's false. Because there's what's he called?
I know he used to be called Reginald. He's now Rudolph.
Yeah, well, Rudolph's a bloke for a start.
Yeah.
And there's a couple of blokes in there, isn't there?
There's an old deer.
There's an old deer, no idea, and still no idea, and all the old ones are there.
Sorry.
Well, I tell you, you're both saying false. So you're both saying false. You're all three of you are saying false. You're joined now.
False, yeah.
You're saying false. Well, I can tell you that you are all absolutely wrong. And the reason for this, the reason they're all female, Edinburgh University professors Gerald Lincoln and David Baird say Rudolph cannot be a male, all the other ones, because female deer are the only ones who have antlers at Christmas time. The male ones all drop off.
Oh, my gosh. So they did need help driving the sleigh, though, didn't they?
Oh, look at you with your sexist jokes. I love it.
Sexist pagans.
Thank you.
I don't stand a chance.
Well, here's a lovely one. Staying with nature, a wonderful nature theme. There's been something spotted in Canada, a really rare, I think we've got a picture of it. Somebody posted it. It's gone viral, as they say about these things. And it's a wonderful black and white cardinal. They're normally just white or red or whatever it is. But this one's black and white. Do we have a picture of the cardinal? Look, isn't that glorious?
Wow.
That is very beautiful.
Isn't
That's
that
not real.
stunning? I mean, and they haven't seen one of these for like centuries. So just in time for this Christmas, and everybody had posted this glorious thing, the black and white Santa Cardinal. Do you think he's fake?
I think he's fake.
Wait,
hang on a minute.
Think he's
He was
fake?
red and white.
But wait, that might be a fake... How can it be a fake bird? It's not
You can't have a fake bird. I mean, exactly. What do you reckon?
Well, I'm going to go real. I think that's a real bird.
I think that's, Emily, it's all down to you.
Well, I'll go fake if he's going real.
You'll go fake if he's going real. Well, I can tell you, Emily, you are absolutely right. If you pull it up, it is AI generated. Now, I talk about artificial intelligence all of the time. And the reason you can tell, and there's lots of these fake pictures, and this is what's going to happen, you can tell about the extremities. So if you look a bit closer, you'll see, like, for example, the claws, they sort of blend into the branch, so they're not quite perfect. And you often see these things, like, remember the Pope and the puffer? You know, they say that the devil, like, wears Prada, but the Pope prefers a puffer. You might remember that one. And it's always about the fingers and that sort of stuff.
Absolutely.
So check out extremities. And I can tell you that, obviously, next year, we're going to have a few elections around the world, in the US, probably in the UK, because we have to before January, whatever it is. Listen out for lots of AI-generated fake news and so on and so forth. We're going to be covering all of that sort of stuff interesting. Do we have time for one more? We're going to try Aidan's stuff.
Let's go to Aidan's stuff, and then we'll hopefully go back.
And then if we have time, we'll come back.
So, Aidan, talk us through. Now, last time you were in, Aidan McGee normally does the sport. Aidan was running us through his Christmas menu. OK, so what have you got for us here now?
I, Patrick, Andrew, Emily, want to take you on a journey.
Oh, look at you.
Not a spiritual journey, not even a physical journey, but a taste journey. A voyage of discovery, a voyage of hope and realisation. Realisation that food isn't just for sustenance, it's also to reinvigorate our minds at this time of year.
Gosh, you better be
and I present to you can see, for the benefit of our radio listeners, we have the Christmas menu up on screen there. One of the items, there are six courses if you include drinks, is the spiced tomato and orange soup. I've been in the kitchen cooking up a storm. This is amazing, if I might say so myself. You can see the pictures there of the ingredients being prepared. That was the coriander, the orange, and the tomatoes. Now, before I go through the ingredients, I want you to taste, because otherwise I don't. Because we taste with our minds. I want you to taste with your taste buds.
Oh, taste with your taste buds. How revolutionary!
Go for it. You've got some bread as well.
Just get involved. Yeah. OK. All right.
Delicious.
That is really good.
Mate, that honestly is one of the nicest soups I've ever had, genuinely. For people listening on radio, I am drinking a bloody lovely soup.
Onions.
I'm going to...
Tomato cherries. Orange zest, orange juice,
I can taste
coriander.
the zest. It's got a kick, hasn't it?
Tomato puree. I can't read my own handwriting there. Oh yeah, gourmet ketchup, honey. You get an element of the sweetness there. You've got the cracked pepper. The zest gives it a little bit of bitterness towards the end. No bitterness in my personality, of course. Vegetable stock, chili flakes for that heat. Because the heat's important, because sometimes you're serving things, it's busy, you can't always get it to the optimum temperature. The chili retains the heat.
What I love is it dances on different parts of your tongue, doesn't it?
It's a party, Andrew, it's a party in your mouth, and everyone's invited.
It's a party.
Everyone's invited. And we've got bomb disposal experts on site because I fear a taste explosion.
Hey.
Oh, mate.
But seriously, you've got pesto on top of it as well. I'm serving it with seeded sourdough as well. I know I kept one back, a dry one back. You've got the bread there as well. But it's a very seasonal. I normally do chestnut, but I decided I'd do something quite seasonal again this year. It's a good colour, it's a good depth, it's bold, it's romantic. Get your loved one around the table and share a cup of this.
I would swim in that.
You, Patrick's nearly finished.
Yeah, I have finished it. Yeah, and I want more, actually.
Got some more in the break.
Emily, what do you think? Andrew?
I really like it.
I think it's divine.
Mediterranean.
See, we have a traditional menu, but I also think, if you're a top chef, and I'm thoughtful. I thought a top chef should be Michelin star. Not quite. I'm just waiting on my badge to come through the post. But it should be a time of experimentation. We have traditional stuff in the afternoon. My family is coming around in the evening. We do have some rules at the bottom of the list as well.
Yeah, there are rules at the bottom of the list. Just very quickly, I'm going to run you through some of Aidan McGee's rules, right? The host kindly requests no glasses or containers to be positioned on the rail of the pool table.
They may be family, but they cannot run amok.
No. Okay. Guests are asked to vacate the premises by 9:30. Bear in mind they only arrive at 7.
I'm professional. They have to be out by 3 o'clock. I know deep down that they're going to at least stay until the EastEnders Christmas special. They're probably going to be there when I get up in the morning at 3 o'clock.
Please respect neighbours by keeping noise.
Yeah, I don't really care about them.
That. Very good.
Oh, don't say that on the telly.
No, certainly not. No, they might be.
Right. Well, Andrew, thank you for your games.
Thank you.
We're going to be hearing more from you. Aidan, thank you for that fantastic soup. Genuinely, really, really lovely. And also the crockery that was involved.
Isn't this good?
It's got a nice royal twist to it.
I thought you were going to make a mockery of my crockery.
Mockery, the crockery, no, never. Just a cheeky little reminder as well, get your pictures coming in. gbviews@gbnews.com. We wanted to see if it's people's first Christmas or the little Christmas infants that you're all sending in. It is lovely, that, and opening the presents, etc. But next, we are going to be rejoined by Benjamin Butterworth and Connor Tomlinson because we're going to whiz you through your newspapers. Basically, we've had too much fun now and we need to do the news.
The news.
Join us every night on GB News at 11 p.m. for Headliners, which is 3 top comedians going through the next day's news stories, which is exactly what you need, because when the establishment has gone crazy, you need some craziness to make sense of it.
Headliners. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper. We've got it covered for you. Every night at 11 p.m. and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there.
So join us 11 p.m. every night on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So, send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan. Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks. The admission's free.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show. Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else. We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride. Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse. It's news, but it's this close to entertainment. Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News is Britain's news channel, and now you can support it. All you have to do is scan that QR code that's up on your screen right now, or you can go to gbnews.com/support and become a GB News member. You'll have fantastic benefits. We're also going to organise special events where you as GB News members can meet the presenters, the on-screen faces. Scan the QR code or go to gbnews.com/support. Thank you so much.
Well, a very happy Christmas to you and your family. Joining us now is the journalist Benjamin Butterworth and political commentator Connor Tomlinson, and we have a little prezi for you.
Oh!
We do, yes. Connor?
OK, wonderful.
With love, as you can see.
Thank you so much.
So open them up, because as you do that and you reveal, we're going to be whizzing you through some of the newspaper stories. We've got it being the hottest Christmas day since 1920.
Oh, they are rather nice, aren't they?
They are, and actually I'm wearing odd socks, so this really solves the problem.
Of course you are.
That doesn't surprise me.
No. No, so we've got you some socks, yes.
Wonderful.
Sorry that it's not better, but I'm a bit skimp. So there you go.
It's all going on the weddings for a good cause.
It's all going on the wedding.
We've got that extra guest to pay for, so there's not much budget left.
Well, 100%. So, Connor, we're going to start with you. So this is supposed to be the hottest Christmas day since 1920.
Yeah, and predictably the excuse will be, oh, the world's on fire, don't we need to pay more money towards the UN? I mean... It's exhausting, it's predictable, everything is blamed on a global apocalypse, even the happiest day of the year, because everything has to be about the message. Can we just enjoy the fact that our toes aren't freezing off? Well, mine certainly won't be now, thanks to the dogs. So...
Yeah,
well, Connor, you just shoehorned in a little political message into that. Can't we just enjoy the 14-degree heat?
Well, I agree, but you know that it's going to be politicised no matter what.
It is, yes.
No,
you're
it will.
Absolutely right.
It will. They'll use this. We just had the hottest day, Christmas day since 1920. You know, here's another ULEZ camera.
Well, you know, we have an obsession with a white Christmas, but actually, you can count on your fingers the number of genuine white Christmases there has been in England, at least. It's a bit more common in Scotland in the last 50 years. It's not really a snowy time of year, but it was Dickens that was obsessed with a white Christmas, because when he was around, there was various volcanic eruptions that had caused the world to get quite cold, and white Christmases were very common back in the 1800s, and so that's where a lot of our cultural imagination of a white Christmas comes from, but actually it really is very unusual in this day and age.
Yes, it gets much colder in January, doesn't it? November was rather chilly.
We had a nippy November. Benjamin, going to whiz us through here now. So James Cleverly, Home Secretary, is facing calls to resign.
Yes, not very serious calls, but maybe it's a serious question, depends how you perceive it. But after new laws around spiking and tackling spiking were introduced, he admits to it, he made a joke about spiking his wife's drink. Now, he didn't make it on television in a studio or, you know, a professional context, and people have said that this is unacceptable and that he should resign. And I think... I mean, you know, some people will say it's a rather misguided thing to joke about, and he is a politician and, you know, laws of the land are his responsibility. But I kind of think that when we pick politicians up on every little slightly silly thing that they say in their life, then what kind of politicians are we going to end up with?
Benjamin, you're giving him the benefit of the doubt. You're giving a Conservative minister.
It's a Christmas miracle, Emily.
That is a
What do you reckon, Connor?
I think we've all, frankly, made dark jokes behind closed doors. I'm more frustrated with the government's absolute lack of willingness to do anything on the migration question, despite continually promising to do so. So I'm not that fussed about an edgy joke, frankly. I think he should get out of the job for a hell of a lot less.
Yeah,
but maybe if you had been a victim of spiking, you might think.
Well, someone in my family
Some
actually
balance
was.
there.
Okay. So someone very close to me had the needle in her arm after one drink, collapsed in the high street. Police knocked on our door at 2 a.m. in the morning. The hospital said, "Oh, we can't test for the drugs," even though they literally had a needle injection. So.
Oh my goodness.
I share your frustration generally, though, about the government, I must say.
Do we have time for another story?
Very quickly.
Should we do cannabis vapes?
Let's.
Connor.
Yeah, there have been various adverts on TikTok for THC-filled vape pens marketed to children. About 25% of TikTok's user base are kids. There's been this really disturbing trend as well, at least in my local area, in some of the London boroughs. A bunch of gold stickers of cannabis leaves with QR codes on them. It's becoming increasingly weird that you can just order drugs online. So Children's Commission has come out and said, well, maybe we should take a stand against that.
Benjamin?
I mean, I'm unapologetically pro-vape because I think, you know, it doesn't have the health damage of a cigarette and it helps a lot of people give up, which is really good for their health. But there is a problem that, you know, people are clearly advertising at kids in some cases. Cannabis is obviously illegal. I despise cannabis. The smell that you get in city centres and town centres is just intolerable. So I don't want any new ways for people to spread it.
No, you don't want a big plume of that.
Well, it's everywhere you go. To be honest with you, it's everywhere you go at the moment in terms of the smell, isn't it? Right, thank you very much, chaps. Great stuff there. Just going to squeeze in a quick picky, I think, from our wonderful viewers and listeners, gbviews@gbnews.com. This is Martin saying, I'm determined to get my son Patrick on the telly. It's funny, that. It's exactly what my mum used to say. Season's greetings from sunny Malta. We love GB News Breakfast. Well, we love you too, so thank you very, very much. And cracking choice of name as well, may I say.
Yes, do we have time for one more picture?
No.
Oh, we don't. We'll have more later on in the show, of course we will. Thank you very much.
We've got loads more in the next hour, OK? I'm going to change into something a little bit more formal, I think. We're going to be giving you the latest showbiz, what's on your telly. We're going to be talking about the royal family, playing some games, and, of course, we'll have your weather.
Looks like things are heating up. Boxed boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello there, I'm Greg Dewhurst and welcome to your latest GB News weather forecast. Well, it's mild, wet and breezy across much of the UK this Christmas Day, and there is the risk of some snow across the Scottish mountains too. Some early brightness for eastern parts of England, north-east Scotland, but generally a lot of cloud as we move through the day. Outbreaks of rain across England and Wales, which will turn increasingly heavy in the west. And then as this rain bumps into the higher ground of Scotland, we could see 5 to 10 centimetres of snow above 300 metres, so officially making it a white Christmas, but for many of us it will be mild, breezy and grey. Some glimmers of sunshine for Northern Ireland, temperatures still above average for the time of year. This rain across England and Wales slowly pushes its way southeastwards through the evening, clearing during the early hours, and also rain and snow across Scotland moves out into the North Sea, which means as we move into the early hours of Boxing Day, many places becoming dry, lengthy clear spells and temperatures lower than they have been of late, getting close to freezing in the countryside, a touch of frost and ice across northern Scotland. So it means a sunnier start for many, a drier start for Boxing Day, plenty of blue skies. The risk of a few showers, largely around the coast and also quite frequent across northern Scotland, but staying dry for the vast majority. But later on in the day, cloud and rain moves in across the far southwest. Temperatures lower than they have been, a little nearer to average.
Looks like things are heating up. Boxed boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, thank you for being a big part of GB News.
We'd like to wish you and your loved ones a Christmas season full of comfort and joy.
As well as a peaceful and prosperous new year.
From our family
to yours.
We are proud to be your channel.
Merry Christmas.
Happy Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Happy Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Here on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Merry Christmas.
Wake up to the headlines with Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. We treat you to the day's biggest stories before anyone else, 7 days a week. You can catch up on everything you need to know before you've even had your kippers. Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my two comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show. Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else. We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride. Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse. It's news, but it's this close to entertainment. Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Now then, Lee Anderson here. Join me on GB News on my show, The Real World, every Friday at 7 p.m.
I'm not eating bloody cat. Are you
delicious?
mental?
Open your mouth. OK, here comes a train. Reminds me of the scene in Singing in the Rain.
Adam, is that a good one?
Whoa! Join me at 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
What you get for breakfast is something that, if we do our jobs right, you will wake up to news that you didn't know the night before.
It's a conversation. It's not just me and Eamon.
We want to get to know you, and we want you to get to know us.
From 6, it's Breakfast with Eamon and Isabel.
Monday to Thursdays on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Have a great Saturday night with me, Leo Carson, this Saturday Night Showdown. It's a crazy world out there, so come and make fun of it with me, my panel of comedians, and a couple of people who actually know what they're talking about. This Saturday Night Showdown is your front row ticket to the clown show every Saturday, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News,
Britain's news channel.
GB News, unlike other broadcasters, isn't obsessed with the London-Westminster bubble. We think there's a nation beyond the M25, and that's why we talk about the issues that matter across the land. Join me on State of the Nation, 8 to 9 o'clock, Monday to Thursday, on GB News. Daisy's listening, and you should too.
Every Sunday from 11, join Michael Portillo.
There will be topical discussion, looking at the week before and the week to come. So kick back and relax at 11 a.m. on Sundays on GB News with me, Michael Portillo. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
When the news happens, it happens here.
And really important breaking news.
Breaking news this morning.
On TV, radio and online, the news starts here on Britain's Newsroom.
All the biggest stories and the answers that you need from across the UK and beyond.
Join Britain's Newsroom from 9:30 on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Well, very good morning. It is 9 o'clock on Monday, the 25th of December. Merry Christmas to you all and welcome to GB News Christmas Breakfast with me, Patrick Christie's, and Emily Carver.
You're looking nice. Today is set to be the warmest Christmas day in more than a century, as the Met Office says temperatures should reach 14 or even 15 degrees.
And this means that a white Christmas has been ruled out for most of you, but don't let that stop you from having a little bit of fun. Send us in your Christmas pictures, if so many of you have, gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them coming.
We have also been tracking Santa's flight around the world as he delivers gifts for Christmas. He's currently over the Pacific Ocean. Any gifts for the fish?
Yeah, motoring along Santa there. We're also recognising what could be a tough day for many. Struggling families, people struggling a bit with loneliness as well, right across the UK. People who've had to rely on food banks, etc. So a little nod to them.
And the King and Queen are set to celebrate Christmas with other members of the royal family at Sandringham House. King Charles's Christmas message will also be broadcast at 3 o'clock this afternoon. We'll be bringing that to you live on GB News.
We will. And of course, Aidan McGee is here with all your latest sport. Aidan.
Yes, indeed. Good morning, everyone. Merry Christmas, one and all. You may have noticed that I've been chefing this morning, making some soup, but there's also some very all-important sport going on as well. An early Christmas present, perhaps, for Manchester United fans. They were taken over of sorts last night. 25% has gone to the Ineos chairman, Sir James Radcliffe. We'll have more on that later on, and we'll be looking ahead to all the Boxing Day fixtures later this hour.
Thank you, Aidan.
And Greg Dewhurst has your Christmas weather.
Good morning and Merry Christmas. Will it be a white Christmas or a wet Christmas? Find out in the forecast coming up soon.
Well, this morning we want to know what you're up to.
Doesn't he?
Yeah, although I must admit I've sold out, right? And I've gone for the clip-on tie.
Is it not in the right place?
I had what was it? A 3-minute break to get out of my Christmas jumper and get into a full tux. So I've not done this properly, and it could fall off at any moment. Anyway, this morning we want to know what you've been up to today, but more than that, we want to know if it's somebody's first Christmas in your family. Can we get pictures of them opening the presents or near the Christmas tree? What's on your menu? And your nativity pictures from when you were young as well. Emily and I have got ours in. They're embarrassing, but they'll be there nonetheless. gbviews@gbnews.com.
Lots of chubby cheeks, that's for sure. Well, we have been asking for pictures all morning, haven't we? And you have delivered. Thank you for sending them over. Katrina's sent one in. She says, Merry Christmas. My son lives in Tokyo and my daughter-in-law, Mizuki, cooks up a lovely dinner every year. Better than any fast food restaurant. Look at that. What can we see there?
Wow. So from Japan, I mean, I'm not even going to guess because I might end up offending people there. But, I mean, it looks wonderful,
Looks like a big piece of meat there at the bottom. Oh, and the others, there's 2 plates there.
I mean, I'd eat it. Whatever it is, I'd eat it.
Yes.
So
Well,
Louise...
you'd eat anything, wouldn't you?
That's
Not that this
true.
is anything. This looks delicious.
Yeah. Louise says, seasonal greetings from the Dobson family. Merry Christmas to the Dobson family.
I think we've got those pyjamas.
We do.
Cosy.
Yeah, I think I know where you got your PJs from. Anyway, go on.
And Karen says, this is my 7-year-old granddaughter, Sophia, with Ruby. Is Ruby the dog? Is Sophia... I think Sophia's the granddaughter.
Yes.
And Ruby is the dog. That's a lovely picture. Looks so cosy in that living room.
A very nice picture. Happy Christmas, everybody there. Paula says, this is my gorgeous 3-month-old grandson, Abel. Interesting name, Abel.
We had a Mabel. Now we have an Abel.
We've got a Mabel and an Abel. And... looking forward to spending the day with my family too.
What a cutie.
What a cutie pie. Dressed up as, what we say, an elf or a Christmas helper or whatever you want to call it. This bow tie's not going to stay on, is it? We can see a disaster here.
Let's work with it.
In the break. OK, all right. Well, look, it's the big day, isn't it? With family all around. You must be busy preparing for the big dinner tonight.
Yes, it's always important to eat healthy, though, whilst enjoying all the festive food and drinks. I mean, yeah.
I've just had 4 chocolates, so, you know, there is that, isn't there?
But we are here to help. If you are watching The Waistline or you just want to be a bit healthier, joining us is nutritionist Monica Price. Monica, now, very happy Christmas to you, firstly.
Good morning, good morning. You scrub up very well, Patrick, may I say.
Thank you very much. I can see this bow tie becoming a meme at some point. It's moving into a different postcode, but I'll get it sorted in the next break, hopefully. But how are you? Happy Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you both. And everyone there at the team at GB News, can I just say, before we go anywhere else. It's a wonderful day, so, yeah, Merry Christmas to you both.
So, Monica, the traditional turkey vegetables, it's quite healthy, isn't it?
Yes.
The basics. It's all the extras that sort of, rack up the calories.
That's exactly that, Emily. I mean, unfortunately today, most of us are going to consume about 6,000 calories. Now, I'm not usually big on calories. I don't sort of calorie count, and I don't like to as a nutritionist. It's all about, just eating a good, healthy, balanced diet. But, the problem is that, as you say, when you have turkey, it's low fat, it's high protein. All the other meats that we have are very, very good for you. But it's all the extras that we have. It's all these lovely desserts that we now have, or the way we cook things, the oils that we use. So unfortunately, that's what racks up all the fats and sugars, which of course is going to make you feel very sluggish. And all you want to do after that lovely Christmas dinner is just go to the sofa and have a quick nap.
Oh, absolutely. No, it's a sight to behold, isn't it? Just families, El Conco, all out there on the sofa, just catching flies with their mouths and all of that. That's what I intend to do a little bit later on. I think it's important, though, Monica, isn't it? Just to say to people, OK, eat healthily if you can, eat healthily if you want to. But let's be honest, everyone's allowed a day off, aren't they, food-wise?
Yeah, that's it. I think, Patrick, what you've got to do is all about moderation and a healthy balance. So, for instance, if you've just woken up and you're just about to have breakfast, you know that you're going to have a massive meal later on today, or everyone does. So have something just like a bowl of porridge, or maybe some wholemeal toast with some maybe squashed banana or some peanut butter, or, have some eggs, some bacon, but, have poached eggs or scrambled eggs and grill your bacon. As I say, lots of these things rack up the sort of calories because of the way that we cook things. And that's the oils that we use. We deep fat fry, for example. Try to use, even when you're cooking your roasties today, I use rapeseed oil on mine, and that's really good. It brings out all the flavour of the potatoes, and it's far less saturated fat than if you're cooking in other fats, of course. And it's also like things like people put butter on their vegetables. You don't need to do that really. You've got all the other things going on. So just steam your vegetables. Emily's looking at Patrick there.
Patrick likes to butter his sprouts.
Not just the sprouts.
You don't need to, Patrick. You don't need to. You've got all the other lovely juices and flavours going on in your Christmas dinner. And of course, you've got alcohol as well, which lots of people will be drinking today. And I'm happy to say that it's the champagne, Emily. Drink a glass of champagne, why don't you both? Because that's the one.
Yes.
Oh, that's,
very low calorie, and it's better, yeah. It's a good one to drink.
Just a word to anyone who's thinking of palming Emily off with a glass of Prosecco. She will know, and she will call you out for it. So there you go.
You make me sound horrible.
No,
I'm not that much of a princess.
One of the good things, though, Monica, in the interest of sustainability, which everybody seems to be all about these days, the best thing about the Christmas dinner is there's always leftovers, so you basically double dinner, don't you? So you go the main dinner, a little pause, an interlude, the intermission, and then you're back at it for round two, and you just end up, chewing the bones off the turkey.
You certainly do. But try and have some fruit. There's saxumas, there's clementines around, there's apples. We tend to forget fruit on this day, but that's a really good thing for you to eat because it just aids your digestion. It just gives you a little break from all the heavy, lovely, wonderful, gooey puddings that we're all going to be having, and that chocolate Yule log, which I should be having some of that later on as well. So it's all about what you do, and then try and go for a little walk. We've got a very mild day today across the country, it seems. So if you can, maybe have a little rest, and then everyone just get out and go for a little walk. Even if you go for a 30-minute walk, it will do the power of good, and then you can come back home and then go straight back to that turkey.
Well, there you go, Patrick. A bit of fruit, perhaps a grape or two with your cheese board.
Yeah, well, that's it. I mean, there'll be some fig chutney, so that'll aid with the digestion. But, Monica, thank you very much. Thank you for being such a good sport. I hope you have a wonderful Christmas. Take care. Monica
You
Price
too.
there.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Nutritionist
Love
Monica
that.
Price.
I mean, she makes some good points. We should not be, stuffing our faces, but I think Christmas Day is acceptable.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think so. I mean, to be honest with you, though, I always feel guilty. I get guilt now quite a lot if I gourd, because I did lose a bit of weight recently, and then I find it very easy. Were being the key word there. Thank you very much. I find it very easy to put the weight back on. So I will be gorging today, but then I'll have to mentally say to myself, look, you've got to have a few days off this, So there we go. But there's some other news in town, not just what's on your plate, of course. And the Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, and Keir Starmer, the leader of the opposition, have released their Christmas messages. Woohoo!
Yes, the messages are not completely about Christmas, or not only about Christmas. They clearly have a few political undertones. Let's take a listen.
Christmas is a time of peace, joy, compassion, a time of hope and a promise of a better world. And today, as we look ahead, let's keep that promise of a brighter future burning into the new year. Wherever you are, and whatever you are doing for the festivities, I wish you all a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
As communities across Britain gather together for a period of faith and festivities, I want to wish you all a very Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas from everyone at the Liberal Democrats. It is such a joyous time of the year. I've enjoyed watching the Christmas spirit spread across the country. Watching Christmas trees pop up all around, the lights making the darker evenings sparkle. It's a time when we can come together with friends and family to sing, to eat, give and receive presents. And thank God for the grace and blessings we have to celebrate in our life.
Oh, well, there we go. A man who knows a thing or two about political Christmas speeches and writing them for politicians is former political advisor Matthew Larzer. Matthew, thank you very much. So, look, what do you make of the the winter wishes there, do you think? Are they a little bit disingenuous, or do they actually mean well?
Well, I think they mean well, because I think it's a time for remembering that, you know, all politicians, whatever their party, are basically in politics to make the country better. Now, they may disagree on how it's done, but Christmas is a moment to remember that politics is actually, if I may say so, a noble trade, despite, you know, all the, you know, the swings and roundabouts. Ultimately, it's about making the country which we all care about better. So, yeah, I think let's be charitable to them all. That ultimately they do mean those words, and they do use it themselves as a moment of reflection.
We should say we did hear from Richard Tice too, the leader of Reform UK, Reform Party. He delivered a little 1-minute speech too. I guess they're polling pretty well.
What do you make of Reform? Do you think that they're going to cause the Tories a lot of disruption at the next election?
Yeah, I think Reform are going to be a growing story. We saw in the Sunday papers yesterday that they're going to stand against every single Tory across Great Britain. So I think that will certainly not the Christmas present that lots of Tory MPs wanted, because although under our first-past-the-post system, it's quite unlikely that they'll get anybody elected because of, you know, they have to poll just to focus on particular constituencies, and now their support's quite evenly spread. It's perfectly possible they might cost the Tories seats and make that, if Labour does get a majority, make that Labour majority bigger than it would otherwise be.
Yes, it doesn't look like they have any intention to do any deals with some of the Tory candidates, so they're not going to make anyone's life easier.
No,
when it comes to political parties, anyway.
And of course, the key thing we'll see this year in politics is the debates as we go up to the election. I was involved in the negotiations. Are they on? Are they off? And whether Richard's included in the debates, if they keep
or
Nigel now, he'll have to be. Yeah, or Richard or Nigel from Reform, and that will be a huge issue coming up.
Well, it will be. It will be. I suspect. I mean, I don't want to put words in all mouth here. I suspect it will be Nigel if it comes to the debate. Look, one of the big political stories doing the rounds today. Well, it's kind of the only one in a sense, really, because there's not a lot else on. Are these, in my view, quite ridiculous calls for James Cleverly to resign?
Yeah.
I don't know how you feel about that, what the context is there.
Sadly, to bring a note of disagreement, I think we've all, you know, made off-the-cuff remarks which we might have regretted, but I think this one really was beyond the pale. I mean, he's becoming a bit of a loose cannon. He got into trouble a few weeks ago for his caught on microphone comments about a Labour MP. That, I think, was ridiculous to call for his resignation over that, but when he described, or didn't describe a constituency with a rude word of another MP. This is very different. The Department just launched a campaign against, you know, drug spiking, etc. It was a pretty dodgy joke. He has to realise he's not in the officer's mess now. He is the Home Secretary. So
yeah, but I mean,
I can see where the calls for resignation
do you not think it's just manufactured outrage by a left-wing newspaper?
Yeah. Does anyone actually?
Who's broken protocol here by, you know, reporting something that they've overheard at a private event, and the ultimate thing here is to just get rid of another Home Secretary, isn't it?
Well, clearly there is a political agenda behind it, but I think it's, you know, it is based on he's fed the machine, he's fed the attack machine against him with completely inappropriate comments.
Yes, well, I'm sure he's regretting it.
He's not having a great Christmas day.
Just before Christmas, having all these. Articles
yeah, I mean, there's plenty of other things to criticise, like, for example, you know, rowing back on all of the immigration promises, but there we go. OK, so, whilst many of us are enjoying our Christmas day, there are many who are sacrificing the festivities with their families to keep us safe.
Yes, of course, we're talking about British Armed Forces personnel in the UK and across the world. They're working tirelessly this Christmas. Nearly 7,000 members of the Army, Navy and Air Force are spending Christmas overseas this year.
Well, joining us now is Sergeant James Laurie of the Royal Corps of Signals in the British Army, live in Bahrain. Firstly, very Merry Christmas, and thank you for everything that you do to keep us safe all throughout the year. What are you doing over there for the big day today?
Thank you. Merry Christmas to you too. So we've just been up this morning. We've had some coffee with all the troops, and yeah, we're just having a bit of a Merry Christmas at the moment, waiting for lunch.
So, have you spent Christmas away from home before? Do you, is this your first year?
Yeah, this is my first time. So I've been in the Army 12 years now, and quite fortunate this is my first time away. So.
Oh, and presumably it might be the first of many as well. This is the kind of job that you sign up for. It can take you all around the world, can't it? What is Christmas like in the Armed Forces in Bahrain then?
So it's pretty good here. We've got a lot of kind of stuff we're doing today. So we've had coffee this morning. We had a quiz night last night, and there's festivities planned for this evening, so everyone's having a good time.
Now, could I ask, James, if that's all right, could you give us, if you want to, a little message for your family back here at home? What would you like to say to them?
Yeah, so my family at home, we're doing a FaceTime to them this morning and seeing them opening presents. It's my wife, Charlotte, my daughter, Penny, and my son, Sam, and then our dog, Rosie, as well.
Oh, bless you. All right, well, look, thank you very, very much for coming on the show and for everything that you do for us as well over there and elsewhere around the world. And could I just ask as well, one final one, sorry, I know I'm running over time here a little bit, really, but what made you want to sign up to the Armed Forces? What was it? Because it's an incredibly brave thing to do.
So my granddad served national service in the Royal Corps Signals back in the 60s, and that was kind of my motivation to join up, so he went from there.
Oh, good stuff, James. Well, thank you.
I couldn't quite make out what James was saying there, actually, but I think his family, history of family in the military, so there you go.
His granddad, etc. Well, look, James, we'll leave you to it, and again, just thank you very, very much for everything that you do for us. I hope you have a wonderful Christmas and love to your family as well. Sergeant James Laurie, there.
Thank you, Merry Christmas.
Signals in the British Army.
Lovely, I like the Christmas tree there. Keeping traditions.
Oh, lovely. I just think it's really important. I know that his line wasn't too great there, which is a bit of a shame, but hey, he's dialing in from Bahrain. But just to give a nod to all of our armed forces personnel all around the world at the moment, it is a byproduct of probably one of the most difficult jobs in the world, isn't it? That you end up, you know, away from your families and in far-flung corners of the world. So it's important to remember them today, I think.
Yes, it is indeed. Now, we've got pictures just coming in. The Prince and Princess of Wales, they've shared a new image of Prince George, Princess Charlotte and Prince Louis. There you go. This is like their formal family Christmas photo, but it's just the three of them, just the three children, George, Charlotte and Louis.
They went for a strong black and white theme throughout, because their actual Christmas, it must have been shot on the same day, because I think they're wearing the same things.
Yes,
but,
it was, yes.
Their Christmas photo as a whole family was that kind of black and white aesthetic. I like it.
You like it?
It's nice.
Oh, pop of colour.
I'm a bit black and white today.
That's true.
There we go.
That's true.
Although I will be getting this bow tie sorted in the break. I only had 3 minutes to put it on. If you're just joining us now, there we go. I will get it sorted. Anyway, let's get your weather update with Greg Dewhurst. Great name for a weatherman, that.
Hello there, I'm Greg Dewhurst and welcome to your latest GB News weather forecast. Well, it's mild, wet and breezy across much of the UK this Christmas Day, and there is the risk of some snow across the Scottish mountains too. Some early brightness for eastern parts of England, north-east Scotland, but generally a lot of cloud as we move through the day. Outbreaks of rain across England and Wales, which will turn increasingly heavy in the west. And then as this rain bumps into the higher ground of Scotland, we could see 5 to 10 centimetres of snow above 300 metres, so officially making it a white Christmas, but for many of us it will be mild, breezy and grey. Some glimmers of sunshine for Northern Ireland, temperatures still above average for the time of year. This rain across England and Wales slowly pushes its way southeastwards through the evening, clearing during the early hours, and also rain and snow across Scotland moves out into the North Sea, which means as we move into the early hours of Boxing Day, many places becoming dry, lengthy clear spells and temperatures lower than they have been of late, getting close to freezing in the countryside, a touch of frost and ice across northern Scotland. So it means a sunnier start for many, a drier start for Boxing Day, plenty of blue skies. The risk of a few showers largely around the coast and also quite frequent across northern Scotland, but staying dry for the vast majority. But later on in the day, cloud and rain moves in across the far southwest. Temperatures lower than they have been, a little nearer to average.
Well, that's your weather, but how would you like to win £10,000 in cash, brand new tech and shopping vouchers? You could be the winner of our very first Great British giveaway. Here's all the details of how you can make those prizes yours.
Time is ticking on your chance to become the very first winner of the Great British Giveaway and grab cash, tech and a ton of treats. There's a stunning £10,000 in tax-free cash. What would you spend that on? We'll also give you a tech update with the very latest iPhone 15 Pro Max. And finally, we'll treat you to a shopping spree with £500 in vouchers to spend at the store of your choice. For another chance to win the iPhone, the vouchers and £10,000 cash, text GB WIN to 84902. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. Or post your name and number to GB01, PO Box 8690, Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on Friday, the 5th of January. Full terms and privacy notice at gbnews.com/win. Good luck.
Well, still to come, fancy some cocktails on this fabulous Christmas Day morning. We will have an expert. We're going to be wishing you through all your Christmas cocktails, so make sure you stay tuned.
Hello, thank you for being a big part of GB News.
We'd like to wish you and your loved ones a Christmas season full of comfort and joy,
as well as a peaceful and prosperous new year.
From our family
to yours.
We are proud to be your channel.
Merry Christmas.
Happy Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Happy Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Here on GB News.
the People's Channel.
Merry Christmas.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan, Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks, the admission's free.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show. Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else. We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride. Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse. It's news, but it's this close to entertainment. Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join us every night on GB News at 11 p.m. for Headliners, which is 3 top comedians going through the next day's news stories, which is exactly what you need, because when the establishment has gone crazy, you need some craziness to make sense of it.
Headliners. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper. We've got it covered for you. Every night at 11 p.m. and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there.
So join us 11 p.m. every night on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So, send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Tired of the usual focus-tested, pre-prepared Westminster runaround? Well, so am I.
So you want higher taxes?
Is your department to blame for this? Are you rethinking this policy? Every Sunday at 9:30, I'll be sitting down with those in power to get the truth about the issues affecting you.
Let's be honest, we've known about the cost pressures of this project for years, not months.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show with personality. On GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel. I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News,
Britain's news channel.
very Merry Christmas, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us here on Christmas Day Breakfast with me, Patrick Christys, and Emily Carver.
Yes, now we've been asking for pictures of all sorts of things. We've been quite demanding, actually,
we have.
this Christmas morning, but you have very much listened to us and you're sending them in, so thank you. Jessica says, Santa's been first Christmas for our Marnie Charles. Oh, what a little cutie. The presents are bigger than her.
Yeah, they are. We have been inundated with so many lovely, wonderful family snaps. The inbox at the moment, gbviews@gbnews.com.
That is a joyful face, that was.
Yes, it's just the happiest place to be, is all the emails that you're sending in and everything, so thank you for that. And we've got a little picture that Alice has sent in. She says, here's a picture of my son, Tim, and his little baby, Nina.
Oh, little young
bless
family.
you. And that's their first Christmas. So many more, I hope. But thank you very much, everybody, for sending in these wonderful pictures. Keep them coming. We just want to have as much of a great Christmas as we can with you.
I can't stop smiling. I know I grin normally, but I mean, can't help it today. Those are lovely photos. Thank you for sending them in.
I think the reason, really, why you can't stop smiling is because you've seen what we're about to do next.
And because I'm sat next to such a handsome Bond-esque man, of course.
There we go. Well, so this Christmas, there are many of us who will love a tipple and some cocktails, of course.
Yes, we are now joined by drinks writer Helena Nicklin, who's going to walk us through how to make a fantastic cocktail. Good morning. Thank you very much for taking the time out of your Christmas day to help us. So what are we going to make today? Happy Christmas.
Happy Christmas to you both. Well, I love the fact that it's very early, so this is it's quite a light cocktail, even though it doesn't sound like it. It's a snowflake margarita and looks like this.
Oh, very nice.
Wow.
Very nice. So, we've got in front of us here, we're joined, by the way, by Ada McGee and Matthew Larter, never missing an excuse for...
Absolutely. That's the only reason I came.
So we've got the ingredients here, we think. So can we make it along with you if you talk us through it? Is that all right?
Absolutely, yeah, sure. I'm going to sip mine and just sort of judge you from afar there.
Don't fall off your seat.
Yeah.
So what does Aidan need to do first?
OK, so first of all, we need to make sure we've got all the right ingredients. So a premium silver tequila, some triple sec, some lime juice, excellent, and some unsweetened coconut milk.
Oh. Coconut milk? No, we've got some desiccated coconut. Is that any good?
We don't need coconut. Well, look, you know what? We've got the booze, which is the most important thing. No one thought we were going to pollute it with coconut milk. We're not animals. So, yeah.
I must say, it feels like it shouldn't work, but actually it really does. But do you know what? It's going to be delicious without the coconut milk. Yeah, doesn't matter. You're going to essentially make a margarita.
Woohoo!
Lovely. OK, so do we know what goes in first? I mean, Aidan, I think, is all over this. We've got a little bit of a cocktail shaker as well.
Oh, wow, yeah.
So let's get cracking, shall we, Aidan? What should we do first? What's the order?
Well, you combine, first of all, the tequila with the triple sec and the lime juice. You shove it all in. It's really
into
easy.
the shaker.
I'd go about 25 mils. I'll be free pouring. About 25 mils of tequila. About 25 mils of the triple sec as well.
There we go.
I'm not sure if the measure's going to be exactly as advised.
He is making it for 3 people as well.
Yes, I'm making it for 3 people.
I'm going to make that very clear for anyone at home right now who's thinking that's...
thinking we're going a bit overboard.
You know, Aidan's got a problem.
I've got a problem, but it's not this related.
Lime juice as well. Have you
lime juice as well?
Yeah, lime juice too. Yeah. I mean, are you pouring those straight into the glass?
No, I'm pouring them straight into the mixer. We're going to shake them up in a moment. How much lime juice?
Get rid of this. There we go.
Well, about 30 mils if you can...
30 mils, OK. It's not pouring that readily, but I'm going to persevere. Great. Because we all have to suffer for our art now and again, don't we?
I love the smell.
Yes.
So, Helena, is this one of your personal favourites? Are you a fan of the margarita in general?
Oh, I love the margarita, and it's come back. You know, it used to be that kind of sweet, slushy stuff that you could sort of get in Mexican restaurants.
I'm shaking now, by the way. Not shaking in general, just shaking the mixer.
You were shaking before you had a margarita.
They've got quite sophisticated, haven't they, now? Quite like Aidan.
Hang on a sec, let's see what we've got. Oh, I love this. I did this last year, do you remember?
So when do we have We've gone for desiccated coconuts here, so not coconut milk. Have you put any actual bits of coconut?
Can I start pouring, by the way?
Yeah, crack on.
Well, yes, basically the desiccated coconut is to rim the glass. So what you would do is you'd pour a bit of the triple sec, so which is an orange liqueur, onto a plate before you fill the glasses, and then you sprinkle the coconut onto a plate, and then you twist the glass. And that gives it the nice coconutty rim.
Instead of salt?
Yes, because normally you have salt, don't you, Helena? Which some people like, some people don't like.
Exactly. That's why you've got the choice, really. You can, if you like a salty margarita, then use a nice coarse salt so it looks like snow. If you like coconut, use coconut, or you mix the two.
I'm going great guns here, I tell you.
Yeah, Aidan's making more.
Yeah, no, it is, because I don't know how much we're meant to have. They're quite small portions at the moment, and it is Christmas, we've got to be generous.
What Helena was saying, Aidan, just before you poured anything into the glass, this ship has now sailed.
OK.
We were supposed to put some coconut around the rim of the glass.
Oh, I see.
So
no one told me that?
Yeah, no. Well, you jumped the gun a bit there.
Yeah, I suppose so. Sorry, I was just thinking about booze.
Is there any way we could maybe just now, if you make the...
make it moist?
Moist, with a bit of the triple sec, I think was the shout.
It's not without making it messy, Patrick, I'm sorry.
Mate, no one cares.
No one cares?
Our desk.
All right, fine.
People are cleaning up after us. It'll be absolutely fine. There we go, and I'll leave that over to you now.
OK, let's give it a go.
It's all coming together.
Helena, I'm terribly sorry. This is rather chaotic, but I think Aidan is doing a very good job, and I saw a little bit of a spoon there coming from you, Patrick. I think he's doing a good job.
Is he?
Yeah.
No, he did brilliantly.
That's good.
Yeah.
But that's not supposed to go in there, is it?
No, it is. It's meant to go on the side, but you're meant to mix it up. Is that right?
Helena, what do you think? What's your verdict?
Hang on, we're not finished yet, so I haven't put the rest of it in.
My verdict is that it's going to taste slightly different to mine.
So diplomatically expressed.
Oh, God.
We can rescue it, don't worry.
This is why we should have done a dry run of this, right?
Dry run?
And
a wet run?
maybe not let Aidan unleash on it.
Well, the thing is, we didn't have all the ingredients, that was the problem.
So
Can't blame me.
not to make a cocktail.
Yeah, the coconut milk's quite important here. Yeah.
What do you think? Anyway, I mean, what's the verdict on that? It's not that bad, is it? I mean, I've had worse in Wetherspoons.
Aidan, I'm going to have a taste.
All right,
let's go.
I'm going to have a taste.
Do you want to taste one that isn't covered in coconut?
Yes, I think so.
I'll take one for the team.
Yeah. Gaza will not turn any drink down. So
cheers, Merry Christmas.
Happy Christmas,
Cheers.
Helena.
Merry Christmas. Sorry about this.
And I'm sorry we butchered your recipe there, but at least we found out how to make it.
It kind of worked.
It's quite tasty, isn't it?
So if you've got tequila at home, if you've got triple sec at home, if you've got, crucially, coconut milk...
Crucially, as it turned out.
Then you're going to be able to make this delicious cocktail.
Yeah, indeed. And Helena, have you got any other little favourites for us? Just quickly, because we've obviously butchered that one, so if people are looking around their drinks cabinet at home longingly now, what other little ones have you got for us?
Yeah, I think embrace sherry. Sherry is a really, really beautiful drink when it's the dry version of it, or even the sweet in a cocktail. Use that in a cocktail with a maraschino cherry, go retro, actually really nice, very tart, very sweet, nice.
Helen, what about bubbles? You know, I like bubbles in my cocktails. Would you have those as well? Because it tends to like give a bit of effervescence to the drink.
Yeah, absolutely. I think anything with bubbles, you could put a little shot of almost anything in it. Usually white spirits work better. A gin cocktails you can make. There are Bellinis as well, which is peach juice with Prosecco, which is really, really lovely. Or you can, the classic, of course, is the Bucks Fizz, where you put where you can either mix champagne or Cremant with fresh orange juices. Yeah, experimentation is key.
Helena, what's your tip for the percentages on Bucks Fizz? What should the proportions be between juice and fizz?
Well, I think it's usually 2 parts fizz to 1 part juice.
Strong.
Oh, well,
and I put the juice in first, so you don't sort of kill all the bubbles, you know, and then that way you get a nice kind of gradation of colour as well.
That's interesting. Juice in first. I'll remember that.
Helena, thank you very much. That is drinks writer Helena Nicklin there, who is going to have a fabulous Christmas. And thank you for doing your best, frankly, working with what you've got. It's like a load of naughty school kids here, with the exception of Emily, who no doubt have got it right.
I'll stick to soup.
Yes, Aidan, thank you very much. All right, OK. But actually, Aidan is going to stay with us now because it's time for your latest sporting headlines, isn't it? So, Aidan, what's going on in the world of sport?
Well, a big development last night in the world of Manchester United, the biggest football club in the world. British billionaire Sir Jim Ratcliffe has agreed to buy a 25% stake in the club. We've known about this for quite some time. The club, in fact, has been up for sale, Patrick, as you well know, for 13 months. A big in tray for him to get his teeth into. I think we have to ask questions about the future of Erik ten Hag. They've lost more matches in a calendar year than I think they have since about 1930, before the Second World War. So in my experience of dealing with football clubs over the last 22, 23 years, I've seen lots of owners coming in. Now, this is what happens, Patrick. They are hugely successful in other areas of other walks of life or other areas of commerce.
Yeah.
They think they're going to transfer that success into football, and then they find that there are these three big holes where you put your money, right? Where you lose your money, quite frankly. Player wages, transfer fees, agents' fees. Success elsewhere doesn't always transfer into football. But you know what? They're going to give it a good go. And I think the first thing they want to do, and I've seen this happen many times, is that they go into a club, they make a statement. And I think the victim of that statement might be Erik ten Hag.
Yeah, but it's then who you get in, though, isn't it? It's one thing getting rid of Erik ten Hag, but then you've got to bring in someone good.
But then you can't... Yeah, true, but then do you persevere with someone who keeps losing games? Because they're out of the Champions League, their league form has been poor, they've not beaten anyone decent this season. I mean, last season they showed signs of progress. They beat Liverpool in the league, beat Manchester City, they won the Carabao Cup, of course, and they qualified for the Champions League. This season, nothing like that. I mean, a friend of mine reported for another channel that 8 of the dressing room had given up on him, and they responded by banning him. And that's not the actions of a big club.
I want to know about the Boxing Day horse racing. That's what I want to know about. What's coming up tomorrow?
So we've got the King George VI chase at Kempton, racing, a huge tradition in this country on Boxing Day. There are meetings all over the country. We've got meetings at Fontwell Park, Market Raisin and Aintree. Brave Man's Game is my tip for the King George VI chase. Watch out for that tomorrow. I'll tell you what, no, I'll do a deal with you, right? If I get it right, I'll remind you. If I get it wrong, we'll talk about football.
Yeah,
We'll talk about it never again.
I like that. Now, if you are just joining us and you're wondering why here on GB News we have a sports reporter dressed as a chef, so are we. So that's Aidan McKean there with all of your sporting headlines. Look, thank you very, very much. And thank you, Matthew Larser, as well.
Pleasure.
Look, you came in, you got a free cocktail out.
Yeah, exactly.
What more can one ask for?
There'll be plenty more in the green room. It's getting rather merry here.
7.
Good.
That's generous.
7.
Generous, yeah. I thought about 2.
Yes, indeed. OK, look, still to come, we've got Benjamin Butterworth, we've got Connor Tomlinson as well. They are our newsmakers for the day, so they're going to be whizzing you through all of your Christmas headlines. And can I also just say,
go on.
thank you to everybody who is emailing in and who's getting in touch with your wonderful picture. We've been inundated, especially this year, with first Christmases. So the little
it's baby galore.
It's baby galore. The new arrivals this year in your wonderful families, and just any youngsters as well opening their presents. So thank you. It really does mean the world to be able to share Christmas with you. So keep them coming in. GBViews at gbnews.com. Stay tuned.
GB News is Britain's news channel, and now you can support it. All you have to do is scan that QR code that's up on your screen right now, or you can go to gbnews.com/support and become a GB News member. You'll have fantastic benefits. We're also going to organise special events where you as GB News members can meet the presenters, the on-screen faces. Scan the QR code or go to gbnews.com/support. Thank you so much.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show. Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else. We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride. Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse. It's news, but it's this close to entertainment. Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Now then, Lee Anderson here. Join me on GB News on my show, The Real World, every Friday at 7 p.m.
I'm not eating bloody cat. Are you
Delicious.
mental?
Open your mouth. OK, here comes a train.
Reminds me of the scene in Singing in the Rain.
Adam, is that a good one?
Whoa! Join me at 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my 2 comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
What you get for breakfast is something that, if we do our jobs right, you will wake up to news that you didn't know the night before.
It's a conversation. It's not just me and Eamon.
We want to get to know you, and we want you to get to know us. From 6, it's Breakfast with Eamon and Isabel.
Monday to Thursdays on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Wake up to the headlines with Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. We treat you to the day's biggest stories before anyone else, 7 days a week. You can catch up on everything you need to know before you've even had your kippers. Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Every Sunday from 11, join Michael Portillo.
There'll be topical discussion, looking at the week before and the week to come. So kick back and relax at 11 a.m. on Sundays on GB News with me, Michael Portillo. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So, send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Have a great Saturday night with me, Leo Curse, on the Saturday Night Showdown. It's a crazy world out there, so come and make fun of it with me, my panel of comedians, and a couple of people who actually know what they're talking about. The Saturday Night Showdown is your front row ticket to the clown show every Saturday, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Happy Christmas, welcome back. It's 9:42 in the morning on Christmas Day, of course. Now, while we're recovering from Ada McGee's latest attempt to make Christmas cocktails, we're going to go through some of the day's headlines with journalist Benjamin Butterworth and the political commentator Conor Tomlinson, who are back with us again. Go on.
I had that cocktail. That was very strong. I mean, that had more than enough tequila in it. I had this tiny sip and I couldn't take any more.
But can you imagine Ada McGee making it?
Unbelievable amount of coconut over here, by the way. Just so you know. It really is a white Christmas.
I'm glad you went for that. There we go.
Christmas chaos.
Moving on from that. Right, we're going to whiz through some of our papers. Where are we starting? Benjamin, we've got... Look, all I've got as a headline here is undercover Santa helps bust Peruvian drug gang.
Right.
I mean, that is the story. You know, usually Santa comes down the chimney, but in Peru he comes through the front door with a battering ram. So there were this drug gang, and the police decided to come in Santa hats, Santa outfit, the full Santa outfit. I think we've got the video there, and broke in with a sledgehammer to expose the drug gangs, which is a big problem in Peru. So, you know, I think this will be a real present for the people of Peru.
Drugs are a problem in South America, are they?
Yeah, breaking news. And look at that, if you're watching on television. So it's the Santa Claus copper comes in dressed like that, and managed to arrest them. I think they'd been dealing in cannabis and cocaine, I think, and there they are, they were arrested.
So why do you think the dress-up? Why Santa?
Well, it's Christmas, Emily.
Yeah, but that doesn't... Oh, sorry. I'm not even going to dignify that with an answer.
Do you know what? In this day and age, police getting the message out, the videos they put online can have a big effect. You know, it can show they're doing their job. It can highlight to people that are doing illegalities that they shouldn't do it. And, you know, the whole world is watching Santa and his sledgehammer.
That's true.
So
how many views has that got?
Well,
millions, I'm sure.
Loads. Connor, I'm whizzing it over to you now. I get another headline. Hundreds of cars form giant Christmas tree in Russia's Krasnoyarsk. Go on.
Bless you. Yeah, I've got a video of this as well. So this is a giant car cavalcade that's got all their lights on. They're trying to do something festive for a display. Though it was pointed out before we went on air that because Russia are following the Orthodox calendar, actually today isn't their Christmas day. Their Christmas day is on December the 7th. Which is actually January the 7th, sorry. There we go. Which is actually the full Christmas period, according to Orthodox Christianity. So they're quite preliminary, but looks...
I think it's important to get the overview of this, isn't it, really? So they've got... This is supposed to be, what, a giant Christmas tree, is it?
Yeah.
It's quite difficult to tell at the moment, because that, to be honest with you, looks like the M6.
I think they put a lot of their logistical minds into the war effort rather than this. But
I've sat in that for hours previously, just trying to get home.
That's how many lanes the M25 should have.
Yes, yes, and there's a firework display as well. Lovely. I mean, it's nice. It is nice. So I was going to say well done, Russia, but I don't know if you can really say that these days, can you?
Yeah, Russia's got some amazing cultural exports, but I'm not sure its car Christmas tree is.
No.
No, a bit of a fail there.
Do you think if you had to sit in that for hours and hours just so that you could
get out?
Then you get out and see the video and you're like, oh, it doesn't even look like a Christmas tree.
No, I think the threat of if you don't, we'll arrest your family would probably make you do it,
So
wouldn't it?
try again next year.
A sledgehammer Santa will be on the way to
Now, can we do Benjamin, a
Yes.
bit of a sad story, really.
Oh.
The whole world is celebrating Christmas, but not Bethlehem.
So the tourism minister in Palestine has said that, as you say, he said, unfortunately this year we're receiving Christmas without tourists from around the world and without Palestinians from other governorates because of the war in Gaza, because, of course, Bethlehem is affected by this. And the Pope Francis also posted on Twitter last night. He said, our hearts are in Bethlehem, where the Prince of Peace is once more rejected by the futile logic of war. And, you know, it is important to remember, you know, this is a day that is people feel in many different ways. But the place where the story of Jesus, you know, starts is in a terrible state at the moment. And whatever you think about the clash that's happened in the last 2 months, the children that live there that should be having the joy of Christmas today are having that denied because of decisions by adults. And I think it's right to remember that.
Absolutely right to remember that. And we had a man email in earlier from Bethlehem, did we not?
We did, actually. Yes, I think he was called Paul. If you're not called Paul, sorry, but thank you very much anyway.
Baby.
Emailed in from Bethlehem. Conor, I know I think I'm right in saying you're quite religious, very religious.
Practising meaning attempting Catholic, so I'll do my best.
OK, yeah, and there is a kind of tragic irony, isn't there, really, which is the place where a lot of it began for some of the major religions, really, is one of the most hotly contested, war-torn places on earth. Christmas, you know, about remembering the birth of Jesus Christ and tolerance and love and acceptance and all of this stuff, you know, currently rockets flying left, right and centre around there.
Yeah, and also of the major religions currently in conflict over the Holy Land, Christianity's not the one involved in the conflict, so it is quite literally caught in the crossfire. But this is one of the great difficulties of the conflict. It's all parties believe that they have a storied, holy, divine right to entitle the land, and so that's what makes negotiating any kind of ceasefire that everyone from the UN to the Conservative Party are now calling for. It's a very fraught issue. I don't see how it's going to be resolved anytime soon, sadly.
Conor, can I stick with you, please, and just ask you about the Doctor Who story? We have a new Doctor, am I right? Look, I'm going to hold my hands up here. People are going to shout at their TV screens. I have never watched an episode of Doctor Who.
What?
Why do you think it doesn't do it for you?
Just because it's bonkers and completely unrealistic. And you know what did it for me was once, very quickly, I was working as a local journalist and I had to go round to the UK's third largest collector of Doctor Who material. So that's we're already scraping the bottom of the barrel there. Yeah, it was a 2-room or 3-room council flat. And one of the rooms was full of Doctor Who memorabilia, the other room was full of Marilyn Monroe memorabilia.
Right.
And it was not a pleasant experience.
Bit of a strange place.
So it put me right off. Anyway, Conor, go on.
Yeah, it sounds like a small flat, but bigger on the inside. Doctor Who viewers will get that joke. Yeah, so the show has been absolutely dreadful in the last few years. The Christmas specials were a staple ever since David Tennant's debut in 2005 now. Wow, I feel absolutely ancient. But the most recent 60th anniversary specials have been dire. They've screwed the continuity and they've cemented the fact that William Hartnell, the Doctor that started off in the 60s, is no longer the Doctor, the first Doctor. We don't even know who it is. They made Isaac Newton black, for Lord's sake. And then now they've got brand new Doctor, Ncuti Gatwa. I'm sure I'm mispronouncing his name, so I apologise. And I just don't have much hope for the new series going forward, because the old showrunner, Russell T Davies, that brought it back, used to be a great writer, has since come back and said, oh, actually, we can't have Davros anymore, because Davros, being half man, half cyborg, apparently represents all wheelchair users. So now we need to just have him walk around.
Well, Conor, you will know as well as I do that some of our viewers say that Benjamin Butterworth is the wokest man on GB News.
And
Benjamin, what do you think about the way Doctor Who's gone?
Look, Emily, people call me the wokest man in Britain, and I say, please, don't assume my gender.
Oh, well done. Well done.
That's one for a Christmas cracker, I think.
Oh, you are certainly a bit of a woker, aren't
You're
you?
fabulous. You may have no gender, but you're fabulous.
Do you know what? I watched the 60th anniversary episodes of Doctor Who, which were written by Russell T Davies, and I thought they were fantastic. I had stopped watching it at Christmas because it got really boring. It just wasn't that impressive. But Russell T Davies, you might think he's a wokey or whatever, but he's an incredible writer. And so I'm confident that I'm going to watch it tonight or rewatch it over the next coming days.
It's all about the script, isn't it? The script has to be good, and I'm hoping that EastEnders have nailed it.
Well, EastEnders...
Their Christmas special.
EastEnders have their Christmas special. Apparently, someone's dying, apparently, in EastEnders.
Someone's always dying
Or
in
someone will be
EastEnders.
pregnant, or probably both.
Or both.
Every year.
There'll be a divorce.
Yeah, no, I remember. What was the famous one? You're not my mother. Yes, I am.
Yes, I am.
That was one.
I used to watch it religiously.
Indeed. OK, all right. Well, look, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
You've been threatening to give us some presents for a while, but I think we're out of time.
I've got a present for you too.
Oh, we've got presents for each other. Well, luckily, we've still got an hour and 10 minutes on this show, so I'm sure we will do this.
We'll do the next one.
We'll be exchanging gifts. Make sure you keep your wonderful pictures coming in of your lovely family scenes. In fact, here we go. Here we go. Michelle, is it Michelle? This is my granddaughter, Hattie, aged 4, at her nativity yesterday.
Yes, nativity.
So it's Stephen's Church in Blackpool. Wonderful part of the world, and great to see children taking part in the nativity.
That is so sweet, and that's what we wanted. We wanted nativity pictures. But Whittle in Essex says, here are our 2 beautiful grandchildren, Callie, aged 4, and Ollie, aged just 8 months. Oh, they're having a cuddle by the tree.
Oh,
Isn't that sweet? Oh.
Well, I hope Santa managed to give everything that they ever wanted. Stephen in Hull says, this is our beautiful granddaughter, Ava.
Look at her.
Oh, opening up. She looks delighted with whatever that is.
She is.
And I'm liking the little hair piece in there as well. Can I just say what a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful place the GB Views inbox is at the moment.
is.
It is full of family love, as it should be. Maria in Derbyshire now, what have we got here?
She says, Merry Christmas. Philip and Mabe finally met after 7 years.
Oh, my
they
God.
made the gingerbread house from scratch.
I'd like to know the story behind that. If they've met after 7 years, I wonder what's been happening there.
Yeah,
But...
dish the details.
No, they're
they're
cousins.
cousins.
I'm guessing it in our ear now. They're cousins. Granny Annie is on. Granny Annie says, this is my Christmas festive food. So what's she got, right? Smoked salmon and veg pie.
Yum.
Yes. Yorkshire puds.
Yes.
Yes. Roast tatties. Yes. Well done. Now, I'll be round in about 20 minutes, Granny Annie, so I will see you there. And,
We don't know where
this
she is, so you never know. She could be around the corner.
I'll track her down. I'll track her down anyway. all
Right, well, that's enough of that. Still to come, it has been quite mild across the UK this Christmas morning. But could there be a little tiny chance of some snow in the next few days? We'll find out next.
Yes, make sure you stay tuned.
Looks like things are heating up. Boxed boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello there, I'm Greg Dewhurst and welcome to your latest GB News weather forecast. Well, it's mild, wet and breezy across much of the UK this Christmas Day, and there is the risk of some snow across the Scottish mountains too. Some early brightness for eastern parts of England, north-east Scotland, but generally a lot of cloud as we move through the day. Outbreaks of rain across England and Wales, which will turn increasingly heavy in the west. And then as this rain bumps into the higher ground of Scotland, we could see 5 to 10 centimetres of snow above 300 metres, so officially making it a white Christmas, but for many of us it will be mild, breezy and grey. Some glimmers of sunshine for Northern Ireland, temperatures still above average for the time of year. This rain across England and Wales slowly pushes its way southeastwards through the evening, clearing during the early hours, and also rain and snow across Scotland moves out into the North Sea, which means as we move into the early hours of Boxing Day, many places becoming dry, lengthy clear spells and temperatures lower than they have been of late, getting close to freezing in the countryside, a touch of frost and ice across northern Scotland. So it means a sunnier start for many, a drier start for Boxing Day, plenty of blue skies. The risk of a few showers, largely around the coast and also quite frequent across northern Scotland, but staying dry for the vast majority. But later on in the day, cloud and rain moves in across the far southwest. Temperatures lower than they have been, a little nearer to average.
Looks like things are heating up. Boxed boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, thank you for being a big part of GB News.
We'd like to wish you and your loved ones a Christmas season full of comfort and joy.
As well as a peaceful and prosperous new year.
From our family
to yours.
We are proud to be your channel.
Merry Christmas.
Happy Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Happy Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Here on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Merry Christmas.
Join us every night on GB News at 11 p.m. for Headliners, which is 3 top comedians going through the next day's news stories, which is exactly what you need, because when the establishment has gone crazy, you need some craziness to make sense of it.
Headliners. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper. We've got it covered for you. Every night at 11 p.m. and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there.
So join us 11 p.m. every night on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So, send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests, and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan. Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks. The admission's free.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show. Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else. We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride. Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse. It's news, but it's this close to entertainment. Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News is Britain's news channel, and now you can support it. All you have to do is scan that QR code that's up on your screen right now, or you can go to gbnews.com/support and become a GB News member. You'll have fantastic benefits. We're also going to organise special events where you as GB News members can meet the presenters, the on-screen faces. Scan the QR code or go to gbnews.com/support. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being a big part of GB News.
We'd like to wish you and your loved ones a Christmas season full of comfort and joy.
As well as a peaceful and prosperous new year.
From our family
to yours.
We are proud to be your channel.
Merry Christmas.
Happy Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Happy Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Here on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Merry Christmas.
Good morning. It's 10 o'clock on Monday, the 25th of December. So Merry Christmas to you all and welcome to the final hour of GB News Christmas Breakfast with me, Patrick Christys, and Emily Carver.
I am feeling thoroughly festive. I hope you are too.
With a cocktail.
Yeah, well, a little sip. Today is set to be the warmest Christmas day in more than a century. As the Met Office says, temperatures should reach 14 or even 15 degrees. Balmy.
Yeah, this means a white Christmas has been ruled out for most of the country. But don't let that stop you from having fun. Send us in your Christmas pics wherever you want. So many of you have. We're loving all the family shots. gbviews@gbnews.com.
Keep them coming. Now, we've also been tracking Santa's flight around the world. He's delivering gifts for Christmas. He's currently heading back to the North Pole, so he's delivered them all.
So he's delivered them. So Santa, well done, Santa.
Well done,
Well done, Santa.
Good
Cracking
job,
effort
good
so far
job.
this year, mate.
Cracking effort.
He's really pulled it out of the bag. Anyway.
And we're also recognising what could be a bit of a tough day for some people, whether it's loneliness, whether you're on your own, struggling families across the UK. Some of us had to rely on food banks to get by.
Yeah, important to have a nod to them if you are feeling a little bit lonely as well. We are, of course, here for you. And the King and Queen are set to celebrate Christmas with other members of the royal family at Sandringham House. King Charles's Christmas message, as we know by now, is going to be broadcast at 3 p.m. Yes, we will be bringing that to you live at GB News. And I am hoping that we're going to get a little sneaky peek of the royals this hour because we've got a camera up outside Sandringham on their way to church. So hopefully we can talk you through what they're doing there.
George, Charlotte, Louis.
Yep.
Nice to see.
Yep.
And Aidan McGee is also here with your sport.
Yes, Merry Christmas, one and all. It is a bumper Christmas of sport. We'll be looking back on the Manchester United takeover. We'll be looking ahead to the Boxing Day fixtures in the Premier League, as well as all day's racing. Stay tuned.
Look,
Why is he wearing a chef's
Aidan, for the people who are just joining us, there is absolutely no context whatsoever as to why you are a sports reporter dressed as a chef. Do you want to just very quickly explain?
I made some soup this morning. You really enjoyed it. It was a taste explosion. Everybody loved it, and I'm serving it tonight for the family.
Good stuff.
It was good, to be fair. It was good.
All right. Is it going to be a white Christmas where you are? Greg Dewhurst has your weather.
Good morning and Merry Christmas. Will it be a white Christmas or a wet Christmas? Find out in the forecast coming up soon.
This morning, we want to know what you are up to. Are you working? Are you with your family? We have been getting loads of first Christmases, so newborns or people who are under a year old celebrating their first Christmas.
We're very, very nosy, so please do let us know what you're up to. We'll reveal what we're up to later, and I'll also reveal that I've got a little gift for you that might make you laugh.
OK, good. I should probably try to nip out and buy one in the news break.
The petrol station's open, don't worry.
gbviews@gbnews.com is, of course, the email address. Get in touch. We've got loads coming for you. You just heard a bit of it there. But now it is your headlines with Sam. Happy Christmas, Sam.
Patrick, Emily, thanks very much, and Merry Christmas from the GB Newsroom. I'm Sam Francis. The headlines this hour. Pope Francis has condemned what he called the futile logic of war, saying that Christ's message of peace was being drowned out in the very land where he was born. The pontiff used his Christmas Eve Mass last night to speak out against the ongoing conflict in Gaza. He said, "Our hearts are in Bethlehem, where the Prince of Peace has been rejected by the clash of arms." The Palestinian Minister of Tourism said the city is celebrating Christmas with sadness and sorrow after all the festivities there have been cancelled. Meanwhile, the Pope's message comes as an airstrike on a refugee camp in central Gaza has killed at least 68 people. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has vowed to continue the war after Israel endured one of its worst days of losses. Ukraine is celebrating Christmas on the 25th of November for the first time in a landmark change to the country's traditions. The Russian Orthodox Church usually observes Christmas on the 7th of January, but this is the first time Ukraine has moved away from that tradition. It comes as Russia's invasion of Ukraine continues. Kyiv's air defences blocked 28 drone attacks and 2 missiles overnight. 5 civilians were killed. Here in the UK, a murder investigation is underway following the death of a 23-year-old man in South Wales. Police found the victim at an address on Christmas Eve. Another 23-year-old man has been arrested on suspicion of murder. South Wales police say it's being treated as an isolated incident and that they're not looking for any more suspects. The King and Queen are marking Christmas Day with their family in Norfolk, along with a church service this morning on their Sandringham estate. The royal couple are expected to be joined by Prince and Princess of Wales and their children. The King's Christmas message will be broadcast at 3 o'clock this afternoon, and of course we'll be bringing that to you live here on GB News. Christian leaders are using their Christmas addresses to highlight what's happening in the Middle East. The Archbishop of Canterbury is expected to use his Christmas Day sermon to highlight the suffering of children that are caught up in the Israel-Hamas war. Referring to the birthplace of Jesus, he's expected to tell his congregation that the skies of Bethlehem are full of fear rather than angels and glory. Today is set to be the warmest Christmas day in more than a century, with the Met Office expecting temperatures will reach 14 or even 15 degrees. That's after 15.3 was recorded at Heathrow and Chippenham in Berkshire yesterday, making it the warmest Christmas Eve in over 20 years. And it does mean that a white Christmas has probably been ruled out for most of us across the country, apart from those in northern Scotland. Now, if you're eating your Christmas breakfast, you may want to turn away because shoppers have been slamming supermarkets after unwrapping their rotten turkeys just hours after Christmas dinner. Before Christmas dinner, families who ordered their festive centerpieces weeks ago have been sharing pictures on social media of rotten, mouldy meat, claiming it's not safe to eat. Food experts have been saying that it's better to thaw your turkey in the fridge to avoid any spoiling. And for bigger birds, make sure you allow plenty of time for it to defrost. Families are being warned as well not to pour cooking fat down the sink this Christmas to avoid flooding their homes. Tipping fat from a festive turkey, gravy or even coffee grounds down the sink can block sewer pipes, leading to flooding. And homes and streets can have blocked pipes. It comes after research has shown that more than a quarter of adults dispose of fats down the sink. Thames Water and South West Water are among those warning people to dispose of their festive fats carefully. And as you've been hearing, we have been tracking Santa's flight around the world as he delivers gifts for Christmas. This is the live NORAD Santa tracker. He's arrived in the UK just after midnight, and so far he's delivered, we believe, around 8 billion presents to homes across the globe. The North American Aerospace Defense Command is monitoring his movements, and it shows he's just finished delivering presents in the Midway Atoll, part of the United States. He'll then be heading back to the North Pole to start preparing for, yep, you guessed it, next Christmas. This is GB News. For more, we're on TV, in your car, on digital radio and on your smart speaker. For now, though, Merry Christmas and more from Patrick and Emily.
Now, when you think of Christmas, you might think of all the family gathering round to watch the King's speech at 3 p.m, which we will be bringing to you live, or Kate and William as they make a grand entrance at Sandringham.
You might think about that, but what would Christmas be without the royals? Without the pomp, without the pageantry, without it?
So we are also getting pictures of the Mary Magdalene Church in Sandringham. So these are live shots from where the royal family have been pictured appearing for the service. So as they come in and out of there, we'll be able to take that live for you. So that's that really famous church, the Church of Mary Magdalene there in Sandringham, where the royal family always has their Christmas Day service. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that for you. Hopefully we don't miss anything. But we are.
Police officers there, keeping everyone safe. They look in good spirits.
As it should be. But a man who knows the royal family intimately, OK, is the wonderful former royal butler, Grant Harold. Grant, lovely stuff. Great to have you on the show. A very Merry Christmas to you and yours. So just talk to us a little bit, please, about what the royal family will be doing now. We've just seen the outside of that church there. What's going to go on in the royal family?
Absolutely. Good morning and Merry Christmas to you both. Well, obviously we haven't got long now until the royal family make their way to St Mary's Magdalene Church, which is on the Sandringham estate. And just to give you an idea, I'm sure you're aware, I don't know if the viewers and listeners are aware, but the church is very close to Sandringham. In fact, I remember from the dining room, you could look out and see it. That's how close it is. So it's walkable. It's quite walkable for them to get there. But I remember the late Queen used to drive there with the late Prince Philip, probably due to mobility. It was easier for them. But the royal family, that's why they walk there, because it's that close. and they'll be heading there about 11 o'clock for their service. They'll have had breakfast, so they'll be all ready for the service. And then after the service, they return back to Sandringham. Soon after returning, they'll have some drinks, and then they get into the Christmas lunch.
And Grant, the service, will it be a traditional service, the likes of which we see up and down the country? Will there be anything that signifies that it is royal?
The only thing it signifies that it's royal, Emily, is just the fact you've got the royal family there. It'll be a service like any other service.
That helps.
I think what's interesting is, I don't know if you know this, the late Queen used to go to a service before this service. It was kind of a private one. She used to go on her own. I did wonder, I'm not in the know, I don't know this, but I did wonder if the King maybe follows that same tradition that his late mother did. But obviously the late Queen, like her son, very religious, and faith is very important to them. So it's possible that the King has already been to a service, and this is maybe like his late mother, this is his second service.
So the late Queen would go for a private service, and then the rest of the congregation would come.
Oh, wow.
Absolutely. Much earlier in the morning. So you're talking about 8 o'clock or something in the morning, and then later we'd go back for the public one that we all get to see them at. But as I mentioned, with the late Queen and with the family, religion is very important to him. And I know the King, when I work for him, it's equally as important to him. I'm sure you're aware, on his own private estate, he's got a little chapel in the grounds.
Could you talk to us a little bit about what Christmas dinner is like in the royal household then? So King Charles is going to be giving his address to the nation. It's pre-recorded. It will go out at 3 p.m. We'll be covering that live here on GB News. We've kind of got the gist of what he's going to... Well, we think he might say anyway. There's going to be elements of sustainability. He's going to mention the environment. He's got a real Christmas tree. So we kind of know that stuff. But, Grant, what I want to know from you is... I nearly said the goss then, but, of course, former royal butlers don't goss.
The goss?
But the inside of what it's like at dinner,
you were going to use the word scoop then instead, weren't you?
The inside, yeah. Anyway, so come on. So talk to me about the dinner setup, mate.
I think Carson would be rolling in his grave, one of the great butlers. No, the dinner is interesting. They have a lunch, which is very traditional, like just similar to what we're all having. The only difference, of course, they've got staff there to kind of help. But the actual meal is similar to what we're all having, a turkey meal, turkey Christmas dinner, probably 3 courses. The bit that you might not be aware of is that in the afternoon, they have an afternoon tea, which is a very important part of the royal way of life. Again, we've been having afternoon teas for about 150 years, thanks to Duchess Anna Maria of Bedford. So they carry on this tradition, which they'll have between 4 and 6. Then they'll have their evening drinks, and then they'll have a buffet for dinner tonight. And the reason it's a buffet instead of, what I mean by that is, it means the staff can get the night off. So it will be there'll be a few members of team there to kind of lay everything up. And it's a wonderful spread, which obviously has got turkey, from what I understand, there's pork, there's salmon, lots of other things. So that's what they do. But it's also quite nice because, from my point of view, working for the family, it's quite nice on Christmas evening that you got the night off as well.
Yes, I can imagine. Thank you very much for your time, Grant Harold, former royal butler. Have a very Merry Christmas. Oh, yes, little tiny dog.
I was just going to mention, hopefully, the royal dogs, the Jack Russells, will also get a little Christmas treat today, because I'm with my little guy Shimba here, so he'll be getting his Christmas meal later.
What's his Christmas treat?
It's food, really.
It's lots and lots of food.
Just think, that dog, little does that dog know, right, that it's currently sat on the knee of a man who is friends with royalty. That dog's got blissfully unaware of what a superstar he's cozying up to there. But look, Grant, thank you very much. Oh, go on, carry on.
I did try to convince at one point the Princess of Wales to get a Darksie, because the late Queen used to have Darksies, and I did try to convince many years ago Catherine to have a Darksie, but I think they decided against it. Maybe one day. You know what?
I would love one of those. We can't at the moment.
I
would love one of a Darksie.
I actually like corgis. I like corgis, and they're
kind of funny looking.
They're still the royal dog, aren't they? Corgis.
Absolutely, definitely. And Dorgies, which is a mix of Dachshunds and Corgis, which, again, the late Queen used to have.
Half Dash and half Corgi.
Spot on. We found a happy medium there. Thank you very much.
Corgi. That's how you do it.
Well,
Merry
enjoy
Christmas.
the fire. Enjoy your Christmas day. I'm sure you're going to take the dog out at some point too. So have a lovely day, Grant Harold, former royal butler.
Take care, Grant. Thank you, mate. Well done. Lovely. I love that guy.
Such a charming man.
Very nice man. Very nice.
He was in the right job, wasn't he?
He was, yes, absolutely. Well, So, before we get to some of your pictures from your wonderful days and first Christmases, etc., which have been flooding in, and they're really lovely to see, so we'll show those shortly, but today is set to go down as the warmest Christmas day in years. Yesterday registered as the hottest Christmas Eve since 1997. What else happened in 1997? We got a Labour government. Coincidence? I think not.
Oh, for goodness
So
sake.
parts of the UK are set to reach the balmy heights of 14 degrees today.
I heard it was 50.
And this year could still be an officially white Christmas, with snow likely to fall in northern Scotland, despite the milder weather across the rest of the country.
Yes, so here to tell us more is weather journalist Nathan Rowe. Thank you very much indeed, and a happy Christmas to you, and very merry.
Happy Christmas. You're both looking fabulously festive this morning. Patrick and Emily, lovely to see you.
Really lovely to see you, Nathan. You're looking very smart yourself. So tell us, it's the classic, really, isn't it? At least it's the classic down south where we are. The sort of mild and maybe a bit of drizzle, a little bit of wind.
It really is. And it looks like a spring morning outside Sandringham. I was just looking at your pictures, wasn't it? I've already had a complaint from Santa Claus because he couldn't pull his sledge across Britain because there was no snow. And you're absolutely right. The only flurry we're likely to get today, I think they've actually had one, is up in the very far north of Scotland over the hills. But elsewhere, as you mentioned, we'd had the warmest Christmas Eve since 1997, and we're looking at today being one of the mildest Christmas days for quite a long time. We'd have to beat 15.6 to hit the record, and that was set in 1920. I'm not sure if we'll quite get there, but if you're hoping for snow anywhere in the UK today, apart from over the hills of Scotland, forget it. You're more likely to need a T-shirt.
Forget it. No snow. No snow.
No,
Sorry.
I'm trying to remember if I can remember one white Christmas when I was growing up. I think I was about 5 or 6. So that would have
when
been
you went to Lapland?
No, that was definitely a white Christmas. But Nathan, you know, we had storms the other day that shut down trains. I think Euston ground to a halt, didn't it, and everything. So actually, to be honest with you, it's probably a bit of light relief now, isn't it? To just have a bit of a mild Christmas.
A bit of a mild Christmas. Just to point out, it is going to turn a little bit more unsettled towards the middle of the week. I mean, you might get a few showers and a bit of gusty wind today. There is a warning out for the middle of the week, Wednesday, possibly when people are heading back after Christmas Day and Boxing Day. So that's one to watch out. But really, from now until the run-up to New Year's Eve, to New Year, it is going to be mild and slightly unsettled with wind and rain. Pretty normal, isn't it, really, for Great Britain, that sort of weather? No chance of anything wet and fluttery in the south over the next few days. So if you're hoping for snow, bad luck. Head up to Scotland or better luck next year.
Just a quick one with you, Nathan. Does it ever mean, then, if we've got a warmer December, that we're going to get like a snow-filled January, or does weather not work like that?
There are some areas of thought that suggest. Are you hoping for snow, Patrick? Have you got your sledge and your toboggan already, and you're like disappointed because you can't get it out this morning?
I've got my skis out.
I can't promise you. There are some hints of something coming slightly colder towards later January, but these are only hints. And as we've seen from talking about a white Christmas, I've been in your show lots and lots of times over the past few weeks talking about white Christmases, and one day it is and the next day it isn't, and then they change their minds. We really can't tell more than around 5 to 10 days in advance. However, the meteorologists are looking at the possibility of something slightly colder towards the middle to the end of January. So that is something we're keeping our eyes on. But I would be foolish, Patrick, to promise you snow at any point in the next few weeks.
Do you know what? That will come as a relief that it's going to stay quite mild till New Year's Eve, because a lot of the time people go out at New Year's Eve and it ends up being absolutely frostbitingly freezing.
Oh, that time went
And, you know, if you're going out in your little in your party dresses and, you know, you don't want ice.
I got chilblains that way.
No.
Never wear that miniskirt again. Nathan, thank you very, very much. Nathan Rowe there.
Thank you very much. Merry Christmas.
Our weather guru. Yes, I got the pins out one year.
Did you really? Why?
No, obviously not.
You have to explain why.
No, I didn't. That's not the way I go. But anyway, it's Christmas. Yay, that means turkey. Camp classic songs, didn't write that, and so many presents.
What, camp is in sort of metrosexual?
Oh, OK.
Bit jolly.
Good, yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah.
It does. Toys are arguably one of the most important parts of the day, so we have the owner of the London toy company, Joel Berkowitz, to talk all things toys. Thank you very much, Joel. You're looking extremely festive. A very happy Christmas to you. Lovely tree, great hat, nice jumper, and a glow-up bus.
It looks that way. What have you got for us, mate? Go on.
So these are actually our wooden toys that we've released this Christmas, and it's just had that resurgence of kind of the traditional toys, and we've kind of blended it with a bit more of a modern twist. So they're night lights for kids and adults, may I say, that have been flying off the shelves this Christmas.
This is quite an interesting setup that you've got. Sorry, I'm just taking all of that in, actually. So what kind of things have proved really, really popular this year? And also, as well, people can possibly get some stuff in the sales in a couple of days' time if they need to?
Absolutely. Well, this year we've seen as I say, resurgence of kind of the retro toys, so things like wooden toys, which are making their comeback. But we've also seen some incredible sales from the likes of Lego, the new Barbie film that's come out. You've seen all the Barbie merchandise and toys that have flown off the shelves. Funko Pop has had a huge bumper Christmas. And very, very lucky for us. We've also had an incredible Christmas, reaching kids all around the world. The toy industry in the UK has surpassed £3.6 billion this year, with £1.7 billion expected to have been spent this Christmas.
Wow,
so
that's
really
a huge amount of
industry
money.
And great growth.
Now, Joel, I can't help but notice that you are in Inverness, but you're the owner of the London toy company. Are you usually based in London? Is it a family business?
So we're usually based in central London, but I thought I'd come up to snowy Inverness, snowy Scotland, but unfortunately this year it doesn't seem to be so snowy out here. Quite warm and mild, in fact. But yes, that's normally where I am in London, but yeah.
Just quickly, Joel, look, I know it's a business and a very successful business as well that you run, but it must be quite nice to know that this Christmas morning, children, not just children, but mostly children, will have woken up and opened some of the things that your company has made, and their little faces will have lit up. We're going to show some pictures, by the way, very shortly of some children opening their presents, so it all ties in. But that must give you an immense amount of joy, Joel, no?
Do you know what? When I founded this company in 2015, it was actually during university, and it was an incredible kind of journey to have gone through over the last 8-9 years or so. And then when you actually go into a shop and you see people buying, toys off the shelf, and you see them giving to their kids, it gives you that real sense of fulfillment, and it's just it makes everything worthwhile. So that's what we do it for, and the whole team feel the same as well.
Well done, Joel. Happy Christmas to you, mate. Happy Christmas to everybody there as well. Enjoy your turkey or whatever you're getting stuck into later on.
In a rather mild Inverness.
Yeah.
But there you go. Thank you very much, Joel Berkowitz, who is the owner of the London Toy Company.
Well, we are going to show some pictures now. Yes, we are. Good stuff. This is my favourite bit of the show, this. So thank you very much to everybody who's been getting in touch. We've been looking to... Well, we're nosy.
Yeah, we are a little bit nosy. We want to see what you're doing.
Yeah, so Luke's been on. What's happening here?
This is Nanny Bren. She's Patrick's biggest fan. Aww.
Well, I'm your biggest fan as well, Nanny Bren, so there you go.
What's she got there?
Thank you very much.
Hot choc.
It's hard for me to see. A little hot chocolate. And a biscuit, there we go.
Hot chocolate and a biscuit and some festive PJs.
Well, Merry Christmas, Nanny Bren. Alan and Sana, I think that says. Yeah, there we go.
They say Happy Christmas from us and our 10-year-old son, Kenzie. There's Kenzie. We're enjoying some Christmas sunshine in Marrakesh. They're watching us all the way from Marrakesh.
Oh, they've got fezzes on, haven't they? That's what that is, right?
And matching PJs,
Is that a Christmas tree behind them, though? They've done well there, haven't they? I don't know, maybe they have Christmas trees in Marrakesh.
Christmas in Marrakesh must be quite nice.
They obviously have at least one Christmas tree in Marrakesh, so well done. Donna and John say, here we go.
This is our grandson, Noah, chilling this Christmas one. He does look like he's chilling.
Well done, Noah, you legend.
He looks like he could be sat there for a little while. Just watching a bit of GB News Christmas breakfast, why not?
Noah is living the life.
He's waiting to be served his dinner.
He's living the life. Yeah, he's just there waiting to be served his dinner, get a tiny
That's
glass...
like you at home.
Yeah, a tiny glass of baby scotch on the go there. Come on, feed me.
Little bit of virgin eggnog.
Oh, well, keep sending you pictures. All right, we do really love to see it. We'll have the final batch a little bit later on. It's gbviews@gbnews.com. But, yes, it's been an incredibly mild day, but I think we've got a little bit of an official weather update from Greg Dewhurst.
Hello there, I'm Greg Dewhurst and welcome to your latest GB News weather forecast. Well, it's mild, wet and breezy across much of the UK this Christmas Day, and there is the risk of some snow across the Scottish mountains too. Some early brightness for eastern parts of England, north-east Scotland, but generally a lot of cloud as we move through the day. Outbreaks of rain across England and Wales, which will turn increasingly heavy in the west. And then as this rain bumps into the higher ground of Scotland, we could see 5 to 10 centimetres of snow above 300 metres, so officially making it a white Christmas, but for many of us it will be mild, breezy and grey. Some glimmers of sunshine for Northern Ireland, temperatures still above average for the time of year. This rain across England and Wales slowly pushes its way southeastwards through the evening, clearing during the early hours, and also rain and snow across Scotland moves out into the North Sea, which means as we move into the early hours of Boxing Day, many places becoming dry, lengthy clear spells and temperatures lower than they have been of late, getting close to freezing in the countryside, a touch of frost and ice across northern Scotland. So it means a sunnier start for many, a drier start for Boxing Day, plenty of blue skies. The risk of a few showers largely around the coast and also quite frequent across northern Scotland, but staying dry for the vast majority. But later on in the day, cloud and rain moves in across the far southwest. Temperatures lower than they have been, a little nearer to average.
Well, we were talking about toys earlier, so we've got a gift potentially for you. How would you like to win £10,000 cash, brand new tech and shopping vouchers?
Yeah, sign me up. Sign me up.
No, you're not allowed.
We're not allowed, just in case one of us wins. And then, can you imagine the headlines after that? GB News presenter wins 10 grand in cash from my own competition. But anyway, I've signed up using a false name, and you'll never know. So, here's how you can enter the Great British Giveaway and just basically earn back everything that you've managed to spend so far this Christmas and more.
Yes, all of the details are here.
There's still time to become the winner of our Great British Giveaway and take home nearly £12,000 of top prizes. There's cash to be won, £10,000 in tax-free cash that you could use to make 2024 the best year yet. There's also a shopping spree on us, with £500 in vouchers to spend at the store of your choice. What's on your shopping list? If it's a new phone, we've got that covered too, with our brand new iPhone 15 Pro Max. For another chance to win the iPhone, the vouchers and £10,000 cash, text GBWIN to 84902. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message, or post your name and number to GB01, PO Box 8690, Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on Friday the 5th of January. Full terms and privacy notice at gbnews.com/win. Good luck.
We've got a little treat for you. OK, it's been a fabulous show so far, a variety of different things, but this, I think, really sets it apart. So the Steel and Sons Cup is the only league football match being played in the UK on Christmas Day. And our reporter, Doogie Beattie, has front row seats at the grounds. We will be speaking to him very, very shortly. And there's a lot more to it than meets the eye when it comes to that football match as well. So stay tuned for that. That's next.
Wake up to the headlines with Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. We treat you to the day's biggest stories before anyone else, 7 days a week. You can catch up on everything you need to know before you've even had your kippers. Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my 2 comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Big news, big debates, big opinion.
Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show.
Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else.
We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride.
Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse.
It's news, but it's this close to entertainment.
Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Now then, Lee Anderson here. Join me on GB News on my show, The Real World, every Friday at 7 p.m.
I'm not eating bloody cat. Are you
Delicious.
mental?
Put your mouth. OK, here comes a train.
Reminds me of the scene in Singing in the Rain.
Adam, is that a good one?
Whoa! Join me at 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel. What you get for breakfast is something that, if we do our jobs right, you will wake up to news that you didn't know the night before.
It's a conversation. It's not just me and Eamon.
We want to get to know you, and we want you to get to know us.
From 6, it's Breakfast with Eamon and Isabel.
Monday to Thursdays on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Have a great Saturday night with me, Leo Curse, on the Saturday Night Showdown. It's a crazy world out there, so come and make fun of it with me, my panel of comedians, and a couple of people who actually know what they're talking about. This Saturday Night Showdown is your front row ticket to the clown show, every Saturday, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel. Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News,
Britain's news channel.
GB News, unlike other broadcasters, isn't obsessed with the London-Westminster bubble. We think there's a nation beyond the M25, and that's why we talk about the issues that matter across the land. Join me on State of the Nation, 8 to 9 o'clock, Monday to Thursday, on GB News. Daisy's listening, and you should too.
Every Sunday from 11, join Michael Portillo.
There will be topical discussion, looking at the week before and the week to come. So kick back and relax at 11 a.m. on Sundays on GB News with me, Michael Portillo. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
When the news happens, it happens here.
And really important breaking news.
Breaking news this morning.
On TV, radio and online, the news starts here on Britain's Newsroom.
All the biggest stories and the answers that you need from across the UK and beyond.
Join Britain's Newsroom from 9:30 on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Well, it's 10:32 in the morning on Christmas Day, of course. Now, did you know the only league football match being played in the UK is due to begin in the next 30 minutes?
Yeah, so the Steel and Sons Cup has been a firm festive fixture on the Northern Irish football calendar since 1895.
Yes, we're now joined by our Northern Ireland reporter, Doogie Beattie, who is at the stadium for us now. Doogie, are they getting ready to play?
Yeah, they are indeed. Welcome to Seaview. This is the home of Crusaders, the Irish Football League team, but it's also the home of women's football in Northern Ireland. And today it hosts the Amateur League Steel and Sons Cup. As you say, it's been played since 1895. Hasn't missed a Christmas Day. Well, it's missed two because of wars. But here it is. It is the big boasting and bragging rights in the calendar. We have the green and white of Crumlin Star versus the black and yellow of Cumbernack. Now, these are provincial towns. Most of these fellas are postmen, builders, electricians, and they're all here. I mean, I was going to put a pair of shorts in the car and boots in case they needed me to come on. It'd do no harm to have an old guy like me run about. But yes, I was also going to wear a Santa suit, but that might have been a picture that might have stuck with me and haunted me forever. But these towns, these football clubs are in every single town across the UK.
Doogie, I was just going to say, I didn't know we had these branded GB News waterproofs. It's looking good.
You have to be in the know. You have to be in the know. You see, it's all right for you sitting in the studio with your Christmas jumpers and all. I'm out here in the freezing cold. I mean, we've got to get something along the line. Don't even get a cup of coffee. But yes, Cumbernack and Crumlin Star, both of them are provincial towns. And like the rest of the UK, every town will have a football club in it of amateur status. And it means an awful lot to those towns. I mean, there's been over 1,000 tickets sold in Cumber already. There'll be no turkey dinners there today because if they win it, they'll celebrate into the night, and if they lose it, well, they'll all be sitting over their turkey looking very distraught. But I caught up with a couple of the players earlier on in the week, and this is what they had to say.
It means a hell of a lot, especially for the club and the fans and stuff. First time we've ever got here, beaten the semis 3 times, so nearly got there, but just haven't quite. But this time we're here and we're ready to go. I think the brunt of our team is the wrong side of 30. So we're sort of maybe thinking this is maybe the final chance to finally try and get our hands on this trophy. But it's just, we're just a working class area, all mates, all together, all from the same community. A couple of boys from West Belfast, but we'll not mention them, but everybody's in it together.
Cumber's won the Steel and Sons once, 94, 95 I believe it was. So it's a brave while ago. We reached a final after, but unfortunately we were on the wrong side of the result that day. But yeah, we're looking to repeat the 94-95 season and bring it home. You know, we've seen the last couple of weeks the town itself has been absolutely buzzing. Shops, you know, the people. It's very rare that anyone in a Cumber tracksuit would walk through the town and not get a beep of the horn from someone. You know, everyone's looking forward to it. Ever since the semi-final, it's been a date in the diary that, you know, we've all been looking forward to.
Well, there you go. It's all set. It's only now the actual match itself. Will it be the older lads in Crumlin Star, or will it be the youth, this fresher legs of Cumbernack? So it's Crumlin Star, Cumbernack, all kicks off at 11 o'clock. And I've got to say this, Patrick, I've got to say, I've been with, this is my 3rd Christmas with GB News, and it's been great, it's been a great journey. But along the way, I've got to say Happy Christmas to a few people, because I didn't send Christmas cards. So to all the boys in MCR behind the scenes, Femi, Saeed, Elizabeth, and those as well that have looked after me so well, Happy Christmas. Oh, and Bruce Jobson and his family, he's an old agricultural hack in the northeast of England. Bruce, his wife Helen and Ryan, thank you so much and have a happy Christmas.
Thank you, thank you.
Any more?
No. I'll give you that way, of course. You know. Happy
Dougie,
Christmas.
thank you, mate. Look, honestly, you light up our shows. You're an absolute legend. That is
Stellar reporting on
Dougie
Christmas
Beattie.
Day.
That we'll be taking you to that football match. Doesn't win anything else. I love that guy. He makes me laugh. Anyway, right, in a good way. Now, okay, it's time to go through even more sports news. We're going to whiz through this. We've got Aidan McGee, who's back in the studio with us, who is inexplicably dressed as a chef.
I was cooking earlier on, you know that. I can't just discard all the paraphernalia, can I?
No, you couldn't possibly.
That would be ridiculous.
I'm wearing it tonight. I'm putting it back on tonight.
Right, OK, look,
let's go through the Boxing Day fixtures tomorrow. A bit controversial football this time of year. We had the Christmas Eve showdown yesterday between Chelsea and Wolves. Chelsea lost that, of course, but tomorrow they're trying to keep it local because of the fact that Chelsea had to travel, and it garnered quite a few headlines in the papers and elsewhere. But Newcastle playing Nottingham Forest at 12:30. Bit of a schlep that for Nottingham Forest fans heading up to Newcastle for an early kick-off. Bournemouth-Fulham is at 3 o'clock. Sheffield United against Luton, a real basement battle. 2 sides that came up from the Championship last season. That's 3 o'clock. We've got Burnley v Liverpool at 5:30. The biggest game tomorrow, without a shadow of doubt, Patrick. We've mentioned Manchester United earlier today. All the takeover, paraphernalia, all the rest of it. Man United versus Aston Villa at 8 o'clock. If they lose that game, he's in serious trouble, Eric Ten Hag, especially with the onset of the new owners.
No, Aidan, what's a Boxing Day match like? What's the vibe like? Because I've never been to one on Boxing Day.
I'm going to Millwall tomorrow, actually. In fact, I was in Waitrose in Bromley buying all the ingredients for our soup last night, and Bromley Dave, or Millwall Dave, came up to me and said, "Oh, I was seeing you on telly. I love your updates." He was lying, and so I said I'll see him at the Den tomorrow because we're going to Millwall to watch QPR at 1 p.m. after I've been here. I always go to football on Boxing Day, whether I'm working or whether it's social. As I said earlier on, I expect QPR to get hammered. I might have to get hammered too.
Now, people are sometimes quite critical of the Millwall fans. Are they all right, actually?
They're fantastic, and I tell you what, they love GB News. They love a bit of GB News. Absolutely fun.
I am. If you know which side he breast butted here at GB News, you will only ever praise praise the Millwall fans.
Oh, that's why I was, you know,
listen, I'm a QPR fan. They're our rivals, but it's a superb club, I'll tell you.
Cracking bunch of people, the Millwall fans. Well done, you. Very quickly, bit of a tip on the old horse racing. Go on.
Yeah, big important meetings tomorrow, as usual, on Boxing Day. We've got the King George VI Chase at Kempston. Brave Man's Game is my tip for tomorrow's race. Pick me up on that tomorrow if it wins. If it doesn't, don't ever mention it again for as long as you live. And we've got meetings at Aintree, Market Raisin and Fontenwell Park. But again, a huge day of racing.
Wonderful stuff. Aidan McGee, thank you very much, and thank you for entertaining us all morning with a variety of different things. Your menu, your soup, you're on the Bucks Fizz now. You made a cocktail badly.
Did you not get my joke about Bucks Fizz making your mind up? It's a song by Bucks Fizz.
No, I didn't know that. No, I didn't get it. No.
I got it. Still didn't laugh. But there we go. OK. All right. So still to come. Benjamin Butterworth, Connor Tomlinson. They joined us because we've got some proper news to do you.
Say Merry Christmas. Love you both.
Love you too,
mate.
Aidan. That's really kind of you to say.
That's the Bucks
You've been
Fizz.
there for us through thick and thin.
All right.
What?
OK. We are doing the news.
I meant soup and cocktails.
OK, all right. I'm the only one not drinking. I'll see you after the news.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan. Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks. The admission's free.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show.
Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else.
We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride.
Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse.
It's news, but it's this close to entertainment.
Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join us every night on GB News at 11 p.m. for Headliners, which is 3 top comedians going through the next day's news stories, which is exactly what you need, because when the establishment has gone crazy, you need some craziness to make sense of it.
Headliners. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper. We've got it covered for you. Every night at 11 p.m. and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there.
So join us 11 p.m. every night on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So, send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Tired of the usual focus-tested, pre-prepared Westminster runaround? Well, so am I.
So you want higher taxes?
Is your department to blame for this? Are you rethinking this policy? Every Sunday at 9:30, I'll be sitting down with those in power to get the truth about the issues affecting you.
Let's be honest, we've known about the cost pressures of this project for years, not months.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show with personality. On GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Well, a very happy Christmas to you. It's 10:43 in the morning and it's Last Chance Saloon to send in your pictures. We've had so many of them, but we're going to show a few more in just a moment's time. But joining us to go through some of the day's headlines first is the journalist Benjamin Butterworth and political commentator Conor Tomlinson. So let's try and, avoid any last-minute arguments with the family that we've got here today.
You've been getting on very well so far.
It's all right, we've been punching each other up in the green room, it's fine.
Yeah. Good. It wouldn't be Christmas without a little row. Benjamin, we'll start with you. We're going to the Times. The church blessed us. Same-sex marriage should be next.
So it's a lovely story, actually, especially at Christmas, a day that's about Jesus and Christianity. The Church of England has approved blessings of same-sex marriage, and they've had the first one, which was two female ministers from Suffolk, Catherine Bond and Jane Pierce, and they said that it really felt like the world was healing, that the church they've spent their lives committed to, that they could then also have their relationship blessed. And these aren't just two Anglicans, two female Anglicans, but they're two ministers in the Church of England. And they said they hope that lots more gay people will feel able to be a part of the church and that events like Christmas are for them, because that's how they felt after having it blessed. And I just thought, especially on a day like Christmas, what a lovely story.
Conor?
I mean, it's not exactly biblically correct, so I do think this is the church straying away from its own explicit doctrine, and I will come back to the Venerable Fulton Sheen, who says that the church which weds itself to the concerns of this age will be widowed in the next. But look, as a long-suffering Catholic Church is doing basically the same thing. The Pope said that you can give non-liturgical blessings to same-sex couples and couples in irregular relationships. I don't know what that's even meant to mean.
Most of my relationships are pretty irregular, so...
Is it short-lived?
Not a shock. Now, Conor, we'll stick with you. We're going over to something that's in the BBC today. Well, previously we had rancid turkeys. Some people's Christmases were ruined by rancid turkeys. They
can still turn it around.
Well, not if it's gone off.
No, I'm just
some of those turkeys were green, right? But now dodgy cheese.
Yes, between this and Aidan's cocktails as well, people aren't exactly having the best Christmas morning. Apparently, the Food Standards Authority has said that a series of cheeses, these are in the Leicester family, all have E. coli, and if you've bought any of these, you can get a refund. So the cheeses in question are creamy, tasty, mature and smoked. And reminder, those are cheeses, not names of Spice Girls.
So those are basically all the cheeses.
And also, when you said in the Leicester family, you meant the cheese variety of Leicester, not just around the Leicester area.
Yes. Leicester has not gone off as an area. So
Leicester...
Good point of clarification.
Leicester's gone off, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, the problem... when they recall items, presumably... not that many people notice.
Well, yeah,
so they've already consumed the food.
And the advice is this is going to be in your Christmas hampers. So there'll be lots of people that aren't thinking about it, but you don't want to get sick at Christmas. It's a terrible time. But no, it's the Lancashire cheeses, I think, mature Lancashire.
So if you pop off to Fortnum Mason for what you think
I
is
often do, Emily.
A perfect Christmas hamper, no, of course
But if you Google mature Lancashire, I don't know what your search adverts will be like after that.
No. We'll leave that there as a family show. Beijing shivers through coldest December on record, Benjamin, and this is presumably a contrast to...
this studio.
To this studio, which is roasting.
Yeah, it really is. It's a warm Christmas here. Well, we were saying earlier on in the show about how white Christmases are incredibly unusual, and they have been for about 150 years in this part of the world. But Beijing is at -10 today. Schools have been closed for weeks in parts of it. Japan is completely covered in snowfall. Their health services have had to be closed down because it's been so freezing. So, it's not just a white Christmas, it's a frosty Christmas in China.
It just makes me think about how badly we deal with any kind of weather here. I mean, it's a running joke, isn't it? If there's a light dusting of snow, which there isn't even in this country at the moment, apart from maybe in the hills in Scotland, everything grinds to a halt, doesn't it? And you look at what's going on in China now, although I suppose you can work wonders with slave labour.
Just on that, I was reading a lovely news item about a city or a town in Siberia where it really gets cold. Forget -10, you're talking -40.
Yeah, slightest drizzle and GWR call all of their services off. Though I will say, clearly, for all the climate change lobby out there that are going to use this story to their advantage, I mean, all of China's coal-fired power plants aren't exactly warming the place up, is it? So, just throwing it out.
No, that is true. We are now going to do a little bit of gift giving, I think. So we all know that you at home have been exchanging gifts, etc., and we've been seeing so many wonderful pictures. Last chance to send in some pictures. We'll be finishing the show with a couple of your pickies. So, firstly, Connor has been sitting, bless him, with these 3 presents in front of him for a while now.
I feel like they've been hyped up, so, you know, it could be really disappointing. But when I heard I was on, particularly with Ben, I couldn't resist but buy you guys a little ornament that reflects your personality for...
Oh, no.
Here we
go.
So if I got these
how it
right...
happens.
Right, so this one should be for you.
Me, thank you.
This one's for Emily.
Oh, thank
Pass that
you.
along. And then this one is the most suitable for Ben.
Thank you very much.
It's ticking. OK, all right, so should we all just... We'll all
Go on
open
then,
it.
let's just open
See,
it
it's our
up.
personality. Here we go. This is... well, go on, that's a...
Because I thought if they station you down at Calais, they'd turn the boats around sharpish. And obviously, you're the person who brings the most magic to the station. And then Ben... I mean, Ben, if you hold it up, it just speaks for itself.
I see what you've done there. Well done, Connor.
That is brilliant.
Well done,
Thank you
mate.
so much.
That's lovely. Well, can I just say...
I mean, playing into gender stereotypes here, I am the little...
I always do.
The pretty girl angel in a pink skirt. How lovely.
Lovely, well done. OK, well, unfortunately, chaps, we gave you your socks earlier on, didn't we? Now, I did get you other presents, obviously, Emily, but you've had your main presents.
I got you something,
OK.
Patrick, to remember this weekend, well, today also, presenting together on the GB News Breakfast.
Oh, lovely.
So, just something so we can remember, you know.
OK, all right,
years
so
to come.
we'll do a quick opening here, because I'm aware that we want to get to some other people's pictures as well. Oh, this is nice. OK, so this is a picture from our Christmas promo. Thank you very much for that.
It's a picture from our Christmas promo, which you may have seen at home, but we pull the most ugly faces when we leap onto our sofa.
Oh, well, there we go. I'll leave
I thought
there
that
for
was
now.
a nice little memory.
Leave the Prezi there for now. I got you a little something as well. It is, of course, edible, so there you go.
Well,
All
that's
right,
very nice.
Happy
Thank
Christmas.
you.
Just like to emphasise, I did get her more than that. We don't have to reveal what that was. So there we go. Before the emails start flooding
Thank
in, you need to leave him, Emily. He's only got your chocolates. Yeah, all right. I got more than that. OK. Anyway, right. We have just got time, I think, to rattle off a couple. Have we got a couple of pictures from our lovely, wonderful viewers and listeners? Yes, we do. Keep on scrolling.
Yes, we
All right.
do.
So, thank you for keeping us company throughout the course of this show. We're going for Chaz in Skegness, lovely part of the world. Our beautiful elder granddaughter Pippa had a few tears this morning in memory of her kitties, Pixie and Eddie, oh, bless, who sadly passed away earlier this year. Oh, OK. Well, look, happy Christmas, and hopefully we did manage to take your mind off that a little bit.
They're clearly there in spirit for her.
They are.
Lawrence in Leicester.
Watch out for the cheese.
Watch out for the cheese. This is our granddaughter Enid's first Christmas, and she looks like she's absolutely living the dream.
Oh, to go back and just be so kind of caught up in everything like that. Enid, happy Christmas. First Christmas to Enid. We're going to Sophie in West Sussex.
She says, Merry Christmas from Megan and William. Look, I love the Christmas pyjamas.
Yeah, strong Christmas pyjama game. We actually had a genuine discussion earlier on about whether or not we were going to do the whole show in Christmas PJs, but I think this was probably better.
We decided we should go, black tie instead.
There we go. James in Sheffield, meet the little Emily, oh, there we go, who just ripped her present open at high speed.
Look, it's little and large.
And Patrick, your replacement presenter is here. The two Emilys. Oh, my gosh. Well, there you go. I don't think I can have another Emily in my life, I'm afraid.
She's got some Harry Potter Lego, I think, there.
There we go. We've got time for just one more, haven't we?
Kelly says, here is Ellery, delighted with the classic box rather than its contents. Yes, it's true.
When I was
it's often
young,
the cheapest thing that the kids like.
I always used to do that. I used to wind my parents up massively. They'd get me a really nice present and end up playing with the box or something like that. So there we go. Well, thank you very, very much, Connor, and for Benjamin as well, for being our wonderful newsmakers and giving up your Christmas morning.
Pleasure. Merry Christmas.
It was a treat. We will be... I'm jetting off now to Manchester.
And I'm going off to see my parents.
Yes, indeed.
And my lovely siblings.
Well, look, thank you very much for everybody who's been tuning in over the course of Christmas Eve breakfast and Christmas Day breakfast. I've absolutely loved it. I've had a really, really great time. I hope you have as well. And
now, you're going to want to stay tuned in because there is much more to come on the channel today. We're going to have a whole royal year in review with, of course, Cameron Walker, our royal correspondent.
Oh, yes, indeed. All right, so and remember as well, we've got the King's speech here at 3 p.m, so keep it GB News. This really is your one-stop shop for all things wonderful and Christmas today. Thank you very much from our family to yours, and I hope you continue to have a wonderful Christmas. God bless. Let's get your weather, though, now with Greg Dewhurst.
Looks like things are heating up. Boxed boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello there, I'm Greg Dewhurst and welcome to your latest GB News weather forecast. Well, it's mild, wet and breezy across much of the UK this Christmas Day, and there is the risk of some snow across the Scottish mountains too. Some early brightness for eastern parts of England, north-east Scotland, but generally a lot of cloud as we move through the day. Outbreaks of rain across England and Wales, which will turn increasingly heavy in the west. And then as this rain bumps into the higher ground of Scotland, we could see 5 to 10 centimetres of snow above 300 metres, so officially making it a white Christmas, but for many of us it will be mild, breezy and grey. Some glimmers of sunshine for Northern Ireland, temperatures still above average for the time of year. This rain across England and Wales slowly pushes its way southeastwards through the evening, clearing during the early hours, and also rain